Chapter 601 Unique. Yukawa Sakurako coughed lightly and asked. Brother Sheng, I heard that director Jin Zishu invited you to participate in The Left Hand of God, but you politely declined. Is this true? The Left Hand of God is adapted from the classic work of the same name by the famous horror cartoonist M2 Ichio. Many scenes in the movie will be filmed in Tokyo. Obviously, Yukawa Sakurako and Fukata Kyoko both hoped that Du Sheng could come to Tokyo to film so that they would have more time to accompany him. Du Sheng smiled and said, It's true. However, after reading the script, I felt that the characters were not attractive, so I refused. Due to the success of Initial D in the Asian market, the Left Hand of God series has also received more attention. The story background is not only set in Tokyo, but also incorporates some fantasy elements. Although Ichio's work has a group of loyal fans, considering that the movie in his previous life may have insufficient publicity and limited audiences for horror themes, the box office performance did not meet expectations. In addition, Du Sheng was dissatisfied with the image of the male protagonist in the script and believed that this character was too indifferent. And he was unwilling to participate in the film project that his company had not invested in, and was worried that he could not control the development direction of his time and role, so he politely declined this opportunity. Yukawa Sakurako said. The news that you refused to star in The Left Hand of God caused a stir in Neon. Everyone feels very sorry, your fans are particularly looking forward to seeing you star in an authentic Neon movie. Du Sheng responded with a smile. There will be a chance in the future. I plan to shoot a series of action movies, and Tokyo is an ideal shooting location. This place is full of charming urban style and unique cultural atmosphere, and it is very suitable for both the plot and the scene. After hearing Du Sheng's words, Yukawa Sakurako seemed very happy. According to her arrangement, the group checked into a hotel with a private hot spring. You can enjoy the ultimate service here. From food to leisure, everything is taken care of in every detail. It was provided by Sakurakawa and Kyoko Fukata to him, which allowed Du Sheng to experience a comfortable life without thinking about Shu. Especially when Keiko Kitakawa also joined the group that night, Du Sheng felt the treatment like a wine pool and a meat forest. The soft voices of soft and hard bubbles are afraid that all the people with a heart of heart will melt. In addition to promoting this trip, Du Sheng also took the time to participate in the Kyujing International Film Festival. He was nominated for Best Actor for Initial D. According to Kitagawa Keiko and Sony, he has a high chance of winning the award. This film festival is one of the largest and most popular film festivals in Asia, and is also a Class A competition-type international film festival recognized by the International Film Association, FIAPF. In addition, it is one of the 14 international Class A film festivals. The Berlin International Film Festival, Cannes, Venice, etc. are all in this category. The result was indeed nothing unexpected. Du Sheng won the Best Actor. Because in addition to Toei where Kitani Keiko is located and Sony's help, Zhang Yi and Zheng are the chairman of the jury. Of course, in order to avoid suspicion, he did not award the largest Golden Kirin Award to Initial D. Instead, it gave Neon Local Snow Master Changes. The Best Director Award was also won by the director of this film. As for the Best Actress Award, it was given to Helena Bonham Carter in the British comedy Conversation with Women. It's considered Tae Shung Pork, everyone has a share. At this point, Du Sheng is one of the 3 best actors, and is unique among the younger generation in Asia. If you win the Palme d'Or, Golden Lion Award, Golden Bear Award, etc. of the 3 major international film festivals, your achievements will probably be comparable to Master Zhang. Of course, this can only be hoped for the future and we have to take it step by step for the time being. Happy hours are always short. 2 days later, Du Sheng ended the publicity campaign at Neon and gave some homemade pills to maintain a healthy state. In the early morning of October 16, under the reluctance of the 3 beauties, Du Sheng boarded a flight to Kimchi country. Du Sheng's itinerary in Seoul is relatively simple. Will participate today at an outdoor event and a fan meeting. The next day, he will go to SBS TV to record 2 programs, and then he will end his publicity journey. It is worth mentioning that although Du Sheng is charged for participating in these activities, due to the promotion of the TV series, the fees are reduced and only a symbolic friendship price is charged. However, given Du Sheng's current popularity, his appearance fee is still high. However, the organizers are not at a disadvantage because they expect to earn back the cost through the event. As soon as Du Sheng walked out of the airport, he was surrounded by a large group of enthusiastic fans. Although he only announced that he would conduct activities in the country of kimchi in the past 2 days, he did not disclose the specific timetable. But it is indeed a bit surprising that so many fans appear at the airport to pick them up. After thinking about it, Du Sheng probably guessed the reason. Or these fans have been waiting for the airport to try their luck. Either his itinerary was deliberately leaked by SBS TV. I saw the eager eyes of fans and the grand pickup method arranged by SBS staff. He did not go through the VIP channel, but simply turned passive into active. Because he guessed that it was the second reason. SBS TV is likely to want to create the effect of the arrival of superstars, attract attention, and let the audience feel a super experience. After all, Du Sheng came to the tour to promote the event last time. There was a similar situation. It should not be too simple to follow the trend. However, this time, a large number of security personnel were maintaining order on the scene to prevent accidents due to excessive enthusiasm from fans. As a weird complex country, fans' star-chasing behavior sometimes becomes extremely crazy. When Du Sheng appeared, a group of fans of Kimchi Country shouted in unison in a less standard Chinese. The music and singing are endless, and the stars are immortal. Brother Sheng. Appa. This is obviously a Pret-Rain slogan. Faced with such a warm welcome, Du Sheng seemed too cold. He stopped, took off his sunglasses, and waved to the fans with a smile. This move sparked even stronger cheers. As time goes by, more and more fans gathered around the airport, resulting in traffic jams. Not only did Du Sheng unable to leave, but the subsequent arrivals were also unable to enter the airport. Although Du Sheng repeatedly called on everyone to stay calm and leave in an orderly manner, fans are still unwilling to leave. As the number of people continues to increase, security guards can hardly control the situation. Only then did the SBS staff realize that they still underestimated Du Sheng's influence. They tried to disperse their fans, but failed to do so. Du Sheng came forward to appeal, but the scene was even more difficult to control. He had no choice but to coordinate with the airport ground staff and return to the airport passage. Many fans were reluctant to disperse after Du Sheng left for a long time and stayed at the airport for more than an hour, causing serious traffic congestion and resulting in a large number of flight delays. SBS is not ashamed, but is proud. Because it achieved the expected publicity effect. Du Sheng's arrival became the headline news of major media in Kimchi Country, and also made SBS often mentioned. But it has also received some criticism because of this, especially the controversy about SBS's intentional inducing fans. Du Sheng couldn't control these things and didn't want to pay attention to them. Take the special car provided by SBS TV and head straight to the promotional and distribution location. The other party sent to greet him was Vice President Park Ji-yeon. "Mr. Du, I'm sorry for being neglected today." He said apologize and admitted his negligence at work, but outsiders didn't know what they thought. Du Sheng did not expose their tricks. Because all this could have been avoided through prior communication, but people in the country of Kimchi seem to like to use this indirect means to achieve their goals. Despite this, SBS successfully borrowed Du Sheng's influence and carried out a wave of free and efficient publicity. It is just that the large-scale delay at Seoul Airport has also had an adverse impact on the economy of Kimchi. This is undoubtedly an act of harming the public and self-interest. Du Sheng did not spoil the other party, but said lightly, "Today's airport is a unique fan meeting. It's like an additional event, you should have some expression." Park Ji-yeon. This is a situation where you need money if you have a disagreement. Du Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to it and let the assistant talk to the other party. After several rounds of consultations, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Although this pickup is not a formal event, due to the psychological impact on Du Sheng and his fans, SBS agreed to pay an apology fee. Subsidies used to provide tomorrow's fan meeting. In other words, it is to use this method to give benefits to fans. In order to prevent Du Sheng from returning home on strike, SBS had to compromise like this. Although the other party was very strong, Park Ji-yeon did not show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was more cautious and thoughtful in the follow-up work, and he carefully confirmed all arrangements with Du Sheng in advance. This is Du Sheng's way of survival. Show your own foundation and strength in a timely manner to prevent the other party from becoming more and more aggressive. The outdoor activity that night was set in Seoul Sky Dome, jointly sponsored by Samsung and Neon Sony. Considering Lee Yuxin and her own cooperation with Sony, Du Sheng has accused this sponsorship activity. Originally, SBS also planned some publicity activities, such as holding specific items in hand and standing in the mirror in the notice board, etc. But in the experience after the airport incident, Park Ji-yeon cancelled these arrangements to ensure the smooth progress of the event. There is no need to lose the big picture because of the small. Because even without these small measures, SBS and sponsors still gain a lot. The outdoor activity attracted at least 80,000 people, and the scene was crowded. Du Sheng stood on the pre-built stage and saw the crowds of people below the stage, and couldn't help but worry about the security level of the country's kimchi country. However, he still performed a set of Bajikwon Ryuhi guns, which aroused fanatical cheers from fans. Afterwards, he sang the Korean song Fate and 2 English songs. The audience sang in unison, and the scene was very shocking. Du Sheng's casual words can arouse warm responses from all the fans. Even fans who did not enter the venue outside the Sky Dome cheered. Among them, the ones who feel the deepest feelings are members of the SM Company preparation group such as Lam Yoana, Kim Taeyeon, and Seo Cho-hyun. Thanks to Lin Yuner's frequent mention of Du Sheng and his identity as the major shareholder of SM Company, a group of girls immediately became strange. Originally they planned to pick up the trainees, but unfortunately there were too many training programs for trainees and they failed to get what they wanted. Even the idea of wanting to watch up close tonight was dragged down. But despite this, watching countless fans sing choruses outside the venue shocked them even more. The thoughts in my heart became even stronger and stronger. Woo! I can't see Appa anymore. Taeyeon and Oni, your calves and arms are dragging us down. Lin Yuner muttered all over, looking regretful. There were crowds of people in the entrance ahead, and they couldn't even squeeze in. Kim Taeyeon gave her a blank look and said, "Your Appa may be visiting the company tomorrow, and there will be a chance to meet you at that time. But whether he recognizes you as a little transparent person is an unknown number." Girls such as Seo Ju-hyun, Choi Soo-young and other girls covered their mouths and smiled, as if they were happy to see this little girl being defeated. Humph, Appa must know me. Last time he was at the airport, he even gave me a hairy bear doll. Lin Yuner was so depressed that she was hit, but she retorted her with a stubborn voice. She swore in her heart that she would train harder and make her debut as soon as possible. In the future, I will have the opportunity to cooperate with my idol Appa. Du Sheng naturally knew nothing about these things. However, he will indeed go to SM Company tomorrow, and was invited by Lee Xiaomin to talk about creating a brand new girl group. After all, the Girls' Generation group in the Eastern Kingdom is becoming more and more popular in Asia, so who can't be jealous of it? Especially the name of this combination made him feel very friendly, but unfortunately he could not use it anymore. In the future, it would be called Dream Girl, Youth Front, Sweetheart Baby Combination, etc. If Du Sheng was asked to choose, he might be inclined to be the first one. After all, there are ones and twos, and imitation is also a trend. As for whether to recognize Lin Yuner or not, it depends on your fate. However, these girls are quite agile and unique, and they are still quite looking forward to their influence in Asia in their previous lives. After the performance, Park Ji-yeon sighed. When international movie star Tom Hanks came to Kimchi Country a few years ago, the enthusiasm of fans was not as good as Mr. Do's performance tonight. It's the first time I've seen such a crazy scene in SBS for so many years. Du Sheng returned to the backstage and responded with a smile. Maybe Hanks's venue wasn't big enough that time, so it doesn't seem like there are as many of us. Seeing that Du Sheng didn't believe it, Park Ji-yeon stopped talking. In fact, what he said is not an exaggeration at all. Although Du Sheng's current influence in Hollywood is not as good as Hanks, his rise is amazing, and the fan base is mainly young people. In addition, Du Sheng has an advantage that Hanks does not have. Everything development, with a high appearance and a large number of fans. Not only does he have a large number of fans in Kimchi Country, but most of them are young women, which is the most fanatical star-chasing group. In addition, Du Sheng rarely conducts large-scale publicity activities in Kimchi Country, so the overall atmosphere and fanaticism of this outdoor event are far beyond the movie promotion visit of international superstar Hanks back then. In addition, Du Sheng's overseas trip was followed and reported by renren.com reporters. His situation in the country of Kimchi was also immediately transmitted back to China. In the new round of financing, Renren successfully raised 900 million yuan by selling 6% of its shares. This huge investment is not only used in the new energy and streaming media field, but also widely expanded the company's multiple business lines. Among these expanded business segments, core projects such as Renren Portal, game platform, social space, and email services are included. Each part has ushered in significant development opportunities. In order to strengthen the content quality of the portal website, Renren has attracted professional talents from well-known websites such as Group, Xinhua, and Internet with its extremely competitive salary, and quickly built a strong content team. Thanks to its profound resources backed by interstellar media, Renren quickly occupied a favorable position in the field of entertainment information. For example, during Du Sheng's promotion in Neon Country and Kimchi Country, Renren obtained exclusive graphic and text reports and live video broadcast rights. This type of news can especially arouse the audience's interest. Especially when seeing the domestic stars being warmly welcomed abroad, the national pride of domestic audiences arises naturally. This is similar to the excitement people feel when watching Oriental sports athletes win honors for their country in international events. Alguan Du Sheng's popularity in Asia has lasted for nearly 2 years, and related reports have become commonplace. But once the new developments in the country of Kimchi have been passed back to China, they have become a hot topic. Chapter 602 A Rare Product. The airport is in chaos, and Du Sheng aroused the fanaticism of fans in the country of Kimchi. How does Du Sheng's charm affect the country of Kimchi? Fans spontaneously learn Chinese just to express love. An unprecedented star-chasing craze. Du Sheng went to the country of Kimchi to attract 80,000 people to pursue it. Various explosive titles have frequently appeared in major media headlines. SBS Vice President Park Ji-yeon commented in an interview with Samsung Daily. Du Sheng is the most popular Asian superstar I have ever met in Kimchi Country. His appearance created an unprecedented atmosphere of activity, even surpassing Tom Hanks. Once such reports were released, they greatly increased the public's attention and discussion. On the one hand, Du Sheng is one of the most popular Oriental stars in the country of Kimchi in the past decade. On the other hand, it is because of the current growing influence of Korean wave culture in the East. Especially as Mango TV began broadcasting the female imperial doctor drama in Kimchi Country since September 13, this trend has become more obvious. After being broadcast in the country, a Korean drama craze has sparked, with the overall total audience exceeding 163 million. The theme song Hope of Da Changjo has resounded throughout the streets and alleys across the country. This phenomenon-level work not only brought rich benefits to Mango TV, but also made the station, which was already deeply influenced by Korean Wave, more actively introduce and promote Korean dramas. Against this background, Du Sheng's itinerary to Kimchi country is regarded by many as a counterattack against Korean pop culture. The purpose is to allow the audience of Kimchi country to see the charm of Chinese culture. After the news of Du Sheng's first day of event in Kimchi country was passed back to China, it immediately sparked heated discussions among netizens, and the atmosphere was as happy as a festival. Brother Sheng has arrived, and Seoul airport has been delayed by him for more than an hour. There are reports that some female fans are so excited that they are fainting. Is it true or false? Considering that Kimchi country is a peninsula country, there are not many opportunities to see big scenes, and it is reasonable to be excited to meet a superstar like Brother Sheng. Do you remember the shocked look when the Kimchi country girl group met Du Sheng at the Spring Festival Gala at the beginning of the new year? My most worry is Du Sheng's secret plate. He was surrounded by thousands of people on the last tour. The fanaticism of Kimchi country is really scary. You guess how many beauties Du Sheng will play in Kimchi Congress this time? I'll say one number, 3 are the base. There is news that the God of Condor Heroes sold for a sky-high price of 8 million yuan, which is a milestone. I have to say that interstellar media is domineering enough, which is in sharp contrast to Mango TV's practice of buying kimchi Chinese dramas blindly. After reading the poster, the combination of Du Sheng and Liu Yifei is perfect. Yang Guo is handsome and elegant, and Zai Longnu is beautiful and refined, which is indeed attractive. There are also Guo Fu played by Yang Mi, Guo Xiang of Lu Shishi, Li Machu of Tang Yan, etc. So many beauties gathered together, which is simply a visual feast. Luckily, the heroine is Liu Yifei. Her ethereal temperament is very suitable for Zai Longnu, otherwise she will be compared. As a female fan, I really hope to have the opportunity to have a bed scene with Brother Sheng, even if it's the kind of Zai Longnu. At first, everyone's discussion mainly focused on Du Sheng's super popularity in the country of Kimchi and his performance in adding glory to the country. However, under the guidance of those who are interested, the topic gradually turned to the legend of Condor Heroes. This can be regarded as an indirectly making a clever publicity for the show. Not to mention the troubles outside. After the event that night, Du Sheng saw that it was too late and did not stop for too long, so he went back to the hotel to rest. The next morning, I went straight to SBS TV station. Master Zhang Yanzu personally welcomed it, and the scene was grand and solemn. Obviously, SBS TV drew on Du Sheng's previous treatment at Neon Fuji TV and received it with the same specifications. It made him feel extraordinary courtesy again. Du Sheng participated in the high ratings and charming and funny variety show Love Letter. This show is positioned as a match between men and women. The purpose of male guests wins the hearts of female guests through their talents, and various competitions and funny things are indispensable. Wow! Let's see who we have invited this issue. In order to increase the performance of the program, the host of the program Zhang Hyudong was extremely excited about Du Sheng's arrival. It seems like he is an old fan for many years, similar to the scene when Cheng Long went to Kimchi country to participate in Running Man. When everyone on the scene saw Du Sheng appear, the effect was naturally full. All kinds of exaggerated and stunned, even in shock, fell to the ground and drooling. Hello everyone, we're meeting again. Du Sheng greeted the camera with a smile, which was the official opening. Zhang Hyudong introduced him enthusiastically and solemnly announced. We all know that Du Sheng is one of the most attractive men in Asia, and there is no shortage of beautiful women to accompany you wherever you go. When he recorded a program at Neon last time, Neon arranged 2 beauties to accompany him. In this regard, our Kimchi country must not be behind. Therefore, we specially invited several beauties with beautiful national beauty. Welcome Song Hai Kyo, Bai Shiki, Yoana, and Kim Taeyeon. When these 4 beauties appeared, Du Sheng smiled with satisfaction and politely applauded and welcomed him. Song Hai Kyo came here voluntarily. Last night, she found that she was still a little short of acting and matching between men and women, so she came to join in the fun this time. As a first-line actress in Kimchi Country, the program team is naturally happy to welcome her. After all, Full House played by her and Du Sheng is still a hot discussion drama. As for Pei Shuki, as an artist of SM Entertainment, she is actually an acquaintance. She also made a guest appearance in Full House. At the same time, she is also the captain and C position of the girl group The Red launched 2 months ago. This time Du Sheng brought her with her, which naturally added a little exposure to this combination with a confused future. After all, after investing so much money in SM Entertainment, if you want to expand the scale of financing in the future, you have to make a comeback. The same is true for the latter two. Lin Yuner and Kim Taeyeon. Last night Du Sheng went to discuss matters with Lee Xiaoman and visited the entire company. Naturally, I saw a group of excited little girls. Lin Yuner and Kim Taeyeon were also considered to be the invitation he temporarily proposed. The love letter program has long been negotiated for him, and it is normal to perform without a script, so it doesn't matter. Du Sheng didn't know many artists in Kimchi Country. Instead of letting other artists take advantage of traffic, it is better to give it to your own. Yoana and Kim Taeyeon are members of the preparatory group named Dream Girl. This time, Du Sheng ordered them to be selected. In addition to half of the internal intention, he naturally had the idea of warming up in advance. These two girls were destined to be so excited that they didn't sleep all night, which made the other preparatory members envious. Fortunately, Du Sheng was leaving last night and told the little girls such as Park Soyeon and Young Soyeon who were eagerly coming, that they would not cause internal conflicts. Seeing several beautiful beauties dressed in exquisitely appeared, Du Sheng smiled and applauded. If it weren't for the camera shooting, I'm afraid Song Hye Kyo and Lin Yuner would have subconsciously surrounded her. Zhang Hyudong and the others not only became noisy, but also joked that these little beauties came specifically for Du Sheng. Although this is true, it also indirectly reflects the mentality of men in Kimchi Country being accustomed to dedicating their own beauties to foreign guests. Not only did they not feel embarrassed about this, but they were a little proud. The 4 female guests each had their own little thoughts and were teased in front of the whole country, and their faces were a little hot. Especially Kim Taeyeon, she is not the future draw team and is still a shy girl now. If her mother knew that she was obsessed with men at her age, she would be afraid that her life would be difficult in the future. Pei Shuki also smiled unnaturally. Although she was invited by Du Sheng, to be honest, both sides had only seen each other once and didn't even say a word. In contrast, the familiar Lin Yuner and Song Hye Kyo seem more natural. Lin Yuner has long been Du Sheng's little fan and is not affected by these ambiguous remarks. On the contrary, she was still a little happy and fantasy. If what they said is true, that would be great. Although Song Hye Kyo had a long time ago having a scandal with Du Sheng, there is a saying that she still hugged the pipa and covered her face halfway. Sometimes it is hazy, which can bring more heat and traffic. Aware of the embarrassment of Kim Taeyeon and Bae Seki, Lin Yuner and Song Hye Kyo took the initiative to sit on both sides of Du Sheng. Then Taeyeon and Bae Seki also sat down to form a picture of Du Sheng being surrounded by 4 little beauties. The theme of love letter has always been straightforward, and Zhang Hyudong asked Du Sheng with a smile. How do you feel about the beauties in our country? Du Sheng glanced at the girls and said with a smile. It's very good. I prefer those who have personal temperament and inner beauty. When he saw everyone smiling and silent, he added. For example, Hui Chiao and Shiki who have worked with me. The former has delicate facial features, giving people a fresh, natural, and friendly feeling, and is a typical beauty with a light face. What impressed me the most was the outstanding figure, proud curves, and symmetrical proportions. In addition, the Samsung little princess Lee Yuxin, who has worked with me, is also very special. She has the courage to pursue her dreams, her emotions are pure, and her personality is self-centered, but sometimes she is too paranoid. Several hosts looked at each other and realized that Du Sheng really had a deep understanding. Two of the beauties mentioned by the other party were smiling and listening. As for the other one, they dare not answer easily. After all, people who are engaged in Korean entertainment know how big the Samsung background is, and no one wants to ruin their future just by saying one sentence. Jang Hyodong reacted quickly and cleverly avoided Lee Yuxin's topic, and asked instead, "So, do you have no special impression of popular beauties?" This question is actually a bit subtle. However, in the traditional concept of kimchi, the status of women in the country, and in recent years, such discussions will be accidentally trapped. Du Sheng naturally would not make mistakes in these details, and said with a smile, "It's not that you don't have any impression, but that you determine the distance. I think everyone has a unique side of themselves. As long as it is real and natural beauty, it is unique." Song Hai Kyo, who was focused on Du Sheng, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Lin Yuner's beautiful eyes were also locked on Du Sheng and said, "No wonder many of your songs have the determination and belief that inspires people. It turns out that living out of yourself is the most real thing." It might have caused controversy. The topic was so light and was led around. Du Sheng smiled and specially brought the camera to them. "Today, a few female guests, the first impression you gave me is that they are playful and cute, and they are fresh and refined without makeup. Taeyeon's skin is astonishingly white as milk, and she is very obsessed with it. No wonder SM Entertainment chose you to debut." This statement almost locked their qualifications for debut. Hearing the idol's disguised words of praise, Lin Yuner couldn't stop smiling. Maybe Du Sheng can be happy for a long time if he just praises her. Love Letter is mainly divided into 4 main links: opening show, talent show, couple games, and finally couple pairing. As the atmosphere became easier, the opening show turned to the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. In the subsequent talent show, the program team specially chose the food of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Du Sheng has cooking arts LV2 and is naturally not afraid of the challenge of cooking. Using the limited ingredients on site, he cut vegetables and fried a plate of fried shredded pork with green peppers with good color, aroma, and flavor. His skillful cooking skills and delicate techniques are amazing. Slice, chop, turn, stir fry. Each step is so silky and smooth, like a carefully arranged martial arts performance. This improvised cooking not only adds fun to the program, but also shows Du Sheng's versatility. The dish made by Du Sheng is full of aroma and tastes great, so that the host and several beauties feel that it is not enough to eat. Seeing that everyone was eating so happily, Du Sheng made a few extra servings, but they were still swept away by everyone. This meal made Bai Shuakai and Kim Taeyeon's favorability for Du Sheng increase sharply. Lin Yuner is not only an idol attitude towards him, but she is becoming more and more perfect as she looks at him. After all, in the country where machismo is prevalent, a man who is tall, handsome, talented, and capable of making good deeds is simply the standard for a perfect companion. So much so that they all became proactive in the next couple games. Everyone wants to have a couple with Du Sheng. It is best to leave a warm and sweet picture. Du Sheng doesn't favor anyone either. After all, these beauties have more or less related to him. During this period, they may hold Kim Taeyeon and play high-end games and eat love biscuits with Bai Shiki. Danced with Yoana on her back, and tacitly competed with Song Hai Kyo for couple seats, etc. The funny clips were presented during the period, adding a lot of fun and romantic atmosphere to the show. As for the final couple pairing session, Du Sheng circled around them with a little expectant look at the 4 girls. This section is full of suspense, and there may be situations where multiple female guests compete for a male guest. There may also be male guests who change their minds at the last moment and choose other female guests. This made the whole show full of tension and excitement until the last moment. However, the biggest guest in this episode was Du Sheng, but he didn't choose any of them, but instead smiled. To be honest, you are all very good, and you feel like you're wrong in choosing anyone. How about this? How about I sing a song to express my mood? That's great, finally no need to watch it torture. Zhang Hudong, a master and host, felt that he was neglected by a beautiful guest for the first time. Looking at the beautiful women around Du Sheng, he felt so sad. Of course, I raised my hands to agree at this moment. Actually, this is the original script. It will not destroy the fame of Du Sheng, Song Hai Kyo and others, but it can also bring huge traffic to SBS's music program Popular Songs. During the transition, the girls were always in a row. The rare situation of multiple female guests in Love Letter competing for a male guest is staged alive. Especially Lin Yuner, as Du Sheng's appearance fan, simply stayed by his side and chattered non-stop. When his teammate Kim Taeyeon, who was following behind, saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. A man who is perfect in all aspects is indeed a rare product. No matter where Appa goes, there is no shortage of beauties around him. Song Hai Kyo asked. Yi Xin is back today. She wants to welcome a Sheng. Are you there? Kim Taeyeon pretended to be pitiful. I'm just a little transparent person. Can I refuse such an opportunity? This was for Du Sheng's sake, otherwise they would not even be able to get the threshold, so they would not be qualified to talk about the vernacular. No one would be too stupid to refuse. Song Hai Kyo knew that Du Sheng wanted to train them, so she rolled her eyes and said, "It's not necessary to go, just do whatever you want." She was also looking at Du Sheng to communicate with these girls in a friendly manner. Otherwise, in the Korean entertainment industry that emphasizes seniority, the other party will be polite to her humbly. Pei Shuki, who was standing beside him, also said, "Don't look at me, this depends on Appa's meaning." Song Hai Kyo was speechless and turned to look at Lin Yuner. "Your mother is here to watch, you probably won't go, right?" Chapter 603, Clever. Lin Yuner blinked. "I heard that Appa is very good at guiding female artists. I made the Girls' Generation group famous in Oriental, and I also want to take this opportunity to improve my musicality and acting skills." Everyone. In fact, Pei Shuki was a little hesitant about this party. After all, his teammates are still unknown and transparent, and he seems to have snatched all the exposure. Will this cause dissatisfaction among the team? It's just as the program is recorded at first, Du Sheng was about to take the stage, and her inner balance gradually turned to attend the party. Looking up, Du Sheng looked in a simple and neat suit, which looked both casual and clean. The light hit his face, outlining a perfect side face, as exquisite as a work of art. The audience felt exactly the same as hers. So handsome. Pei Shuki sighed silently in her heart, and the audience was also attracted by Du Sheng's charm and followed her eyes closely. In the studio, fans who had already received the news of the news excitedly divided hundreds of audience seats. When Du Sheng came on stage, the originally noisy scene suddenly became extremely quiet, as if he had a kind of magic power. Du Sheng didn't say much, walked straight to a piano, gestured to the band and started playing. A rapid and dense melody sounded, and Du Sheng began the performance. It was his single released in Lighthouse Country last year, Baby. This song has topped the music rankings in many countries and has defended its 4-week champion on the Billboard Top 100 Singles chart. Moreover, with the widespread dissemination of streaming media such as Lianzhong, TVing, and YouTube, its MV views have now exceeded 100 million. As a follower of the Lighthouse, Kimchi Country is naturally familiar with this song. Du Sheng waved to the fans and audience while singing. Everyone stood up excitedly and danced to the rhythm of the music. In the backstage, whether it is the members of Super Junior who are about to debut, or Lin Yuna, Song Hai Kyo, Kim Taeyeon, and Bei Shiki, they are excited when they hear Du Sheng's singing. This song is really well selected. Its general meaning is the desire, reluctance, innocence, and other emotions for love. For example, the lyrics reveal the nostalgia for the beautiful times that can easily resonate with them. After all, the wonderful experience recorded today made them miss it. It also conveys Du Sheng's meaning very well. Moreover, This song Baby has a light rhythm, beautiful melody, and a smooth and natural overall. For example, the melody of the part Baby, Baby New. I thought you'd always be mine is simple and easy to remember and catchy, making everyone hum unconsciously after listening to it. The atmosphere in the whole audience was ignited directly. Du Sheng sang another song Rising Sun published in Kimchi Country before. SBS TV will definitely promote these two programs vigorously. Popular songs will be broadcast for a week. Du Sheng's itinerary not only promoted the Divine Condor heroes, but also indirectly stabilized the popularity here. After the two songs ended, the host began to interview Du Sheng. The singer's waiting for the audience to come on stage in the backstage side. He sings is so good, it feels more professional than recording studios. In just 2 hours of recording the program, Kim Taeyeon and Bae Shuaki seemed to have become a little fallen. Lin Yuner next to her heard that her idol was praised and said proudly, "Oppa's live singing has been recognized by countless people in the world. Whether it is the music industry or the general public, everyone who has heard of him praised him. Take the two songs he sang today for example. His voice is clear and loud, his emotions are sincere and full of infectiousness. Especially the techniques such as changes in height and appropriate pauses, which well interpret the innocent yearning and youthful emotions for love in the song. It's so strong. I'm afraid I can't learn this kind of singing skills and talent for 20 years. Bae Shuaki also nodded and said, "The company plans to let our group try to enter the neon music industry next year. I wonder if it can be as successful as Oppa." Lin Yuner said for granted. "If we were to be 1/10 of our achievements in neon in the future, it would be considered very impressive. Oppa's position in the neon music scene is like a king's land." As a loyal fan of Du Sheng, her admiration for Du Sheng is beyond words. Although it sounds a bit fanatical, neon media and the public do highly recognize Du Sheng's talent and achievements, and are not groundless. On the stage, Du Sheng had a brief chat with Zhang Nara and Sung Yuli, who were guest hosts, and then walked off the stage. With his departure, this publicity tour of Kimchi Country was basically over. However, Lee Yuxin happened to return to the country of Kimchi, and he was not in a hurry to return to the country. Before coming, girls such as Fan Ou, Gao Yuan asked him to bring some handbags and cosmetics back, so he had to take a look. Just after returning to the backstage, Du Sheng saw four beauties, Bae Shuaki, Lin Yuna, Kim Taeyeon, and Song Hye Kyo, still there. "So you haven't left yet, just have a meal together." Song Hye Kyo chuckled and said, "I'll have someone to welcome you tonight, so of course we have to join in the fun." During the chat, a familiar voice came from outside. "Oba, you are still here." As soon as Du Sheng turned around, a delicate body with fragrant wind pounced into his arms. With his keen hearing and unique perception of perfume, Du Sheng knew who it was without guessing. He picked her up easily, rubbed her messy hair, and asked softly, "Didn't you say you're here in the evening? Why did you go ahead?" The visitor was Lee Yuxin, the little princess of Samsung. Learned that Du Sheng will be promoted in the country of Kimchi after the news, she happened to have something to talk about, so she just rushed back. Lee Yuxin said coquettishly, "I miss you, so I got on the plane in advance last night." After getting off Du Sheng, she greeted Song Hye Kyo, Bae Shuaki, Lam Yoana, and Kim Taeyeon. Song Hye Kyo won't say it anymore. Both sides have known each other for a long time and have fought with both swords. As for the remaining few little girls, it is reasonable to have them all SM Entertainment artists. After all, the reason why Star Media can acquire part of the equity of SM Entertainment is the result of her threading needles. Since Du Sheng took them to the show this time, there is no need to say much about the significance. With the rapid development of platforms such as TVing and Lianzhong, Lee Yuxin has become more and more admiring Du Sheng. Although she also hopes to be alone with Du Sheng, it is not impossible to have a group party to make him happy. "Yixin, we mentioned you just now, and we are thinking about how to eat and drink tonight." Song Hye Kyo smiled and joked. Since the real person appears, there is no need to worry about anything else. Kim Taeyeon, Bae Shiki, and Lin Yuna were a little restrained and just responded politely. After all, in their eyes, a clan like Samsung is an unattainable existence. I didn't expect Lee Yuxin to be so close. Moreover, his love for Du Sheng is so simple and straightforward. This also made them deeply realize how charming Du Sheng is. Okay, you can call more friends to come and have fun. Lee Yuxin was a little excited, looked at Du Sheng and suggested. For the party tonight, go to my villa in the suburbs, where there are various entertainment facilities and a natural hot spring in the mountains. If we don't like the excitement, we can also barbecue, camp, stargazing, etc. Du Sheng was absolutely fine and said with a smile. Just make arrangements, I don't care. Hearing this, Lee Yuxin was very happy. She tiptoed and kissed Du Sheng gently on her lips, and said excitedly. Then let's go now. Hearing Lee Yuxin's suggestion, Lin Yuna also put down her restraint and said with a smile. My cooking skills are also good. I can make a specialty dish for you to try at night. A luxurious car slid silently to the door. Du Sheng was protected by Song Hai Kyo and Lee Yuxin, and she steadily got into the car. This is an extended version of luxury car, with refrigerators, computers, and karaoke inside. Lin Yuna raised her eyebrows playfully, then got into the car neatly. Kim Taeyeon and Bae Shuakai met their eyes, understood them, and quietly got into the car and took the seat. Lee Yuxin glanced at everyone and smiled earnestly. It's not that I'm boasting, you will definitely be grateful to me tonight. To be able to get along with a man like Appa is a blessing that many people have cultivated in life. And you might be able to appreciate the wonderful taste of becoming a real woman. Du Sheng twitched slightly. Isn't it a welcome tonight? Why is it too far? In this way, Lee Yuxin's infatuation with him has long been unable to extricate herself and can still justify herself. Du Sheng never blamed the people who defended him. He gently stroked Lee Yuxin's head and said softly. Just be simple, don't spend so much effort to arrange it. Sometimes, it is good to communicate quietly with 3 or 2 people. Lee Yuxin nodded obediently and said. I understand, Appa. By the way, since you left the lighthouse, Amanda has interviewed Digital Domain Special Effects Company again, and it has now entered the acquisition stage. Also, didn't you ask me to borrow the media resources of Hearst and Samsung to create American dramas for 2 streaming platforms? The scripts you provided, such as Gossip Girl and Big Bang Theory, are almost completed. Do you want to take a look? When it comes to entertainment, the 4 actors Bae Shiki, Lin Yuna, Kim Taeyeon, and Song Hai Kyo were instantly energetic, with concern in their eyes. As a person in the circle, I have more or less heard of Digital Domain, one of the world's best special effects company. Unexpectedly, it will be acquired by Appa. There are also platforms such as TVing and LME, and have begun to enter streaming dramas. Gossip Girl and The Big Bang Theory can be seen as soon as they hear it. Especially Song Hai Kyo, it was her dream to go out of Asia and enter the international stage. Du Sheng asked about the acquisition carefully and said with a smile. It turned out to be acquired in the name of Hearst. No wonder the other party is so easy to talk to. If Asians came forward, they would not be rejected 100% of them, and all kinds of price hikes are inevitable. Speaking of this, he paused. As for American dramas, the team you poached is not a vegetarian. Let them refer to the classics of recent years and cannot count on me for everything. In terms of American dramas, he really has no way to guide him. After all, only locals are good at common sense, memes, cleverness, etc. Lee Yuxin said proudly. I watched the funny short drama I filmed by the company a few days ago. It's so exciting. Appa's talent is amazing. By the way, Appa, this time I brought back some interesting European and American blockbusters, and we will follow them to watch them together tonight. Du Sheng deliberately teased her. What types are there? Have you seen them before? Lee Yuxin blushed in an instant and hurriedly defended. No, these were given to me by the Hearst sisters, saying that they can increase emotional communication. Du Sheng laughed and said, "That's interesting. Yes, maybe there is still some artistic charm. For example, the chaotic battles of people, sheep, fairies, queens, and other famous in Europe are quite exciting. It does help with interest, and will be used on the Hearst sisters next time." The car slowly drove into the winding mountain road, with green trees on both sides of the road, quiet and leisurely. This mountain is not steep, about 300 or 400 meters long, and soon arrived at a manor in Shangling. When I opened the yard door, my eyes filled with green. The yard is spacious and open, with delicate and neatly trimmed flowers and plants, and is also equipped with an advanced automatic spraying system. In the middle of the yard, a 12-meter-high gate-style archway stands proudly, surrounded by pavilions and pavilions. To welcome Du Sheng's arrival, when the luxury car passed by, spectacular water columns ejected from both sides, forming a water gate. This is usually used to welcome international major guests, commonly known as the Watergate etiquette. Symbolizes wash away the dust of the journey and welcomes a new beginning. The water column shines brightly under the sunlight. The car drove straight to the door of the villa. After Du Sheng got off the car, a three-story villa with a vast area appeared in front of him. This villa is unique and uses a very modern white tone, simple but elegant. The whole building imitates Gothic construction, which is completely different from the traditional manor style, looks fashionable and full of futuristic sense. Stepping into the house, a spacious corridor came into view. One side is a wall with a primitive cement texture, which is simple and unique. On the other side are transparent panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking from a distance, the lush peach blossom forest in the yard is clearly visible. The breeze blows by and the bamboo leaves rustle, making people feel refreshed in an instant. The living room adopts an open layout, facing a panoramic skylight. From here you can see the scenery at the foot of the mountain. As soon as you lie on the sofa, the whole view of the prosperous city will be easily presented to you. Du Sheng couldn't help but sigh. The location of this villa is excellent, and the design and decoration are top-notch, which is really troublesome. When Li Yuxin heard Du Sheng's praise, her face filled with a happy smile and said, "Oba, if you like this place, it will be yours from now on. After all, I have to express my feelings about you in the past 2 years." Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile and said with a little doting, "It's good to have the intention, after all, I don't come often. And if I want to come and live, will you drive me away?" After hearing this, Li Yuxin felt more and more happy, and sat down next to him and introduced. The villa is divided into living areas, entertainment areas, health areas, and leisure areas. In addition to large sports fields, the first two have all facilities. The health area includes acupuncture, hot springs, massage, foot massage, etc., and can also do various spa projects. Shuxian district has an electronic room, a library, and a pet home. "Appa, what do you want to experience next? Why don't you go to the living area to camp and barbecue first?" Lin Yuner, Kim Taeyan, and Bei Shuakai have never seen these, and they are all fascinated by them. I sighed in my heart that the lives of the family's children are indeed not what ordinary people imagine. Even Song Hai Kyo, who is quite famous and wealthy, secretly sighed that he was ashamed of this aspect. Du Sheng thought for a moment and said, "I have been recording for a day, and I guess everyone is hungry, so let's have a meal first. Then go to the health area to soak in the hot springs, relax, and then acupuncture and massage. Is there a professional massager here?" Such a luxurious place must be equipped with a professional management team to be responsible for daily maintenance. However, in general sanitation places, only masseurs are provided. But there are even traditional Chinese medicine massagers here. Those who have studied medicine know that although both of these use professional techniques to stimulate and recuperate acupoints, but the massage masters have more techniques, including pushing, holding, pressing, rubbing, kneading, etc. Masturbators mainly use the method of pressing and massage, and they are not systematically learning. For example, many people in Footbath City do not go through their methods. Li Yuxin nodded quickly. There are professional massagers. However, I can also give Appa you massage. Recently, I have also learned massage while practicing crane fist, and the techniques are quite hot. Under Du Sheng's careful guidance, most of the girls around him mastered the skills of crane fist and massage. Among them, Lu Shishi is the most skillful in Hequan, and Zhong Zhen's massage technique is the most exquisite. Li Yuxin has also studied for several months and has long been hoping to give her a good job. Chapter 604 You Are Crazy. Du Sheng knew that Li Yuxin was definitely far superior to ordinary people under her guidance, and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll try your professionalism." After a rich dinner, everyone came to the health area. Du Sheng naturally took off his clothes, leaving only a short one. The smooth muscles, broad shoulders, upright posture, narrow waist and clear abdominal muscles. The four beauties, Bai Shiki, Lin Yuna, Kim Taeyin, and Song Haikyo, felt their faces slightly hot before they could massage. They were a little restrained at first, but after seeing Du Sheng's perfect figure, they immediately felt that this trip was worth it. Especially Lin Yuna, she couldn't wait to go to change her swimsuit. But she still underestimated Li Yuxin's performance. After returning home, the little Samsung princess didn't hide it at all and was hanging on Du Sheng's body. It seems that the media's compilation ability still needs to be improved. Pei Shuki looked at Li Yuxin's little bird-like appearance and felt very emotional. This is not a scandal, it is simply an unimaginable truth. As a woman, she can truly feel that Li Yuxin's feelings for Du Sheng are from the bottom of her heart. Before coming, she thought Li Yuxin was just bored or just to catch the popularity. After all, Du Sheng has a reputation for his scandal and has never lacked the opposite sex. Unexpectedly, after this time of getting along, she realized that Li Yuxin's feelings for Du Sheng were so pure. It seems that as long as the two of them are together, they will be happy even if they eat pickled vegetables and deliver rice. The warm pool is very spacious. Lin Yuna also walked into the pool and asked happily, "Oba, do you want to wipe your back?" Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile. "You can relax in the sauna first, and I'm tired of recording today." As they spoke, Song Haikyo, Bai Shiki, and Kim Taeyin also came out one after another. From their dress and manner, they can see their respective personality traits. Song Haikyo is wearing a 3-point swimsuit, hot and sexy but generous. Although her height is not as high as the other ones, her body exudes a strong aura. Pei Shuki's dress is relatively trendy and always maintains a hip-hop style, but her every move is unrestrained. Kim Taeyin is relatively traditional, perhaps because she is still young and can't let go. Seeing Li Yuxin snuggling tightly in Du Sheng's arms, sometimes gently rubbing Du Sheng's legs playfully, they smiled and didn't bother. It's so pleasant to go to sauna, hot springs, foot baths, etc. About 10 minutes later, Du Sheng patted Li Yuxin's shoulders. "Don't you want massage? Let's go and take a shower first." Hearing the word massage, Li Yuxin's beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately followed. "Okay, I guarantee that Appa will make you happy like a god." Seeing Du Sheng and Li Yuxin leave, Kim Taeyin sighed as if she was relieved. Lin Yuna's lips raised slightly, and she said with a hint of teasing, "Why are you panic? As far as I know Appa, he is not the kind of person who will force him." Kim Taeyin hurriedly explained. "I just think it's too luxurious, it makes people feel uncomfortable." Before she could finish her words, a strange sound came from the bathroom. Everyone's faces flushed red in an instant. The already subtle atmosphere became even more uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, Kim Taeyin couldn't help but feel curious and asked in a low voice, "Does this little princess not know how to massage? It's been a quarter of an hour, and she's still screaming." Song Haikyo smiled and said nothing, but calmly walked to the hot spring and picked up the red wine sketch. "Pei Shuki is not a novice," she joked. "This is called artistic massage, which you kids don't understand." Kim Taeyeon was a little confused and said, "It seems that the massage on TV shows is not like this." And she shouted so hard that she wouldn't fall to the ground. Song Hye Kyo and Bae Shiki, do you know the truth or the false? This question is difficult to answer. Even the youngest Lin Yuner quickly reacted. But her face was red and her eyes were circling, and she was surprisingly silent. At the beginning, the girls were a little curious about Kim Taeyeon's knowledge. But before they knew it, 30 minutes passed, and they were gradually stunned. It was not until 50 minutes later that Lee Yuxin returned to the Nuanchi area with a refreshed spirit. But as soon as she lay down, her whole body became soft. In addition, her fair face was lightly blushed, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of laziness and comfort. It seems that Appa's massage technique is quite impressive and can relax the whole body and mind. Lee Yuxin saw Du Sheng coming back leisurely and said with apologies, "Oba, I'm really useless. I'll give you massage when I'm going to take it anymore." Du Sheng smiled and patted Lee Yuxin's face, feeling the touch became smoother, and said, "Next time, you have a good rest first, I'll give you a little relaxation." Du Sheng's traditional Chinese medicine skills are unique, and naturally, massage and acupuncture are indispensable. In less than a moment, Lee Yuxin fell asleep with a comfortable smile. Du Sheng carries her back to the lounge with thoughtfulness to avoid catching a cold. He was just about to call a massager to massage himself, but Pei Shuki said, "Oba, I can massage you, let me press it." At this time, Pei Shuki, influenced by Lee Yuxin's movements just now, saw her comfortable appearance and recalled what the other party said before. It is a blessing that many people will never expect in their entire lives to be able to have sex with a genius man like Appa. At first she was skeptical, but now she was a little moved. Thinking of Du Sheng's status, even Director Li Xiaoman was very respectful to him. Bei Shiki subconsciously clamped her legs and took the initiative to walk to Du Sheng while Lin Yuner, Kim Taeyeon, and others went to the sauna. She was dressed quite sexy, and Du Sheng just took a look and felt a sudden burst of spring. Seeing Du Sheng's gaze, Pei Shuki felt a little secretly happy and said, "I really know how to massage, but I learned it when I was a child with my mother in the East. It's just that I haven't come in handy for many years, so I may be a little unfamiliar." Du Sheng curled a curve at the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "It's okay, practice makes perfect. You can master it after trying a few more times." Pei Shuki sat down next to Du Sheng and massaged him a little awkwardly. Her technique was indeed a little unfamiliar at the beginning. "I don't know if I have never used it on anyone, or if the friction and kneading methods are not in place. But after being guided by Du Sheng, he gradually became proficient in this technique." Du Sheng felt comfortable and relaxed all over. Pei Shuki was also immersed in it herself, and sweat beads slightly emerged from her cheeks. One is that he wants to impress Du Sheng, and the other is that he is deeply attracted by Du Sheng's perfect figure. The inverted triangle body frame and clear outline after special training brought great visual shock to Pei Shuki. She rubbed those muscles and couldn't help swallowing. After just pressing for 20 minutes, she became exhausted. No wonder the little Samsung princess was hoarse just now. This continuous massage is really something that ordinary people can push. Du Sheng smiled and knew that this girl had tried her best, so she simply asked her to go back to the lounge for a while. "After coming out, I saw Song Hye Kyo and Lin Yuner gathering with little gossip on her face, and said with a smile, 'Do you also want to learn massage skills?' Seeing that Lee Yuxin was not present, Song Hye Kyo naturally would not be polite and came to him with a smile. 'Is it so amazing? I'll try it.' She had practiced yoga with Du Sheng before and had also experienced the crane fist flip method, but she had never tried this method. Du Sheng was also very curious when he saw the other two girls. While massaged Song Hye Kyo, he explained the skills. Lin Yuner listened very seriously. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that Du Sheng was not only good at singing and acting, but I didn't expect that even the massage technique was so powerful." Under Du Sheng's guidance, her understanding of massage technology has made a qualitative leap. Song Hye-kyo, who was massaged by Du Sheng, was completely immersed in it. Her fingers tightly clamped the bed sheet, her calf unconsciously bent slightly, and she sighed comfortably from time to time. She felt as if she had been opened to the Ren and Du meridians, and her whole body was indescribable. Seeing Song Hye-kyo's enjoyment look, Lin Yuner looked curious. Is it really so comfortable? Appa, can I experience it? Du Sheng looked at the little girl a few times and responded with a smile. As you will probably have to sleep like a piglet in a few minutes. Lin Yuner laughed and lay down happily. It is the only one in Asia to enjoy your idol's hand massage. In the end, Kim Taeyeon, who was originally a little unwilling to let go, couldn't help but experience it. They all felt that their minds were purified and their bodies were extremely relaxed. Du Sheng was a little tired after massage for so long. Seeing that they were eager to try, he said. That's all the skills, but you'll still feel that it's shallow. You should practice it. So, Song Hye-kyo, Bai Shiki, Lam Yoon, Kim Taeyeon and other girls were like caring maids, giving Du Sheng a variety of massages. If they were to say that they were still a little reluctant to get along with this, they were now devoted to it. Although he was not skilled enough in skills, Du Sheng felt very comfortable. Especially Lin Yuner's actions are becoming more and more bold. Du Sheng felt that her emotions were getting more and more excited by her. She just tried it briefly, since Lin Yuner was so proactive and caring. Of course he couldn't stay indifferent. So he gently grabbed Lin Yuner's hand, signaled her to get closer, and said with a smile. Since you are so enthusiastic, let's enjoy it. Lin Yuner's face turned red in an instant, but instead of retreating, she responded more boldly. Oba, I have always admired you very much. I promise not to disappoint you. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said. Then I have to try how you little girl have learned. The lights in the room are soft and the music is soft, both warm and romantic. The sound is just a bit noisy. Crazy girl. Kim Taeyeon, who was far away, spat in secret on her face. Dingling. I don't know how long it has passed, a buzzing sound of a cell phone vibrating, breaking the tranquility of the bedroom. Awakening the sleeping Lee Yuxin from her sweet dream. At this moment, she felt full of strength and energy. But her stomach was inappropriate and made a gurgling protest, reminding her that it was time to eat. Lee Yuxin rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood up and looked around. I saw Kim Taeyeon, Bai Shuaki and others lying on the carpet, with different postures and very relaxed. There were some small bright reds scattered around them, which were very dazzling under the light. Although the scene in front of him was a bit unexpected, Lee Yuxin was not surprised. In her mind, her own men are omnipotent. Although they were a little tired due to massage, their faces were filled with satisfaction and comfort. I obviously experienced a wonderful experience just now. Lee Yuxin shook her head in silence and looked at the sound. I found out that it was Pei Shuki's cell phone that was constantly vibrating. It is probably because her teammates saw that she hadn't returned to the dormitory for so long, and thought she had something to ask. Lee Yuxin put on a soft pajama and walked out of the bedroom with her hands and feet. She looked around and saw a man on the balcony. At this time, Du Sheng was lying leisurely on the lounge chair, enjoying the picturesque stars in the sky. Gorgeous neon lights dye the sky orange-eyed, as beautiful as a dream. Lee Yuxin walked up gently, sat down beside Du Sheng, and then gently massaged him, with skillful and gentle techniques. Opa, you just consumed a lot of physical energy. Are you hungry? She asked softly, her voice full of concern. Du Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a hint of teasing. You girls in kimchi country sometimes have different words and deeds. One said she wanted to show me her strengths, and the other said she wanted to massage me and relax. As a result, none of them were achieved. After hearing this, Lee Yuxin's cheeks flushed slightly and she said coquettishly. That's because Appa, you are so outstanding. Look, Yoana is still lying downstairs and can't get up. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, I was really tired today's guidance. I'll camp and barbecue later. It's simple and satisfying. Li Yuxin immediately responded with a smile. Okay, I happen to be sending mutton today. As long as I barbecue is properly, it will definitely be very delicious. The sheep here are generally imported from eastern countries. The meat is tender, the fat is evenly distributed, and there is no mutton smell. It is very popular among the upper class. During the roasting process, the fat of the mutton will slowly seep out, making a crispy crust on the surface of the mutton, while the meat inside is still tender and juicy. Sprinkle with seasonings such as cumin, chili powder, etc., which is definitely the best winter delicacy. Even the bones are crispy, and you can drool when you think about it. After all the equipment and ingredients to use for barbecue are ready, Du Sheng then returned to the bedroom and gently woke Song Haikyo, Bei Shiki, and others. The four girls woke up sleepily, and there was something different in their eyes when they looked at Du Sheng. Although the physical fatigue has not completely disappeared, the satisfaction after being completely conquered is beyond words. Among them, Lin Yuner showed the most enthusiasm. While barbecue, there are professional chefs busy serving. She still insisted on sitting next to Du Sheng, showing the gentleness and consideration of traditional women in kimchi country, and took care of Du Sheng in every detail. Bei Shuakai and Kim Tihi looked at Du Sheng with admiration and admiration. Especially after smelling the aroma of Du Sheng's barbecue, my appetite improved a lot. After eating and drinking, trouble will naturally be inevitable. The next morning, when Du Sheng was about to go to the airport, Lin Yuner couldn't help but get up and said with a hint of reluctance, Oba, can't you stay for 2 more days? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Haikyo and Bei Shiki also focused their eyes, with expectations in their eyes. They all hoped that Du Sheng could stay for more time so that he could have fun. Li Yuxin knew Du Sheng's itinerary very well and shook her head and smiled. Opa is the youngest business giant in the East and must be plagued by many things. In addition, his popularity has soared internationally and his schedule is full, so he can't find more time for the time being. Her words are true, Du Sheng is going to return to China today. After all, I have to rush to Hollywood to attend the opening ceremony of the new film in a few days. There are still many preparations for returning to China that need to be implemented urgently. Chapter 605, Hard to Choose. After breakfast, Li Yuxin offered to take Du Sheng to the airport. When Song Haikyo and Lin Yuner heard about it, they also expressed their intention to go together. Pei Shuki then said, I'm going to send Appa to you too. Lin Yuner joked. There are many paparazzi at the airport. If you are photographed, your group will be afraid of a miserable fate. Pei Shuki responded indifferently. What are you afraid of? You can appear in the public eye with Appa. You can't even ask for this kind of popularity. Lin Yuner and Kim Taeyin looked at each other, understood it, and stopped talking. Li Yuxin coughed lightly and said, Then let's go together. Appa rarely comes to kimchi country. The trip is too hasty and we were unable to entertain him well. This time he is leaving. As the host, we must go and send it to you. Du Sheng saw that they were kind-hearted and couldn't refuse. After arriving at the airport, Li Yuxin and Song Haikyo accompanied Du Sheng into the waiting hall on the left and right without any concealment. Lin Yuner and Bei Shiki are not easy to take the lead, so they are a little more restrained, just following behind and joking. Kim Taeyin couldn't insert her short legs, and she stomped her feet and landed behind her. Looking at Du Sheng's back as she was gradually moving away, she felt a little regretful and secretly complained that she was too reserved before. Amid the reluctant hugs of several beauties, Du Sheng boarded the flight back to China. As soon as he got on the plane, he began to close his eyes and rest. I had too much fun last night and only slept for less than 3 hours, which really required enough energy. At the same time, domestic reports about his overseas publicity trip have been released one after another. The first thing that was passed back to China was the behind-the-scenes footage of his participation in the love letter and popular songs. Due to space reasons, most of these reports are presented in photos. The renren.com portal is naturally the first to be affected and has keenly grasped the traffic hotspots. The respect of SM Entertainment executives and artists for Du Sheng was reported, which greatly enhanced the audience's national pride. Then, the photos of Du Sheng and several actresses from Kimchi were released in secret, which instantly triggered heated discussions among netizens. Look at the attitude of the president of SBS TV, it's like Du Sheng's follower. It's really interesting, it's similar to the situation of Fuji TV station on Neonha. Zhang Hyudong is a well-known host in the country of Kimchi. When he saw Du Sheng, he became a fan in seconds. It was so funny. Du Sheng is not just an idol in the hearts of the public. He has also successfully blocked the impact of Korean wave and promoted our culture overseas. This is the most rare thing. If The Sword of Immortality doesn't make a sequel, The Condor Heroes will probably be his last drama. But just because of the hot momentum of The Three Kingdoms, which was the first to view the ratings during the same period, I am afraid no one can break it in the future. Did you notice that every time Du Sheng goes overseas for promotion, he is accompanied by beautiful women this time? This row is invincible. This is not just a matter of noodle selection. With Du Sheng's style of acting in Neon/Kimchi country, these beauties are probably conquered by him. Hey, the goddess I'm thinking about. Didn't I expect to resist Du Sheng's charm? Look at the recording scene of Love Letter. They looked at Du Sheng's expression, and it was clearly full of like. Similar discussions can be seen everywhere on the internet, and indirectly reflect that Du Sheng is already an international existence in the public's mind. Du Sheng always maintained a detached attitude towards the hustle and bustle of online public opinion. Even if those sensational remarks came to his ears, they would only laugh and would not take them to heart. After all, his scandals were like flying catkins in the sky, and the public had already become accustomed to them, and at most they could make a few jokes. However, this sudden news popularity still brought surprises to all parties. Take the popular drama The Return of the Condor Heroes for example, its popularity has risen like a rocket. The publicity effect has reached an unprecedented level. The audience's expectations for the subsequent plot are like burning flames, burning more and more vigorously. At the same time, the newly established renren.com portal also cleverly used this on-site report of Du Sheng to successfully gain popularity in the fiercely competitive online world. The number of visits to the website has shown an explosive growth. Coupled with the efficient traffic diversion of Renren platform, it can easily become the ranks of mainstream portal websites. Not only did it leave the gradually declining Huazhong.com far behind, it also stood side by side with Netcom and Xinluo, and gained a firm foothold in the field of online information. October 17, at 1:00 noon. The flight Du Sheng took steadily landed at Shenzhen City Airport. The one who came to greet him was Fan Ou. She looked at Du Sheng, who was straight and extremely energetic, and her mouth was unconsciously raised, and she said with a little teasing, Sheng, your body is really strong. I was so busy winning glory for my country overseas that I couldn't see any tiredness. I didn't know that you were coming to pick you up, and I suddenly felt energetic. Du Sheng laughed and let the other party hold him. Both sides pretended to be slightly disguised, and they had scandals themselves, so they were not worried at all. Today's Fan Ou obviously dressed up carefully. The soft and long hair was draped over her shoulders, swinging gently with the pace, exuding a charming atmosphere. I was wearing a simple white shirt with a slightly open collar, and an exquisite lace edge was inadvertently exuding a bit of mature and charming charm. The light-colored short skirt with the lower body is just the right length, and when sitting in the car, it occasionally shows some unique style. Stop stinking, you're not bad. Fan Ou gave him a blank look and said, I've been so happy lately. You're wrongly blamed me. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Netizens are right. When boys go out, they really have to be careful everywhere. This time I went to Kimchi country and met many enthusiastic witches who were almost unable to withstand it. There are too many temptations outside. Fortunately, I have good physical fitness and can barely withstand it." After hearing this, Fan Ou gave him a charming look and said coquettishly, "Just exaggerate and blow, I see how you brag." Du Sheng said nonsense with an upright look. "There is no exaggeration. You see, the person who came to pick him up after returning to China was still a charming glossy. This world is too dangerous." Fan Ou was amused by his words and leaned gently on Du Sheng. Seeing Du Sheng holding his waist in his arms, he felt extremely relieved, and just snuggled quietly to enjoy the rare peace. After arriving at the Shenzhen City Gymnasium, Du Sheng walked into the backstage under the leadership of Fan Ou. At this time, several girls from Girls' Generation on the stage were rehearsing Cream's Bay with all their concentration. This is their third last concert, so we naturally have to keep improving. Du Sheng stood in the audience, watched intently for a while, and nodded slightly. The stage effect is already very good, but the band's performance is a little louder, overshadowing their voices. If you adjust the volume ratio later, the overall effect will be more perfect. Fan Ou responded with a smile. "I think it's great now. Equipment, bands, and stage design are all top-notch configurations. Maybe you are too persistent in pursuing perfection." At this moment, Lu Yifei had just finished singing a song and was about to take a break. Inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of Du Sheng and Fan Ou talking in the audience, and my eyes lit up instantly. She shouted excitedly to Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan beside her. "My cousin is back. He will bleed whatever he says today." Voice as soon as it fell, the four little girls ran towards Du Sheng like cheerful deer. Especially Lu Yifei, thanks to the foundation of Hequan, her steps are light and agile, and her running posture is very chic. Du Sheng hurriedly came forward and hugged Lu Yifei, who was rushing towards him. After walking around in place, he gently wiped the fine sweat beads from Lu Yifei's forehead with his hands. As soon as Lu Yifei landed, Yang Mi said like a spoiled little girl, "Brother Sheng, I want to hug you too." So, Du Sheng picked up Lu Shishi and Tang Yan in turn and pecked them on their cheeks. Fan Ou looked at the warm scene from the side, smiled and shook his head. Fortunately, it is private enough here, and there is no such thing as the pavilion. Everyone gathered together, chatting with each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The laughter echoed in the air, as if time had been staying for this moment. It was not until the agent came over and reminded that the subsequent rehearsal was about to begin, and the four of them left temporarily reluctantly. Today's rehearsal lasted for a long time and did not end until 7 o'clock in the evening. After changing his clothes, Lu Yifei excitedly suggested, "Sister Ou, let's go to Huading Villa together. After dinner there, you can watch the return of the Condor heroes together and you can live there at night. There is a particularly large bed in the master bedroom of Huading Bingyuan, so it's okay for the 5 of us to sleep together." Huading Villa is a luxurious villa specially reserved by Country Garden for Du Sheng, and the interior is decorated extremely luxuriously. Every detail reveals exquisiteness and elegance, and has also been specially transformed to meet Du Sheng's various needs. When Fan Ou heard Lu Yifei's suggestion, he asked curiously, "The big bed where 5 people slept in? How big is this?" Actually, what she wants to say is that you are getting more and more outrageous. How big is the room with such a big bed? This is a house-playing game that really requires the ancient royal family. The living room is so big, and there are various special training equipment imported from Neon. Speaking of this, Lu Yifei didn't know what she thought of, and looked at Du Sheng secretly with a blushing face. Tang Yan and Lu Shishi's faces were as normal and they were a little excited. After all, they have already started to play, and the little sisters around them will join in sooner or later. After practicing the crane boxing and stance skills for so long, it is time to check the quality. Fan Ou coughed lightly and said, "Okay, then go to Huading Villa. I haven't chatted with you for a long time, and I missed my time in the... Tang Yan has a straightforward personality and says whatever he wants, saying directly, "Let's go to bed at night. Zixi and Xiaomi definitely don't want to squeeze together with us." Yang Mi counted the heads and gave her a blank look. "Don't bully me for being poor in math, I still understand 2 plus 1. When Fan Ou heard this, he didn't know how to respond. "Did you miss something?" Yang Mi looked at everyone's surprised expression and said in a daze. "I'm not saying anything wrong. If I could sleep with Brother Sheng, who would want to squeeze in with Zixi?" Everyone. "It turns out you are making this idea." Lu Yifei wanted to refute it, and wanted to say loudly that she was willing to sleep together. But when her eyes fell on Du Sheng, a scene of the misty scene appeared in her mind, and she swallowed it back when she said something. Seeing Lu Yifei's slightly shy look, everyone found it very interesting and couldn't help laughing. Lu Shishi has always been understanding and said with a smile, "Ziqian, have you always said that your back and back are sore recently? Let Brother Sheng give you a good massage before going to bed at night." Yang Mi blurted out, "When I finish watching the show later, it's time for Zixi to feel the combination of 2 swords." In the play, she practiced the Heart Sutra of Jade Girl with her, and the effect should be good outside the play. Fan Ou joked, "Xiaomi, you are becoming more and more clever. Are you planning to help Ashen expand his reserve team? You little nun who chased Yang Guo to become a monk in Yimei, I am afraid you will be unable to hold back later." Tang Yan and Lu Shishi looked at each other and said generously, "Then I will be with Shi tonight, so I won't bother Brother Sheng." Yang Mi asked in surprise, "When did you learn to be so humble?" Lu Yifei looked at them suspiciously and said, "Isn't it because we were sleeping and taking my cousin away? How could she not have any vision after such a big change in the little sister? So I have to fight for anything I say tonight. I guessed it right, but there is no reward." Yang Mi rolled her eyes and made a face at Lu Shishi and Tang Yan. These two are really silent examples. I also kept it from her and Zixi for so long. It's just surprising that everyone didn't feel too surprised about this. On the contrary, her funny appearance made everyone laugh. Fan Ou looked at the happy scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with warmth. After dinner, the clock quietly pointed to 7:30 p.m. Du Sheng tidied up the sofa in the living room and placed various snacks. Lu Yifei took everyone to the room to change into pajamas. The nights in Shenzhen are still stuffy and it is hard to sleep comfortably without turning on the air conditioner. Everyone put on thin long-sleeved pajamas, it won't make people feel cold or hot. However, Fan Ou encountered a problem. Although there were many pajamas for the women around Du Sheng, there were not many people with similar figures as her in the villa. Considering the comfort level, Fan Ou put down Lu Yifei's outfit and finally chose Du Sheng's pajamas to wear. Only wearing the top part, the whole person looks like a kawaii, both charming and cute. Back in the living room, Lu Yifei and Lu Shishi sat on the side of the sofa, too lazy to compete with those little sisters. After the time comes, the return of the Condor heroes will be broadcast on time. This episode mainly tells the scene where Li Machu and King Jinlun compete for Xiao Qiaovu. I have to say that Li Machu, played by Tang Yan, is beautiful and charming, and has a strong aura. The cold and gorgeous temperament she possesses well interprets Li Machu's appearance as cold as ice. Especially when showing Li Machu's cruel and ruthless side, her eyes can reveal sharpness and coldness, allowing the audience to intuitively feel the character's ruthlessness. Of course, everyone did not blindly prefer Li Machu. After all, Huang Rong, played by Chen Zihan, is also very charming. The two beauties have their own strengths, which makes it difficult to choose. However, the performance of King Jinlun Dharma was unanimously criticized by everyone. Not to mention the appearance, the momentum will be suppressed. It can only be said that this is the special case for Zhang Dehuzi to choose people. When Xiao Yang Guo appeared, Fan Ou's beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately sat up straight. In this version of Xiao Yangguo, Zhang Dawang wanted to find Shi Xiaolong to act. It is said that it can cooperate with the legend of the Condor heroes and can also add gimmicks. But Du Sheng thought about it, but declined. First of all, Shi Xiaolong is filming the legend of Shuironghui, and there is also a young Bao Qingtian 3 in the future, which is not a coincidence. In addition, Shi Xiaolong's body shape is very good, and the two of them are not much similar. Chapter 606 Suddenly Change of Mind? Referring to the first two versions of the Divine Condor, Du Sheng simply took the lead. After all, you can easily reduce the muscles and bones in the fourth layer of Calcification LV2 plus 9 Yang Divine Arts, and it can make your face look younger and younger. Coupled with the effects of lighting and filters, Xiao Yang has a very high similarity in appearance and spirit. In fact, the effect is indeed good, and the audience is curious why the crew can find such a similar one. Not long after, Xiaolong Nu, played by Lu Yifei, appeared on stage, falling directly from the sky. When Fan Ou saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ziqian! You're so beautiful about your appearance, you can be called a little dragon girl." Yang Guo and Xiaolong Nu appeared together, and their appearance and temperament were superimposed, and the effect was amazing. Everyone present was attracted by them. Before I knew it, this episode was over, and Fan Ou sighed. "It's over so soon? I haven't seen enough yet." Du Sheng smiled and nodded. This version of The Return of the Condor Heroes is better than I expected, and it is indeed a bit different. The reason why this version of the previous life was criticized by many people is that Yang Guo, played by Master Huang, was too greasy. What are the oily and powdery noodles, exaggerated, and artificial, and so on, almost overwhelming. For example, during the Tomb period, he shook and was slick at Xiaolong Nu in various ways, without performing Yang Guo's early and his calmness and grandeur in the later period. Du Sheng knew this very well, so he focused on correcting it. Change your personality more naturally and smoothly, making Yang Guo more young and frivolous but not without losing his kindness and justice in the early stage. And as the experience increases, the maturity, restraint and heroic style will gradually be displayed in the later stage. Don't underestimate this. After all, in addition to fans, there are many passers-by. If there is no tap water to irrigate, it is usually not far to rely on fans to brag about themselves. In addition, this version of The Legend of Condor Heroes has investments, and Du Sheng has a control over the script. Some less important details were deleted to make the plot more compact. For example, some interactions in the ancient tomb in the previous life seem too ambiguous and deliberate, which is a bit extravagant. Du Sheng simply slowed it down, from the initial master-disciple relationship to mutual admiration, to the dependence on life and death after experiencing the disaster. Gradually reflect it slowly, allowing the audience to accept it clearly and naturally. Of course, if we talk about the biggest change between the two, it is the martial arts scene. The fighting scenes in the previous life pay too much attention to form and lack realism and logic. It looks too fake and empty. Although Du Sheng no longer has both action guidance, it is still possible to make appropriate adjustments. If the starring actors are combined with the super high appearance, the quality of this drama is indeed excellent. After all, it also focuses on the gimmicks of Sword of Fairy, which can be said to have many guarantees. It is not surprising that the premiere is so accurate. Lu Yifei is also quite satisfied with the image of Xiaolong Nu she created. Under Du Sheng's guidance and leading the play, his acting skills and martial arts abilities have made great progress. In addition to outstanding temperament, Xiaolong Nu played this time also has changes in depth and depth. At the very least, it will not give people a sense of stiffness or dullness. Of course, Lu Yifei also knew that all this was thanks to her cousin's help. Her beautiful eyes turned, she jumped playfully onto Du Sheng, wrapped her legs around his waist, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said softly, "Cousin, I'm sore all over my body during the rehearsal. Do you give me a massage again?" The implication is that I hope Du Sheng will take a bath with her. Du Sheng knew it in his heart, but deliberately teased her. Just like eucalyptus. You don't want to practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra anymore. Lu Yifei. How to practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra in the play? That is going to open up a new level. Seeing that Lu Yifei's face was blushed and was taken away by Du Sheng, Tang Yan smiled and said, I'll just say that Yang Guo and Zilongnu did not practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra in the play, but they will be practiced in reality. Yang Mi was amused by her words and said, Stop gossiping, go take a shower first, otherwise it will not be enough to make trouble. Tonight was completely liberated, and she still has some expectations. With Fan Oyu's addition, the unique knowledge will definitely increase a lot. On the basis of traditional support, Du Sheng taught Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan some new discussion content. Although they are not very skilled in cooperating, the combination of four beauties in the Sword of Fairy is still very powerful. After all, they get along with each other all the time, and they can understand it in seconds. Even if Du Sheng can handle it, he has to run around. Two fists can't beat four hands. Besides, Fan Oyu, the high-ranking celebrity, has increased its difficulty. Fortunately, Du Sheng has several special skills and often has strict requirements on himself. Everything is based on the standard of when sailing against the current, you will retreat. So even after several single-handed fights and group battles in one night, I was still fearless. But the next day I suffered a lot of little girls and had to ask for leave to rest in the morning. Fortunately, they had already rehearsed last night, so they only needed to have another routine in the afternoon and just perform on stage in the evening. Yang Mi snuggled beside Du Sheng, like a little fox. Her face looked a little rosy than before, and she also faded a little girlish feeling and became more mature. Something similar to her is Lu Yifei. This girl's whole body seemed to be boneless, soft on Du Sheng. Du Sheng was particularly gentle and considerate to the two girls, and gently moved them to get rid of fatigue. However, they are martial artists after all, and they have taken body tempering pills and have good recovery, but they are still slightly uncomfortable. I wonder what the average viewership of The Legend of Condor Heroes is. Everyone knows the premiere, Moda TV has 8.2% and Phoenix TV has 33.2%. However, the series has ups and downs. If the subsequent series has not yet been high, it will be considered a badass. Before Lu Yifei finished speaking, Wang Jinhua called in. Even a few meters away, everyone could hear Wang Jinhua's happy tone on the other end of the phone. A Sheng, the average viewership in Modu has come out, 8.8%. In the current market environment, this is already a very impressive achievement. Also, the premiere ratings of Kimchi Country are as high as 32%, and the results are also very good. Neon Country broadcasts one day late, and the data has not yet come out. Although the broadcast time of The Legend of Condor Heroes and The Legend of Sword and Fairy is only 1 year apart, the overall viewership of the domestic TV series market is declining year by year. Mainly because there are more and more TV series now, and the audience's choices are more abundant. Moreover, with the development of the times, people's entertainment methods are becoming more and more diverse, and the status of television is gradually declining. In this case, the return of the Condor Heroes can be broadcast on Moda TV, with an average viewership of 8.8%, and the first 7 episodes have surpassed Full House, which is already very successful. Especially in Kimchi Country, the premiere reached 32%, which performed quite impressively. You should know that the 2 most popular dramas in Kimchi Country this year, Rose Life and Kim Sans Hun, have only 20% of the first broadcasts, and the final average ratings have reached 35.5%. In this way, the results of The Legend of Condor Heroes are obviously better. It is obvious that Du Sheng's publicity in the country of Kimchi and this scandal played a positive role in increasing the ratings. Under such a basis, the subsequent results of The Legend of Condor Heroes should not be too big a problem. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Du Sheng also specially checked the netizens' comments online. I found that most of them were positive and had a very good reputation. After reading Tang Yan's Li Machu and Lu Shishi's Guo Fu, I want to write a novel, just call it Rebirth of I Am the King of Golden Wheel. You might as well write Rebirth, I Am Zhao's Haijing and use your specialties. It's worthy of being the girls' generation. The ancient costumes are so beautiful. I really want to get them into the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. In the play, King Jinlun and Li Machu are both villains. In the previous episode, after Guo Xiang was born, the two fought for Guo Xiang. Later, King Jinlun kidnapped Guo Fu and wanted to take her as his disciple. You have a good idea, but dreams and reality are often very different. According to my guess, Du Sheng has probably realized your ideas in reality, not only the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Oh my god, it's okay if he has a scandal with Fan Bingbing, Gao Yuan, Zhang Beizi and others, that's my girls' generation. They belong to everyone, how could they be monopolized by Du Sheng alone? Lu Yifei is so beautiful. Every scene she plays of Xialongnu falling from the sky makes me feel moved. Lu Yifei's little dragon girl is really cold and as cold as an immortal. In comparison, the TVB version of Little Dragon Girl looks a bit that way. Yang Mi is not bad either. Her big eyes are smart and charming, let alone Big Thunder. Tang Yan is really amazing. His eyes are full of drama, and he is completely a female devil. And Lu Shishi, who is worthy of being a dancer, is said to have practiced boxing and fighting. The scene was particularly wonderful, with elegant movements and beautiful postures, which was completely beyond my imagination of Guo Fu. Is this more important? This is the only girls' generation in China, and it's not a joke. I can't breathe when I think of such an excellent combination being occupied by Du Sheng. Everyone, have you ever gone to the homepage of renren.com with the surname Du to condemn it? Sign up. Haha, do you know why girls' generation has changed so much, whether it is literary, martial, or singing? Why do you really teach me? They can become better with Du Sheng, but you actually want to attack? That's right, Brother Sheng is a great benefactor of girls' generation. Who dares to attack us first will not agree. Du Sheng plays Li Xiaoao and Yang Qiuduo are so handsome. I can forgive him for being so handsome and handsome. It is worthy of being produced by Interstellar Media. The Legend of Condor Heroes has innovations in many places. Moreover, the actors are good-looking and have good acting skills. The fighting scenes are very Du's style, and the costumes and props are also very exquisite, perfect. That's right, even if I've watched the 1997 version of The God of Condor Heroes before, I still followed it unknowingly. It's really good. With super high ratings and good reputation, Du Sheng finally let go of his compassion. This overseas promotion plus the response of The God of Condor Heroes broadcast, it is a perfect match for the increase in popularity by 1 million. Just as Du Sheng finished attending the Girls' Generation Shenzhen concert, returned to the headquarters and finished the final work, and was preparing to go to the lighthouse country. An unexpected call came in. The one who called Hudders, the agent on the other side of the lighthouse. The reason is that there have been some changes in the crew. On the other side, Weinstein Pictures. Founder Harvey sat in the president's office, holding a copy of information in his hand to read it. The homepage clearly shows the title of the movie Chapeau Wolf in North America with a box office of over $10 million. He can guess a movie that is mainly Asian without having to look closely, and it must have its origin. Actually, from the beginning, he wanted to get a share of the pie. Unfortunately, Sony didn't give him a chance, so he let Harvey remember the name Du Sheng. Recently, news of the ultimate fighting game between this Asian boy and Tyson has appeared frequently on the internet, and it is difficult to ignore it. At this time, a subordinate came in to report. I checked it. He recently invested in a new comic revision project called Wanted Warrant, led by Miracle Pictures, and Sony also participated. Du Sheng will also serve as the starring actor, but filming will not start until next year, so your plans may not be possible. It's Sony again. Harvey frowned. Although he dared to publicly bombard Sony on TV last year, the actual confrontation was not realistic. After all, you can scold capitalists, but you cannot harm their interests. Harvey waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go out first." As soon as the subordinate left, the assistant knocked on the door and reported, "Matt Damon seems to have something to look for you." A loyal and honest Damon walked into the office and sat on the sofa very naturally. It can be seen that they don't even need to call him too much, and they are very familiar with him. Harvey put down the newspaper and asked, "Aren't you going to film endorsements today? Why are you here if you have time? I want to ask for some advice." Matt Damon became famous for starring in The Spirit Catcher. And this movie was polished by Harvey during his tenure as a Miramax. It is precisely because of this that he established a deep friendship with Ben Affleck and Harvey. "Is it still about The Walker of the Skies?" Harvey asked. Damon nodded and admitted, "I asked Dyson Pictures to endorse me through some connections and contacted Warner Brothers. I originally thought that the final audition would be settled, but the situation became complicated." He continued to explain. After Plan B withdraws its investment, Miracle Pictures, Warner, and Leonardo, who took over, all tend to recommend Du Sheng to play the second male lead. "Don't you know the reason?" Harvey said with deep meaning. Damon nodded and said, "I know, but I still don't understand why Scorsese made this choice. I am a second-tier Hollywood artist or a local, and I have natural advantages in all aspects." Harvey recently heard a lot of news from his subordinates and shook his head slightly. That Asian actor not only brought his own funds to join the group, but also had the support of Hearst. "And your movements are too slow, and I can't get $20 million to invest for the time being. Scorsese has been waiting for more than half a year. What would you do if you were?" All the characters who agreed to change their minds suddenly. Damon said helplessly, "Now let me play a role that is a little bit short. The competition in Hollywood is extremely fierce, you should be aware that you have even adapted." Harvey didn't care about this, but asked directly, "Are you planning to take on this role?" Damon answered without hesitation, "Of course I will accept it. I already have the Arhat series and the Bourne series in business, but I still need further breakthroughs in performance awards. How can I miss Scorsese's project? But I find it difficult to accept this result, so I hope you can help me." Harvey said bluntly. "What aspect? Let's talk about it." Magnificent. It is very difficult for a person to gain a foothold in Hollywood. Jackie Chan and Jet Li are both about to retreat, and I don't think this person can do it either. Damon's words are not questions, but affirmative. He often got Harvey's help when he fought for roles in the past. This includes things that are both bright and dark, and even shameful. Harvey understood what Damon meant and agreed. "I'll give it a try. But this drama will start filming soon, don't have too much hope." "I understand." Chapter 607 Special Invitation. The new week kicks off. Du Sheng said goodbye to his spare time and devoted himself to his work projects. The highly anticipated movie The Walker of the Stop, after a long period of planning and preparation, is about to enter the shooting stage. New York was selected as one of the filming locations for this film. Before the official filming begins, Warner Pictures plans to organize a script seminar and a meeting with the main creators. As an investor and starring Du Sheng, these activities are naturally to participate in. After returning to the Lighthouse country, he first gathered with his team members. Among them is Lydia, one of the Hearst sisters who has been busy all the time. She is currently the Deputy General Manager of TV Video and Miracle Pictures. In addition to helping Amanda and Lee Yuxin, he also takes into account Du Sheng's business here. In addition, there is also Hollywood agent Hudders and Ma Yaoei, Zhang Hailong, and others who accompanied him. Everyone had lunch together to celebrate the official launch of the new project. Du Sheng raised his wine glass and shook it at everyone, and said with a smile, "This time I join the Walking Walker, I will probably have a lot of things to do, and I will have to trouble you." Unlike the shooting methods in mainland Xinjiang, Hollywood's shooting team has very fine division of labor and is usually long in shooting cycle. During the shooting process, if the weather changes affect outdoor scene shooting and the actors are in poor condition, the shooting will be suspended. In addition, personal safety is also a problem. "Brother Sheng, you are polite. This is what we should do, otherwise it would be a waste of time." Ma Yaoi and others responded with a smile and clinked glasses with Du Sheng. Halfway through the meal, Hutters reminded Du Sheng, "You can dominate the crew you build yourself, but in the crew of the Walker, the situation may be different. Matt Damon probably thinks you stole his role, so he might have some thoughts. Leonardo is not an easy person to deal with, and there are more scandals and bloody things than you. Moreover, there are people who need to pay special attention." Du Sheng smiled slightly and understood what Hutters meant. After all, the other party is in Hollywood and has seen all kinds of dirty things. Although the competition among male actors here may not be as fierce as that of actresses, open and secret struggles are indispensable, especially involved in role issues. Hutters emphasized, "The one who plays the villain should be Jack Nicholson. This old guy is famously difficult to cooperate with." Du Sheng nodded and said, "I heard that a car blocked his way not long ago, and he smashed someone else's window with bricks on the spot. Jack Nicholson has won 2 Oscar winners and is definitely one of the most famous names in Hollywood." Similar to Du Sheng, this person was once a substitute, and fighting was commonplace. Although he is over 60 years old now, he has a hot temper and is well known in the industry. At present, the main actors of the crew have been confirmed, and Jack Nicholson will play the villain. Hutters and the Infernal Affairs Walker agreed to Du Sheng's pay. $2 million, which is included in the investment. Although the pay is not high, in other aspects, Du Sheng enjoys the treatment of the absolute protagonist. Zhang Hailong asked curiously, "I heard that there are more than 3,000 women he has dated in Hollywood." Hutters answered concisely, "Nicholson, Malone Brando, Warren Beatty, and Leonard are famous playboys in Hollywood, and this title doesn't come out of thin air." Zhang Hailong couldn't help but sigh. "I really don't know if I can work hard every day at such an old age." Ma Yaoi laughed and joked, "Although there are many open-minded female actors in Hollywood, we must also pay attention to the basic laws when climbing the bed." Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, and said, "You haven't gained a foothold yet, so don't worry about good things first." Ma Yaoi understood as soon as he heard this, and probably he was busy again here. "Since you don't think about good things first, you have to be careful of being missed by others." He has experienced many things with Du Sheng, and he has been very experienced in dealing with such problems. Lydia talked about the matter he had learned and reminded him. Martin Scorsese is now thinking about winning the Oscar for Best Director, and any factor that may hinder his award will be regarded as a thorn in his side. So in the crew, no matter what happens, it is best not to affect the shooting process. As she said that, she handed over a piece of information and continued. In addition to Scorsese, Leonardo also has a strong say in the crew. He is very acknowledging your talent in private, and establishing a good cooperative relationship with him will benefit both of you. Du Sheng nodded and said, "There's more. Although the heroine in this film doesn't have many scenes, she is Scorsese's masterpiece after all, and she still attracts many second-tier Hollywood actresses." Hutters said the Black Lively, who we recommend here, was nominated for the 7th Youth Actress Award for the movie Summer of Jeans this year, but may be a little inferior and failed to enter the final audition. The heroine is a psychologist and has complex emotional entanglements and rival scenes with Colin played by Du Sheng. Her positioning in the film is similar to Infernal Affairs, which promotes the development of the plot to a certain extent and is a relatively critical role. Hutters had met Black, a pretty young girl, and knew her relationship with Du Sheng. Logically speaking, it is not difficult for investors to audition for individuals. Besides, Black Lively debuted as a child star and barely squeezed into the second tier. If we consider the background of his acting family, anyone will have to give him some thin face. It's just a pity that Warner also wants to use his own people this time. Villa Farmga, recommended by the other party, is also between the second and third lines, and the competition balance is skewed. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked. But I heard from Black that she has already won the role. Is there any misunderstanding here? The day before yesterday, Black happily called to thank him and said that he had prepared 2 sets of sand ermine performance costumes and planned to repay them well. This girl probably won't joke about such things. I know the reason, and it is likely that it has something to do with Leonardo. Lydia and Black Lively are also good sisters. They have worked together privately to discuss with Du Sheng several times. So I pay more attention to this aspect. Speaking of this, she said to Du Sheng with a smile. Did you guess what it is? As soon as he heard about this gossip-related matter, Zhang Hailong and others watched it. Du Sheng shrugged and said casually. Can it be that Leonardo, the playboy, falls in love with Black? Leonardo's fickleness is probably famous all over the world. Just announced, so far, Bridget, Christine, Helena, Amber, Bill. There is also the current Giselle Bundchen, who has broken up and reunited in recent years, and is the longest loved one. If you count those unknown or clear overnight, if you multiply by 10, no one will be surprised. Du Sheng expressed deep shame for this. Even a little bit ashamed of myself. As for fond of Black, this is not surprising. After all, this girl has a pretty big appearance among white actors. Lydia giggled and said. You've really guessed it right. Giselle probably broke up with Leonardo again, and the latter likes to change his target in dismay. The one in your house is afraid it is dangerous. Du Sheng just smiled and didn't have much worries at all. In his previous life, this girl was indeed one of Leonardo's ex-girlfriends. It seems like 2 years later. But now, this is not called intercepting the truth. To be honest, Black is almost in his shape. Leonardo is a top Hollywood star, so he doesn't have to play parallel bars with himself. After dinner, everyone went there. Du Sheng took Ma Yaoei and Zhang Hailong toward the parking lot. He is going to go to Hollywood first to see how Amanda's acquisition of Digital Domain Special Effects Company progresses. During this period, as the popularity of the decisive battle with Tyson gradually cooled down, entertainment news about Du Sheng in North America has also become less popular. Only occasionally a few paparazzi will follow and shoot. And he is basically a reporter in the boxing circle and will not follow him all the way. When the vehicle drove into the parking lot, suddenly someone stepped forward. Zhang Hailong stared at him alertly. The man said politely. Mr. Du, I hope to meet you. Du Sheng carefully observed the other party and confirmed that he had never seen the other party, so he asked. Who is your boss? Harvey Weinstein. The man replied. At this time, a luxury car drove closer, and then the door slowly opened, revealing Harvey's face. Du Sheng nodded slightly to Zhang Hailong and then boarded the luxury car. Zhang Hailong understood Du Sheng's meaning, took out his mobile phone to find Lydia's contact information, and prepared to find someone when necessary. After all, the guns and cannons here are self-contained, so it is not an exaggeration to be cautious. Inside the car, Du Sheng and Harvey nodded and greeted each other and sat opposite him. He is now breaking through the 7th level of Dragon and Elephant, and is blessed with the Eternal Life skill, not afraid of tricks and poisons. Even if the other party suddenly draws out the gun, he still believes that he can fight back. Harvey said with a smile. I have long admired my name and finally saw my true face today. Du Sheng responded. I have also heard of Mr. Weinstein's many deeds, and it's better to see it at first sight. Due to Matt Damon's request for help before, Harvey has always wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Du Sheng in detail. But because Du Sheng came from the east, the matter has been put on hold until now. You have opened the way in North America in music, boxing, movies, etc., and have accumulated a lot of popularity. Harvey did not contact Du Sheng for no reason, but saw the commercial value shown by the other party. If you still want to develop in Hollywood, it happens that my subsidiary Diamond Pictures has a new film project. The same comic adapted from Ghost Rider, we hope you can play the leading role. Du Sheng searched in his mind, verified information related to Diamond Pictures quickly. He has produced the Shocking series and the Ghost series, most of which specialize in thriller themes. Now it is probably because of a bottleneck in development, so I want to try the transformation of comics. As for why the other party said that it was also a comic adaptation? The comic adaptation wanted order he is preparing here is naturally no secret for such a person. Did the other party sincerely invite him? Du Sheng was unable to confirm, he remembered it very clearly, this was the first time between the two sides. Thinking about what Hudders mentioned before about the relationship between Matt Damon and Harvey. As soon as he showed up, the other party came to the door. Is this a coincidence? Seeing this, Harvey smiled and continued. What do you think? I have seen you starring in Kill Bill 2 and Kill the Wolf, and I have to say that your acting skills are excellent. In addition to Diamond Pictures, I hope to cooperate with you with another production company. There is no need to doubt anything, you should know how appeal I still have in Hollywood. Of course Du Sheng knew it. However, he has seen a lot of exposures and scandals about Harvey in his previous life. This person is good at discussing scripts, and is threatening and soft-hearted. During this person's career, at least 80 actresses were killed by him. As for whether there are men, Du Sheng doesn't know. In addition, I don't lack videos for the time being, so there is no need to rush up. Therefore, he did not respond immediately, but asked. Can you tell me the specific shooting schedule? Harvey's answer seems very smooth. The project is still in the preparation stage, and the specific shooting time has not been determined. There are tricks here. It is also his magic weapon that can help him. Once the actor signs a contract, the initiative is in his own hands. Du Sheng's mind was running rapidly, recalling the news reports he saw in his previous life. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck have dealt with uncommon things for Harvey many times. Not long ago, the news broke that Matt Damon's character was stolen by him. At this moment, Harvey, who had never had an intersection, suddenly offered an olive branch for cooperation, and the schedule has not yet been clarified. Du Sheng thought something and said, I need to discuss with the agent and then give you a reply. Seeing that there is still something to talk about, Harvey added, no problem, you can reply within a week. He also handed Du Sheng a script, indicating that the invitation to star in the role was not a false statement. Du Sheng took the script, got out of the car, and returned to his car. After Harvey's business car left, he asked Zhang Hailong. There are no other abnormalities around you? Zhang Hailong said. No, the other party may have received a paparazzi tip, so I'll come here. Du Sheng nodded, flipped through the script casually, and then called Hudders. Soon, Hudders got down from the upper floor. Both sides sat down in a cafe, and Du Sheng briefly described the incident. Hudders asked, are you not interested in this project? Du Sheng explained. It's not a matter of interest, but I think there may be traps in it. Rumors say that the relationship between Matt Damon and Harvey is not extraordinary. As the saying goes, snakes have their own ways, so it is better to find familiar things like this. Hudders has been working with Sony and has nothing to do with Harvey. Hudders nodded in agreement and revealed more inside information. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck became popular because of the support of Harvey Weinstein. It is widely rumored in the circle that these two people are loyal fans of Harvey. Du Sheng said decisively. See a way to refuse, and then ask about the movements of Matt Damon and Harvey. As long as you stay by his side for a long time, you will be more or less affected by heroes, essays/blue. Even if the other party is white. Therefore, I am not worried that this person will sell the news or be perfunctory. Hudders is well aware of the heavy responsibility. Don't worry, leave it to me. Before leaving, Du Sheng emphasized to Hudders a few more words again. He was specifically asked to collect information about director Martin and Jack Nicholson. Don't worry, it's not to cause trouble, it's just to prevent trouble. Hudders also knew that he was a little cautious in Hollywood. Moreover, he had full trust in Du Sheng's judgment. Most of Du Sheng's memories of Harvey Weinstein are scandals rather than his life trajectory. Especially the complex relationship between several female producers and Harvey. Even first- and second-tier actresses such as Jennifer Lawrence have to succumb to Harvey's rumors in order to win the role. Although Du Sheng didn't know how authenticity there was behind it, it also reflected the ability represented by Harvey. Especially when you are in a foreign country, you have to be wary of some things if you don't want to get into a pit. Chapter 608 The Thief's Heart is Not Dead. Near afternoon, Du Sheng came to the Warner Brothers crew conference room. When I opened the door, a long conference table came into my eyes, and 7 or 8 people were already sitting around me. The entire conference room was filled with a mess. On the ground and on the table, all kinds of items were scattered at will, and they were in chaos. At the door, the doll lies horizontally on the ground, with the key parts suddenly exposed, making it look particularly weird. Looking deep into the conference room, all kinds of cartoon objects filled every corner. Elephants, giraffes, monkeys, etc., roughly count them, there are at least a dozen different animal shapes, which are dazzling. This scene made Du Sheng feel a little dazed in an instant, thinking that he had gone to the wrong place. How could this look like Martin Scorsese's crew conference room, but more like Disneyland? Soon, Du Sheng's eyes moved away from these strange decorations and fell on the person sitting on the side of the conference table. Judging from the appearance alone, the person exudes an innate villain temperament. Who else can it be if it's not Jack Nicholson? From the different eyes of the people around him, Du Sheng vaguely understood that these strange arrangements are likely to be closely related to Nicholson. He stepped over a Donald Duck-shaped toy and walked towards the right side of the conference table. According to the crew's convention, the first seat is undoubtedly Leonardo's exclusive. Du Sheng either sat in the second seat or simply sat next to Jack Nicholson. He noticed that there was a huge bear doll standing in the seat next to the old actor. It is not uncommon to have an erect doll in a messy place, but strangely, there is no place next to the chairs of others. Brother Sheng, here. Du Sheng didn't have to worry and walked towards Black Lively, who was waving to him enthusiastically. Jack Nicholson turned his head and looked at the two people talking and laughing over there, showing his iconic evil smile. That look seemed to transform into the clown in Batman, which made people shudder. Seeing this, Du Sheng just smiled back. Before this, they had never known each other and it was not appropriate to talk rashly. In the next 10 minutes, other members of the crew walked into the conference room one after another. Most people have a look of surprise on their faces when they see cartoon objects all over the ground. And those senior members who have been on the crew for a long time naturally turned their attention to Jack Nicholson. From their reactions, we can see that pranks like Nicholson are very common. As the staff gradually arrived, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became lively. At this time, Leonard, who walked in, saw the Mickey Mouse toy placed on his seat and couldn't help but chuckle. Is this Disney doing a big delivery event? Seeing him, Du Sheng smiled and said hello. Leonardo nodded slightly and smiled with a thumbs up. You can even get the Hearst sisters, you're really good at it. Du Sheng knew that Leonardo and Hearst sisters were quite familiar, and said with a smile. I have more business dealings with them, you misunderstood. After all, every time we meet, we have to negotiate a business worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so of course we have to put the right position in the big deal. While chatting, Matt Damon walked in through the door. He saw the empty seat next to Leonardo at a glance and sat down. As he sat down, the two of them who were originally in the mood for a sudden conversation came to an abrupt end, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. Matt Damon first greeted Leonardo, then turned his head and said, "It is indeed amazing that a Chinese can do this. Is this talking about the role of the crew or something else?" Du Sheng was too lazy to think about it carefully and responded casually. "Compared with your achievements in Save Private Ryan and Spy Shadows series, that's really a part." He is naturally not a pedantic person who can get to the level of Matt Damon in the entertainment industry. He smiled and said, "As soon as I partnered with Leonardo, at least I can't do it. This is what I admire most." Du Sheng did not avoid it, and responded with a smile. "This is the charm of Hollywood, anything can happen." After hearing this, Damon showed a kind smile on his face. It is exactly the same as the honest image he gives to people on weekdays, making it elusive to understand his true thoughts. As director Martin Scorsese entered the venue, the conversation in the conference room weakened. When he saw the cartoon toys all over the ground, he shook his head and said, "Jack, you often do this kind of boring." Jack Nicholson had a prank smile on his face and said, "The meeting is so boring. I'm adding a sense of ritual to everyone." Scorsese and Nicholson have known each other for decades, and they are no longer surprised by these things. He swept around everyone and announced, "It's rare to get along with everyone today, let's start reading." Everyone took out their own scripts, and for a moment, the conference room was filled with rustling paper. The assistant quickly stepped forward and turned on the projector. Scorsese picked up his carefully prepared courseware and began to explain the plot in detail to everyone and the complex relationship between the characters. Just as Scorsese's explanation was coming to an end, Matt Damon stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. Just at this moment, Jack Nicholson suddenly pressed the mysterious device that had been blocked by the script. Puff! A muffled sound broke the calm of the conference room. I saw the bear doll that was originally placed upright suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a bunch of messy items. Among them, a female cover was impartial and fell on Matt Damon's head. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Leonardo subconsciously shrank back and kept his distance from Matt Damon as much as possible. Matt Damon could no longer maintain his honest image. He grabbed the underwear on his head and asked angrily, "Who did it?" For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was a little nervous. Du Sheng looked at Nicholson quietly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "If I had just sat in that position, I would probably not be able to escape the harmful hands of this prank." Nicholson did not hesitate to uncover the electronic device blocked by the script and said, "This kind of meeting is too boring, so you have to find some fun to relieve your boredom." He glanced at Matt Damon with a squinted eye and continued, "It's just a little joke. You won't be skeptical about me, this old man, right?" Matt Damon was so angry that he threw his underwear onto the conference table. Before he could have an attack, Nicholson turned his gaze to Du Sheng and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to tease this Asian. Oh no, it was this expert who dared to fight Tyson in the ring." Unexpectedly, his reaction was indeed amazing, and the result should be on your head. Matt Damon turned to look at Du Sheng. Seeing his innocent look, he couldn't say anything else, so he could only turn to the bathroom with a calm face. Zhang Hailong, who was standing in the corner, realized it. He couldn't help but glance at Du Sheng, but was persuaded by the latter's smile and shook his head. Du Sheng could not see any abnormality on his face, and he nodded to Nicholson as a response. Nicholson was very open-minded. He has long been familiar with such pranks, and he has done so many times that he can't even remember them. At this time, Scorsese, who had returned, heard the secretary's report and said with a deep face, "Jack, this is the end of this, stop making trouble in the crew." Nicholson waved his hand indifferently and said, "Of course, no one will be fooled again." Du Sheng looked at this scene and thoughtful. It seems that the relationship between these two people is definitely not ordinary. The following script was read smoothly, as if the little episode just now had never happened. After the meeting, Scorsese left first. Matt Damon also hurriedly got up and walked out quickly. Du Sheng ignored the others, walked straight to Leonardo and said, "On the day of the opening ceremony, let's have a drink together. Just drinking is too boring." Leonardo responded with a chuckle, and suddenly changed his mind. "I heard from the Hearst sisters that you attended their party before, and they learned a lot of mysterious skills from the East. Can you even know the unique skills of high-altitude rotation?" Du Sheng didn't expect that Amanda even exposed such a thing to the public, so he could only say that the people here were too open-minded. "A little trick is worth mentioning." Leonardo lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "This is a place where beauties gather. I plan to contact a few Victoria's Secret Angel-level models to hold a carnival party in the villa. How about you attend? By the way, let's open our eyes. I'm tired of playing with ordinary tricks, and I've never seen the Dragon Diary in the sky." Listening to his tone, I obviously yearn for Dongfang Kung Fu. I even wanted to ask for advice. "Du Sheng, is this considered a nest of snakes and rats, and a scattered life?" After a moment of thinking, he thought it would be good to have a good relationship. After all, there will be bound to be tied on the international stage in the future. "What are the models of the level?" Leonardo patted his chest confidently and said, "Of course it's at the level of Giselle and Adriana. As long as I send an invitation, they will definitely be happy to come. This year, Victoria's Secret fashion show is not as lonely as in the previous life, and is also one of the top events in the global fashion industry. Being able to become a Victoria's Secret Angel is an extremely honor in the modeling industry." And the Giselle, Adriana, Heidi, Carolina, and others that Leonardo casually said are among the best. Du Sheng just smiled and said, "Will they be willing to cooperate with various activities at the party?" Leonardo answered with a conceited look. "That's nature." After thinking for a while, Du Sheng nodded and responded, "Okay, let's make an appointment." He has been very knowledgeable in the past 2 years, but he has never experienced the secret of angels. Moreover, he has special physical constitution and can be immune to all infectious diseases. Fearless. It's good to try it out. At this moment, a big head suddenly stretched out. It turned out to be Jack Nicholson, a mature guy. He laughed like a thief and said, "You two brats, don't forget the old man like this, otherwise don't blame me for the big mouth." Du Sheng looked at the ferocious old man with interest and said nothing. Leonardo shrugged and said, "Old Jack, you are old, okay. Do you really think my 3,000 girlfriends are blown out?" Jack snorted disdainfully and said, "Dongfang boy, your kung fu skills should be left on the ring. I will let you see what real kung fu is." Leonardo knew that this person had lived a long time ago and had long since he took his interests into consideration. "Do whatever you want. In addition, we have to cooperate for at least 2 months this time, so the relationship has to be done well." The others saw a crowd of people over there, and they all consciously did not come forward to disturb them. Du Sheng is naturally more "it doesn't matter," there is a saying that guests follow the host's will. And he hadn't understood the old man's previous intention. "Is it because of your true nature or is it deliberately making things difficult for you?" Leonardo blinked at Nicholson and said half-jokingly, "I am worthy of being the most fun person in Hollywood, I need to see it." Jack showed his iconic sly smile and looked at Du Sheng and Leonardo and said, "As for the level, I'm looking forward to what new tricks you young people can play." Leonardo turned to Du Sheng with a hint of expectation. "I believe there are many angels who want to see, it depends on your performance this time." Du Sheng smiled relaxedly and said, "What's this? It's a small matter." Leonardo looked at his watch and then said, "I have to take a final makeup photo later. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he left the conference room. Du Sheng also planned to leave, but deliberately slowed down. Sure enough, Nicholson followed slowly. Du Sheng turned his head and said straightforwardly, "Why did that bear toy just now come for me?" Jack's smile became brighter and frankly admitted, "I guessed right, it's targeting you." Du Sheng knew that people who directly admit it like Jack must have some information, so he waited patiently. Jack said with a smile, "An old friend asked me to give you some colors. We have known each other for more than 10 years. Whether for her affection or other reasons, I have to be busy. After all, it is not easy to find such a playful producer again." Du Sheng knew that he was a dead pig and was not afraid of boiling water. He smiled and said, "Who is the commander behind it?" Nicholson smiled and said, "I've learned that you are not an ordinary person either. I also want to maintain a relationship with her. If you catch her, won't my fun be gone?" Du Sheng shook his head in his heart, knowing that he couldn't get it out. "But you can guess at some points." At this time, he noticed a figure appearing at the corner on the left. Du Sheng changed his mind and took advantage of the opportunity to hug Jack's shoulders, blocking his sight, and said, "I'm interested in hearing what you said. When will I join forces to make a move?" Jack was a little surprised, thinking that he had met a fellow man, and his smile was a little cunning. "Who do you want to prank?" Du Sheng shrugged and said with a smile, "You were so petty just now. Of course you had to make a big fight if you wanted to do it." At this time, Damon, who left the production department, happened to see Du Sheng and Jack having an intimate conversation. "I also vaguely heard them discussing how to prank people. Is this a thief's heart not dead, or is it a recurrence of the old ways?" Damon frowned and couldn't help but think a lot. Speaking of which, he and De Ben are both members of the Weinstein family and have no friendship with Jack. Jack plays an important role in Hollywood, has a free and unruly style and a wide range of connections, and always disdainful to Harvey's relationship. Damon has always kept his distance from such people. But one of the two people in front of him brought the capital into the group to win his position. One of them made him unable to get out of Taiwan in public. Now these two people are still planning to join forces? Matt Damon finally did not step forward, but turned around and left without expression on the other side. Chapter 609 Unforgettable for Life. Jack was an old fox after all, and suddenly he became alert. "Hey, can you guys love to pick up soap, right? Although my lifestyle is a bit casual, I will never do this kind of thing." Du Sheng laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in old men." Jack's mouth twitched, and he looked at him with some suspicion. "You guy is a little weird. Are you making any ideas?" The two sides have only known each other for a while, so they did not take the initiative to conspire. Du Sheng knew that Damon had left, and his tone was relaxed. "In the future, we will have to spend at least 2 months together in the crew, and it is necessary to strengthen cooperation in terms of interests." After confirming that there was nothing special around him, Jack said, "Then you think too much, and you won't get involved until I'm tired of it." Before leaving, he said to Du Sheng, "After the crew is transferred, if you hold a party with Leonardo, remember to call me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether I will disclose the matter to the media." After saying goodbye to him, Du Sheng reminded him, "After entering the crew, pay attention to their movements. Although he is a capitalist, he does not have much initiative in Hollywood for the time being. In order to complete the progress of this film as soon as possible, it is not advisable to cause trouble at present." Zhang Hailong briefly told what had just happened, and Ma Yaoi made a gesture. "I heard that Damon joined the group and was in the producer's relationship. Then the other party would really make trouble." Zhang Hailong laughed and muttered a few words. After leaving Warner Pictures, Du Sheng came to a nearby Western restaurant for an appointment. Black Lively, who had left earlier, was waiting here long ago. "Sorry, I chatted with Leonardo for a while just now and was a little late." Black smiled and welcomed him to the seat without any dissatisfaction. "It doesn't matter, you are the starring actors, you must be familiar with it. Du Sheng took the menu and handed it to Black. Select whatever you want, and don't be restricted. When Black spoke with a hint of affection. I saw your action movie Shapa Wolf sold for millions in the New York Times. There is still a possibility of a big hit in the upcoming Fuse in the future. I won't save you. Du Sheng just smiled. In Hollywood, Chinese language films are still niche, and there are no high expectations at the moment. Even Cheng Long, who has achieved the highest achievements in Chinese movie stars, has to rely on Hollywood connections, resources, actors, etc. to rise. All are Chinese films. Unless they are famous and appealing like Leonardo, it is difficult to break tens of millions of dollars. After ordering the meal, Black asked with curious eyes. Lydia said that your joint venture Miracle Pictures is preparing to shoot American dramas. Is it true? As soon as she mentioned this, her eyes were filled with excitement. Du Sheng knew that Black started as a child star and accumulated a lot of popularity in the field of TV dramas. Especially in urban American dramas. He thought for a while and said, "We are indeed preparing 2 dramas, but there is still some time before filming." Speaking of this, he remembered that the starring of one of the dramas in his previous life, Gossip Girl, seemed to be the one around him, and said with a smile, "You don't have many scenes in The Walker of the Side. If you are interested in filming American dramas, you can go to the audition." Black was overjoyed and his beautiful eyes turned. "I heard that you bought a luxury house here. When can I invite me to visit?" Du Sheng smiled and said, "Go ahead and take a walk after dinner and go there." Very good. After the dishes were served, Black settled her lunch at an astonishing speed. The whole process was less than 20 minutes. After checking out, Du Sheng took Black to browse the mall and bought 2 sets of clothes and jewelry. While feeling happy, she also took the initiative to tell Leonardo that she helped her speak nicely to director Martin. It turned out that they had known each other for a long time, and her father had worked with Leonardo. Of course, it is foreseeable that Leonardo showed goodwill to her. It's just a coincidence that she is currently conquered. Seeing that it was Ma Yaoi who was driving, Black, who was in a good mood, greeted him enthusiastically. "Hi, long time no see." Ma Yaoi responded with a smile and drove the car directly into Du Sheng's new home. After getting off the car, Black wandered around the yard, grabbed Du Sheng's arm, and murmured like a loyal little fan. "Your breath is everywhere here, it's great to live here." During the visit to the main house, Black couldn't help but say, "When I become an adult, I will move out to live independently." Then some depression. "It's just that with my current pay, I can't afford such a high-end home." Although she is barely in the second line at present, her share of money and expenses are also large, and her mother is still in charge of the money. Du Sheng smiled and said, "I don't live here often, if you like it, you can move in." Black was happy to hear. "Really?" Du Sheng nodded and asked, "When will your coming-of-age ceremony be held?" "It's the day before my birthday, you'll have to come." Coming-up rituals are more common in Europe and the United States, and later they became increasingly popular in Asia. Kimchi Country is one of the best imitationists. Considering that he is about to go to New York for a long time to shoot, Du Sheng said, "Okay, I should be here by then." Black smiled brightly. "Then let's make it, I'll hold a special birthday party for me." Du Sheng smiled and said, "It will definitely be unforgettable for you." In order to repay the man, Black stayed in his new home for a long time and worked thoughtfully and meticulously. It was not until her mother called that she had to stop working, sweating profusely and reluctantly say goodbye. Du Sheng gave a jade bracelet symbolizing Eastern culture, which made Black happy to go out. In fact, even if Du Sheng just gave a street stall item, she would be extremely happy. Du Sheng only stayed in Los Angeles for 2 days. After the startup press conference was held, he went to the destination to shoot with the crew. New York, the city known as the world's largest natural studio, has often become the first choice for Hollywood movies to be destroyed by various means. Although Boston was the original filming location, the crew eventually chose New York because it provides an attractive high-tax refund policy. Considering the follow-up promotion, even directors of a level like Martin Scorsese have to change their minds. The crew selected a large shooting workshop in Brooklyn as the main shooting location. Today is the third day of filming, and the next filming is a confrontation scene on the rooftop. The main plot is that Colin meets Billy on the rooftop. The two suspect each other, and test their respective bottom lines and real purposes. If you change back to Infernal Affairs, it is probably the confrontation between Chen Yongren and Lu Jianming on the rooftop. That is, Chen Yongren has always suspected that there was an insider in the police station. After a series of investigations and clues, he targeted Lu Jianming. Martin Scorsese followed the advice of Du Sheng and Zhuang Wenqiang and preserved this classic. Scene 6, the fifth shot, the third one, Asian. The night is as thick as ink, as if it can drip out of water, bringing the hustle and bustle of New York. Hua swallowed all the flowers. On the rooftop, the wind was cold, as if it was about to tear everything apart. Du Sheng was wearing a black windbreaker, standing quietly on the edge of the rooftop like a ghost in the dark night. The hem of the windbreaker fluttered gently with the wind, but it could not hide the cold air that emanated from his body. He lowered his head slightly, and the brim of his hat covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes as deep as a pond, flashing with an unpredictable light in the darkness. Bang! At this time, the iron door of the rooftop was pushed open and a slight sound of footsteps came. Billy, played by Leonardo, appeared on the rooftop with a blank expression. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he quickly glanced around and finally frozen on Colin. "Colin, it turns out that it's really you." Leonardo's voice was low and hoarse, as if suppressing anger and doubt. Du Sheng slowly raised his head, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, Billy, it's such a coincidence. It seems that we are really destined to do it." His tone was relaxed and casual, but his eyes were like a cold blade, piercing Billy. Leonardo took a few steps forward with a gloomy face. "Did you do it?" Du Sheng shrugged slightly, and the unpredictable smile still hung on his face. "I don't understand what you're talking about, Billy, I'm just coming up and having a good time." "Blow the wind." Leonardo laughed. "Do you think I will believe it? You have been secretly destroying our actions, don't think I don't know your dirty things." Du Sheng chuckled lightly, his face calmly. "Boston is a place where law is discussed. If there is no evidence, you are slandering." "Evidence?" Leonardo said in a deep voice. "I will find it, and you will be revealed." Du Sheng's eyes drifted for a moment, but he covered it up very well, looking at the brightly lit city in the distance. "This city is like a huge chess game, and everyone is just a chess piece, including you and me. Sometimes, we have to make some choices, even if they are not glorious." Leonardo frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Du Sheng stood there quietly, as if he was integrated into the boundless night. After a long time, he spoke slowly. "It's not a good thing to know too much about some things. Perhaps, you should learn to turn a blind eye." "Fuck. You're a slutty person, right?" Leonardo didn't want to go around in circles and said coldly. For a moment, a tense aura filled the rooftop. Card. After director Scorsese called for a stop, he walked to Leonardo with great strides and said, "The tone is a bit wrong, and the expression is okay, but I think you can perform better." Leonardo seemed to have been fooling around very late last night and has not yet fully entered the state. He said ashamed. "Try again." Scorsese nodded and turned to Du Sheng and reminded him. "Remember the relationship between Colin and Frank. Since the age of 11, Colin has been instilled with a complete set of bloody laws of the jungle by Frank. To a certain extent, Frank is his harsh father." Du Sheng listened carefully and showed his extremely high professional qualities. Although his acting skills are quite good, this is Hollywood and some aspects must be matched. Scorsese continued. Colin at this stage has begun to try to get rid of Frank's influence, but he still needs more courage and practical actions to do this. Du Sheng nodded repeatedly to express his understanding. I understand. The photography team quickly returned to their respective positions. Scorsese loudly encouraged Leonardo. In that scene just now, your performance was slightly suppressed by Du, but I believe this is not your limit. Mobilize all your feelings and states, let's do it again. Reshooting the Scarfang model, this great director has extremely high requirements for every detail. Especially the actor's status performance. After 2 shots, the effect of each time has been significantly improved. When the director finally announced his approval, Leonardo even took a few breaths. This time, he felt a little troubled when he was playing against Du Sheng. I feel both absurd and a little incredible in my heart. No wonder I didn't get a single actor, and the other party was already in the 3rd crown. I have to say that this Asian star has a great reputation in the international community at a young age, and it is really not something that can be achieved by luck. And he knew very well that it would be much more difficult than the policeman he wanted to play such a toughest role well. For example, in this scene just now, the other party showed Colin's complex psychology to the fullest through subtle facial expressions and body language. Especially with his eyes changing between confidence and panic, he asked himself that it was impossible to pass it over again. Even Scorsese sighed a little and said, I feel that Daniel's performance in New York is not as good as yours. This is the truth. Although he has filmed several movies, other people are really unable to compete with Du Sheng in terms of speed of the play, character temperament, and expression. No wonder I dare to invest $100 million to prepare for the filming of The Wanted Order, this is the confidence. Du Sheng knows this. He didn't care about implicitness and smiled slightly. 2 million, you can't let the crew spend their money in vain, right? Damon's salary is $6 million. This is also one of the reasons for the choice bias. Scorsese nodded in agreement. Looking forward to your next performance. Then, he waved to everyone at the scene. Stay 5 minutes off and continue shooting the next scene. Not far away, Warner Brothers project leader Doug Davidson sat under a parasol and discussed work while drinking coffee. Gray picked up the spoon and stirred the coffee and asked, I heard that the release date has been set. Doug Davidson replied, yes, it will be premiered in North America in October next year during the Toronto Film Festival. He took a sip of coffee and continued, this movie has huge investment and is under a big box office pressure. We need to work hard on publicity. But Gray seemed more optimistic. Leonardo and Scorsese's appeal should not be underestimated. Even if the box office is not satisfactory, the subsequent DVD and overseas copyright markets can make us profitable. Doug Davidson nodded in agreement. No one will question their appeal. Gray added. Although Jack is old, he still has a large number of loyal fans' support, and Matt Damon's popularity is okay. Doug Davidson reminded. Did you miss one? Chapter 610, Shining. Yes, I almost forgot to. Gray turned his head and asked. I remember he has been working with Sony, what's going on? Doug Davidson briefly introduced. He is very popular in Asia, such as Chapelang released during the summer vacation, with an overall box office of over RMB 500 million. In North America, although it was released on a small scale, its revenue, including videotapes, exceeded $10 million. Even the experienced Gray was surprised to hear such numbers. No wonder Howard Shijinj admires him so much. Doug Davidson smiled. What's even more rare is that Du's achievements in music and boxing are equally dazzling. If the ultimate showdown between him and Tyson can become popular, next year's movie will probably bring a big box office. Gray sighed. This is simply a versatile geek. Doug Davidson responded. Do you know our internal estimates of the baby plan that Du Sheng filmed before? Gray showed a puzzled expression. The one that I worked with Cheng Long. Doug Davis nodded. As long as the quality of the film is not too bad, with Du Sheng's popularity and Cheng Long's global influence, the box office of over $100 million should not be a problem. Gray said in surprise. Warner Brothers are so optimistic about him. Doug Davidson explained. He not only has excellent acting skills, but also has many innovative moves in publicity and marketing. I think Du Sheng should be placed before Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson in the promotion of this movie, second only to Leonardo. Gray hesitated. Matt Damon still has the appeal. Doug Davidson explained. He has fewer roles. The two of them chatted easily, but in fact, they had reached an agreement in some aspects. After all, Du Sheng is both a capitalist and a starring actor. If he doesn't look at the monk's face and the Buddha's face, he can only feel aggrieved by Damon as a co-star. The filming was in progress until 12 o'clock, and the crew temporarily finished work and everyone had lunch on site. Du Sheng took the lunchbox handed over by Ma Yaoei and sat down in a place with few people. Ma Yaoei said while having a meal. I just heard the news that Matt Damon will not join the group in 3 days. You rejected Weinstein's invitation before. He might have wanted to use that invitation to influence your role in the film, with the purpose of giving Damonto a place. Du Sheng smiled disapprovingly. Opportunities are fleeting, and sitting and waiting is not my style. Ma Yaoei smiled. Leonardo invites you to have a Chinese and Western party? Don't embarrass us Asians. Du Sheng couldn't help laughing. I dare not say that I fight 10 ones alone, and the number of palms is still okay. At 1 p.m., Leonardo and Jack Nicholson arrived on the set one after another. This is a group drama involving 3 main actors. Compared with Du Sheng, who had already adjusted his condition in the morning, and Jack, who was a mature man, Leonardo became the one with the most NGS. The popularity and status of actors are not always directly related to their acting skills. During the shooting interval, Jack found Scorsese, pointed in Du Sheng's direction and said, "This kid is very talented. Although it is a little worse than mine back then, it is also very good." Scorsese responded mercilessly. "You were still hiding in a dark and silence at this time." In the rest area on the other side, Du Sheng walked towards Leonardo. "Leo, we have been in New York for a few days. Where are the Victoria's Secret angels you mentioned?" Leonardo said. "It's almost done, the weekend is scheduled, and the angels are coming." Du Sheng asked. "A villa or a beach party?" Filming is generally not arranged on weekends in Hollywood. Because several major unions pay attention to working hours and rest, there are strict regulations on interest. If staff are required to work on weekends, there will usually be corresponding overtime pay or compensatory breaks, and they will even be responsible for health and safety issues. So the party this weekend has been scheduled long ago. Leonardo answered. "Villa, you can avoid those boring paparazzi and entertainment reporters." At this time, Jack Nicholson walked over. "Did you forget something?" Leonardo asked Du Sheng. "What about your opinion?" Du Sheng responded with a smile. "As long as the beauties don't mind, I have no objection." Jack smiled. "I definitely want to see what new tricks you can play." Leonardo said confidently. "Don't worry, I will make you fall from your chin." During the 2 consecutive days of shooting, Du Sheng and Leonardo performed extremely well, and even Scorsese couldn't help but admire him. Even Jack, who is the most funny guy on the set, is surprisingly quiet this time, as if he is accumulating energy for a big move. Early on Saturday morning, Du Sheng arrived outside the party villa in a Bentley sedan. He could see Leonardo wearing sunglasses and beach pants greeting him at the door at first sight. The fat and disheveled figure makes people laugh a little. Especially the thick hair on his chest makes it difficult to look directly at it. It is rumored that Leonardo deliberately made his figure like this, but the outside world has been speculating on the reason behind it. After seeing Du Sheng, Leonardo smiled and stepped forward. You are finally here. Remember to take off your coat after entering. Everyone is wearing very little. If you go in like this, you will look out of place. Du Sheng smiled and nodded, following the other party into the villa. Ma Yaoei and Zhang Hailong followed closely behind. When passing by two burly black bodyguards at the door of the villa, Du Sheng noticed that they were all wearing headsets and were watching the paparazzi trying to take pictures. Seeing so many reporters, Du Sheng couldn't help but ask, "How come there are so many paparazzi?" "Haha, this is normal. In addition to us and Victoria's Secret models, several senior executives from film companies will also attend the party tonight. How could paparazzi miss this kind of occasion?" Leonardo was obviously used to this. He suddenly remembered something and said casually, "By the way, the representatives of those film companies want to know you." "No." After saying that, Du Sheng followed the other party through a glass corridor decorated with floor lamps. What caught my eye was a huge swimming pool illuminated by colorful spotlights, surrounded by laughter and joy. "Just take off your coat and t-shirt here, and don't have to go to the locker room to change clothes, that's too troublesome." Leonardo stopped at a corner near the pool and said, "The heating system here is kept constant temperature all day, so there is no need to worry about temperature." Du Sheng naturally won't be an exception. After taking it off, he will sort out his somewhat messy hairstyle. As his body lines become more perfect, every muscle appears particularly clear. Looking at Du Sheng's streamlined muscles, it seemed to have a light under the light, especially the 8-pack abdominal muscles. It made people want to reach out and touch it. "I am worthy of being the world boxing champion. Such a figure is really jealous." A look of envy flashed in Leonardo's eyes. Du Sheng smiled slightly. "This is a benefit of cultivation, and it cannot be easily imitated by others. You are blessed tonight. I believe those angels will go crazy when they see you," Leonardo said as he touched Du Sheng gently with his arm and took him into the party scene. Ma Yaoei and Zhang Hailong chose to stand in the same corner to ensure that they could see Du Sheng at all times. They do not participate in such occasions, but they can still find small models or waitresses to hand over the outside. Under the dreamy lights, the water surface is filled with colorful brilliance. The surroundings were full of people wearing swimming trunks and bikini. The white skin emits a light against the backdrop of the light. Soothing and lazy jazz permeates the air, creating a luxurious and relaxing atmosphere. Although the party has not officially begun, the atmosphere has gradually warmed up. As soon as the two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. A hot-sized bikini waiter with a bow tied around her neck, wearing black high heels, walked over with a cat step with 2 glasses of champagne on it. She walked gracefully towards Du Sheng and Leonardo, ready to provide services to them. Du Sheng finally met the first Victoria's Secret angel mentioned by Leonardo. Unexpectedly, it was the famous black supermodel Tara Banks. This discovery surprised Du Sheng very much. According to his previous perception of Leonardo, the Hollywood superstar seems to prefer to choose young white models with blonde or brown hair, usually no more than 25 years old. However, this meeting made him realize that he was not even as tentative as Leonardo in some aspects. Du Sheng found that he did not reject women with all kinds of hair colors. As long as he was not a black woman with too dark skin, he could accept it. Moreover, his age restrictions are far less strict. Thinking of this, Du Sheng couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. "I didn't expect that I was in this place in the face," he actually lost to this recognized playboy. Tara Banks smiled and introduced several female companions she brought. "This is Raquel Zimmerman, this is Adriana Lima, this is Carolina Kokyeva, this is Angela Lindevo, and this is Julia Stagra." When the last one walked up to them, Tara added, "I believe everyone knows this person, Alexander Ambrosio, commonly known as AA." Although Du Sheng didn't pay much attention to beauty entertainment in his previous life, he still had some memories, not to mention that LV3/Blue can be used vividly. For example, the Victoria's Secret show and Victoria's Secret Angels that veteran drivers prefer to watch, so he has given some advice along with the crowd. Old supermodels such as Cindy Crawford from ancient times are obviously not within his interests. He is more in love with the new generation of angels who have made their mark on the post-2005 show. Leonardo's current girlfriend, the world's top supermodel Gisele Bündchen, will not talk about this for the time being. The one Du Sheng could recognize at the scene was Heidi Klum, who was about to marry a strong black man with a tumor scar on his face. Adriana Lima, who was once rumored to have an affair with an alien and is now in love with a little European prince. And Miranda Kerr, who came to New York from Australia not long ago and will debut at the end of the year show. It is said that she has been having a hot fight with a real estate developer recently. As for other models such as Lily and Tara, Du Sheng doesn't appreciate their appearance very much. Of course, Du Chen, who has plump lips, and Alexander, who has a slightly longer face but is still beautiful, are both undisputed beauties. Among these angels, Du Sheng's favorite is Carolina, who is full of royal sister style. Her nickname is Big KK. She shined on the Victoria's Secret show this year, and became one of the iconic models of Victoria's Secret together with Gisele Bündchen and others. There is also Miranda Kerr, who has a baby face. However, his love for Miranda was limited to her beauty and hot figure. This Australian girl is not an easy person to get along with. Although Carolina smiled softly, it did not prevent her from becoming the kind of woman that made men's heart wrenching. 1.8 meters tall, 866,190 perfect measurements, and hot curves, they almost meet all the conditions required for a stunner. She is not only sexy and generous, but also a person who gives up her career for love. What is most profound about Du Sheng is her blue and grey eyes, as crystal clear as diamonds. In contrast, Luo Shi also looks very immature and has a slightly stiff facial features, which is not the type he likes. And Bear Lefeli seems to be from Israel. If she is a fish sect, it would be difficult to get close to her. Leonardo immediately introduced Du Sheng and Jack Nicholson to the ladies. Although we have never met before, we are not unfamiliar with each other through media reports and photos. Sitting around the dining table, Du Sheng couldn't help but look at Leonardo a few more times. The fact that so many top models are being invited to the party shows how powerful this person is. At a glance, at least a dozen first-line models were present due to his call. This is probably difficult for many first-tier Hollywood stars to do this. Looking at the beauties who kept glancing at him and blew kisses, Du Sheng responded with a smile. There is a long table next to the swimming pool, filled with a variety of pastries, fruits, and wines, a typical European and American buffet style. The party you are looking for is really good, full of fashion. Du Sheng said to Leonardo beside him. Haha, just be happy. Leonardo smiled dismissively. Many people are interested in your abilities. Let everyone open their eyes and see the legendary mysterious Oriental Kung Fu. This party, venue decoration, and food and wine alone, cost more than $100,000. Looking at the beauties gathered in groups of 3 or 5, showing their curves when walking in bikini, Du Sheng sighed in his heart. It's so good at playing with the wine pool. A pair of bikini beauties twisted their waists and walked past Du Sheng. One of them looked at him with a tempting look and gently stroked his arm with his fingers. Du Sheng's eyes moved with their laughing figures. The bikini as thin as cicada wings not only failed to cover up their charm, but instead aroused the interest of the opposite sex, causing ripples. On one side of the dining table, several men were wearing only swimming trunks, holding red wine or champagne in their hands, standing together and discussing something enthusiastically, occasionally sneaking at the big-breasted beauty beside her or passing by. Just as Du Sheng was admiring a half-covered glass beauty, a group of people came over. Leonardo gave a brief introduction to both sides. These people are all the management of several film companies. There was also a hot bikini beauty standing behind with a smile, quietly waiting for the introduction to end. Du Sheng knew very well that the purpose of these people was nothing more than to talk about Wanted Order and the American drama projects produced by Miracle Pictures. In such occasions, work and entertainment are often intertwined. And tonight's party is awesome. A good opportunity can not only relax the body and mind, but also expand your network. Du Sheng didn't resist and talked about the topic. Anyway, he is the boss here, and the Hearst sisters and Li Yuxin will maximize the fundamental interests and negotiate the best plan. Chapter 611 Reap the Consequences. After listening to Du Sheng's simple sharing, all the audience members present lit up. The prospects for this streaming short drama are simply blue. Some people who were moved asked questions one after another, and the atmosphere was enthusiastic. Noting that the scene was a little confused, Leonardo clapped his palms and said with a smile, "Everyone, the purpose of our gathering tonight is not for work, but for enjoying it." Even though everyone still had questions, they had to temporarily hold on to their thoughts. Several representatives from different film companies exchanged their eyes as they left, and they were full of caution. Ai Yilin, the world fist star Mr. Around You is a tough guy with extraordinary strength. Should you have something special tonight? Leonardo greeted him and suddenly said to a mature and gorgeous blonde woman, "Dear, don't forget that you called me the only one of you this morning." As she said, she gently sucked the red lips mark on her thumb in an extremely seductive move, and her behavior was a little teasing. Seeing the two flirting without any hesitation, Du Sheng knew that these two had been fooled. Leonardo hugged Ai Lin and said with a smile, "Where is the surprise gift for everyone? I have promised to have an unexpected joy." Of course it has been arranged, and there are more than a dozen besties. Ai Yilin laughed in a tempting voice. "Especially there are 3 new faces among them, I believe it will bring a lot of fun to Mr. Du." While speaking, she licked the corner of her mouth charmingly. Du Sheng nodded politely and guided the two of them to a place where a group of beauties gathered. Most of them have been modeling since they were teenagers and are now veterans in the fashion industry, knowing how to show themselves on this occasion. Du Sheng is not only handsome, young, and rich, but more importantly, his dazzling reputation makes him an ideal object in the eyes of everyone. Therefore, in their eyes, in addition to expectation and curiosity, they are more of abusing the invasion of the. Surrounded by a group of graceful and hot beauties, Du Sheng was really a little overwhelmed at first. Because from time to time, the beautiful woman's fingers gently stroked his body, and even more boldly reached out and took the initiative to go down. The whole thing that caught my eye was full of white flowers. Seeing Du Sheng so passive, old Jack stood up with a smile and said loudly, "Haha, look at our little Asian king. Do you want to take turns to suffocate him to death with your conscience?" Du Sheng held a blonde model squeezed into her arms back to the sofa and took the colorful glass of wine handed over by Leonardo. "What's this?" Even without smelling it from the nose, there is a spicy and pungent smell coming to my face. "Don't worry, this cup is called Infinity War, it's definitely a good thing. I specially prepared it for you." Leonardo smiled, and Jack also held back his smile. The beauties around were watching with anticipation, as if waiting for a good show to happen. "Come on, let's release your passion and let's have fun together." After saying that, Leonardo touched the cup in Du Sheng's hand, and Jack also joined in. Du Sheng saw that they were almost finished drinking, and there were many people around him watching, and Xiao Xiao also drank it in one go. Alcohol quickly penetrated the throat, and the hot feeling spread from the mouth to the stomach, and then spread throughout the body. WTF! What's this? It's so exciting! Du Sheng pretended to be red and shouted at Leonardo. In fact, although he could not use his internal force to force the wine out in full view, he had already secretly evaporated half of it from his pores. Leonardo and Jack laughed with high fives and satisfied, and the female models also screamed in excitement. Leonardo hugged Du Sheng's neck and whispered in his ear, "Isn't it very good? I added a lot of babies to it. As for what it is, hee hee, you will understand it tonight." Du Sheng was amused and crying. Although the other party didn't say anything added, he could guess it with his toes. The strong feeling in his body made him admit that it was really exciting. But where can he use these? Although Leonardo is a slut, the wine he made is not something he can drink casually. The materials used are very precious and there is no particular negative impact, don't worry. Jack pointed to the side where the Victoria's Secret angels gathered with Carolina, Heidi, and laughed. They heard Leon say that your kung fu is very tricky and unique, and they have long wanted to see it. Don't lose the reputation of the Eastern boxing champion. Fuck, you guys wait. Du Sheng was still surrounded by a group of beauties before he finished speaking. Although his fame in Hollywood is not as good as Leonardo and Jack, he has a lot of halos. Especially after the rumors on the outside of the internet that he is a shareholder of TVing, his charm is even better. Just as he wanted to stand up, a soft body suddenly pressed on his back, and his arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Du Sheng turned around and looked a little surprised. Ivanka, why are you here? As Nikki's good sisters, they once watched Du Sheng's UFC Championship Challenge competition together, and both sides naturally recognize it. Wear only one piece of flash Ivanka, in a bright but short dress, perhaps because he had drunk too much, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Did you forget it? I'm also a model. Du Sheng then remembered that in addition to being the daughter of a New York real estate giant, the man next to him was also a world supermodel. She was still 14 years old at the time and began to try the modeling industry. Not long after, she became the cover girl of 17-year-old magazine with her tall figure and beautiful appearance, and also showed off for well-known brands such as Versace, Marc Boer, and Thierry Mugler. If she hadn't turned to business in the middle, her achievements would probably not be inferior to the Victoria's Secret angel. Ivanka gently fiddled with her long golden wavy hair, then grabbed Du Sheng's t-shirt's arm, and was half dragged by Leonardo and Jack's meaningful smiles. The atmosphere of the party gradually warmed up, and the music became more and more exciting. From time to time, the screams of women, the obscene laughter of men and the sound of falling into the water in the swimming pool came. Du Sheng and Ivanka had a very pleasant interaction. This eldest daughter of Trump, who was called a giant childish face by the media, is worthy of being a model of the elegant socialite in the lighthouse. However, no matter how elegant a person is, he cannot change his ripples. What's more, the Western nature is more open-minded. With Nichi's successful example in front of her, she naturally has to get together for a good time now when she meets again unexpectedly. For example, there are many topics in business and entertainment. Of course, she wanted to verify whether her best friend was bragging. After drinking a few glasses of champagne, the two chatted and laughed, and unknowingly, they disappeared by the pool holding hands. Two Victoria's Secret angels witnessed this scene and couldn't help but curse themselves in their hearts. Two men and women who looked at each other disappeared into the crowd, and there was no need to say more about what would happen next. Let's see how powerful the mysterious kung fu in the East is. Leonardo whistled, looking like a prodigal son. Old Jack was quite regretful. It's a pity that the location is quite hidden and I can't witness this kind of skill with my own eyes. But not long after, they were silent. Those who don't know the matter thought that a murder occurred. Please zip me up. Half an hour later, Ivanka's voice was a little hoarse, and he said softly at Du Sheng. Du Sheng stretched out his hand and helped her pull up the wrinkled mini short dress. Seeing her take off her makeup and start to redress her makeup, she was still a little moved for a moment. Nikki is indeed not lying, you are the best. Did you choose the Hearst sisters because they can withstand you? Ivanka applied red on his lips with lip gloss, and smiled charmingly. I have to admit that her side face is indeed elegant and charming. Du Sheng stroked her blonde hair and chuckled. Nikki is not lying. If you talk about temptation in the circle of celebrities and daughters, they will be your little sister in front of you. Although this sentence sounds strange, Ivanka is obviously very helpful. She turned around and hugged Du Sheng's neck and gave him a fragrant kiss again. More than 10 minutes later, Du Sheng walked out of the room with a look of unfulfilled look on his face and locked the door. He was wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, and his strong and angular body looked particularly eye-catching under the light. That little sweat not only did not weaken his charm, but instead added a bit of wildness and vitality. When Leonardo and old Jack saw him, they both gave thumbs up, their eyes full of envy and admiration. Although it is still impossible to witness the legendary Oriental skills, it is already convincing enough based on this time. Because they had a debate just now, but they had already returned here half an hour ago. Du Sheng felt their gaze and smiled slightly, as if everything was indifferent. As for Ivanka, he was already extremely tired and had already fallen asleep peacefully under his yukimiya. After scanning the scene and the swimming pool, I don't know if it was a fun time or a partner found, but the VIPs had dispersed. Even some small models disappeared. Leonardo said that the Victoria's Secret Angels have a group project waiting for the three of them tonight. Leaving the villa and walking towards the swimming pool, and as soon as he turned around the lawn, 3 tall figures suddenly appeared in front of Du Sheng. They were surrounded by the left, middle, and right, which seemed to make Du Sheng unable to escape. At the same time, Leonardo and Jack, who have not yet fully recovered, also encountered similar ordeals. But there was a hint of panic in their eyes. "Wait, let me." Old Jack tried to speak, but before he could speak, something was stuffed into his mouth and wrapped around his head, making only a vague sound. The same happened to Leonardo. He was pushed to the other side of the villa hall by Alexander Isabel and Du Chen Kaluz. "This big ship is about to sink. Once these men fall, we will also die." Carolina seemed to transform into Rose in Titanic, and said with all her heart, "As the same boatman, saving them is equivalent to saving us. Sisters, let's act." Carolina unbuttoned the half-cover buckle and let it slide slowly to the ground. She twisted her sexy figure, strode forward, and carefully examined the mission savior in front of her. Old Jack aged and bloated, unusable. Although Leonardo is famous, his figure has become fat and his muscles are loose. Only Du Sheng is sunny and handsome, with perfect muscle lines, and has the strength to dominate the world boxing world. The wine prepared by Leonardo is so cruel. Reap the fruits of oneself. Carolina decided to launch a rescue operation, and at the same time to save herself. This process requires huge efforts. Leading by Carolina, all the supermodels sat in a circle. She reached out and stroked Du Sheng's strong chest and murmured, "Last year, when I was walking the catwalk in Australia, I learned a few catwalk skills. Du Boxing King, you need your cooperation." With Du Sheng's assistance, Carolina performed an amazing 180-degree spiral fall. There was a sudden burst of applause and cheers in the hall. In this game, Du Sheng saw the diverse talents of supermodels, not only angel figures, but also all with unique skills. From the fiercely competitive Victoria's Secret show, it seems that it is necessary to have not only inherent advantages, but also acquired technical accumulation. As the show was approaching its end, Du Sheng was surrounded by the human sea tactics, and the result was very tragic. The next morning, when he woke up, he found that Leonardo was still sleeping and could not wake him up no matter how he called. Old Jack's condition was even worse, his eyes were dull and covered with bloodshot, and he was hit by 2 big dark circles. Even in the second half of the night, Tara Banks was pulled up alone to share art. At that time, Du Sheng was isolated and had to face more than a dozen opponents alone. If he hadn't had his ability, he would have ended up almost the same. Of course, angels such as Isabel, Heidi, and Raquel are not much better, and are still sleeping at this moment. However, Ivanka, who barely recovered, asked Du Sheng to see him off early in the morning. She couldn't hold on and had to leave. Too crazy. Du Sheng returned from punching and became like nothing happened again. In the hall, Leonardo and old Jack were yawning, sitting there with a look of no spirit. It seems that he was obviously pulled out by being woken up. Du Sheng walked past them and looked at a group of supermodels with a smile. You set an example and tell the truth. Who cooperated best when walking the show last night? Carolina, Isabel, Eugenia, and others looked at each other and smiled at each other. Then there is something to say, of course, you are the one who fits you the most. Du Sheng turned to look at Leonardo and old Jack, and said with a smile. What did you say before you came, crushing me casually? Now that I have seen the mysterious Eastern Kung Fu, are you convinced? Old Jack muttered unwillingly. I'm just old. Du Sheng laughed and waved his hand. Natasha, Tara, and others immediately stepped forward and prepared to drag old Jack back to the room. Old Jack immediately admitted defeat. I lost with confidence. What about you, Leo? Du Sheng smiled. Listen to the angels, saying that you fell down in 20 seconds. Du Chen, Alexander, and others smiled. Yes, maybe less than 20 seconds. Leonardo said with red neck. Fuck, they are slandering. Isabel interjected and asked. Is there a camera or stopwatch here? Or do you want to recount? Leonardo. Forget it, let him go for the sake of his offerings. Du Sheng finally felt soft-hearted and it was not good to reveal it. These two guys were obviously scared. If they were photographed again, they would be afraid of being fainted on the spot. He seemed to have become the master of this party and casually ordered. The weak are eliminated. They cannot participate in the next tricks of eating, drinking, and having fun, they can only look at them with envy and jealous. Chapter 612, Tell the Truth. After eating, drinking, and having fun, night falls unknowingly. Except for the stubborn old Jack and Leonardo, everyone else came to the second-floor platform. The 2 consecutive days of carnival made everyone happy and a little tired. At this time, Tara walked to Du Sheng and said, I'm going to register with my boyfriend next month. Will you come to the single-minded party? Du Sheng felt that this was a bit weird, as if it had some hint. I might have a shooting task at that time, and it depends on whether the time is enough. Angela and Eugenia also came over and blinked their beautiful eyes at Du Sheng. Nia and I are both witnesses. Leon will come at that time, and may also take a speedboat to go out to sea. Du Sheng understood instantly and his mouth twitched. The angels like Victoria's Secret are really worthy of being a big fantasy. If this matter is exposed, it is likely to cause an uproar. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, I'll try my best. After all, you know, I'll have a movie released here at that time, so I have to cooperate with the promotion. Tara did not force it, but said, contact more in the future. Du Sheng nodded and responded, no problem, you can get there anytime you have time. I have to say that these angels play very openly and occasionally taste good. As they spoke, everyone began to pack their clothes, shoes, and socks. The second floor was so messy, and things were thrown everywhere. For example, swimming trunks, covers, etc., it is impossible to tell who belongs to whom. Angels don't care about it, they wear it on their gloves. Set. Leonardo Du Sheng saw Jack and Leonardo lying in the room, and he saw that he would not be able to relieve himself for a while. He simply contacted the local cleaning team first and cleaned up his hands. As for the money for cleaning, Jack must pay it. Who made him drag his feet? When it was dark, Carolina and others greeted Leonardo, then hugged Du Sheng and said goodbye, and each dispersed. As for old Jack, he was still lying on the corpse. After all, I am old and I can understand that I am not in good condition. But Leonardo is only in his 30s, and he looks very tired after resting for a long time. But there will be filming tomorrow, so we must rush back to the set. When Leonardo became a little more energetic, they also began to withdraw. Jack was about to go downstairs, but he was suddenly blown by the wind and his body swayed several times. Du Sheng was quick-keyed and quick-cunned, and he held him in one hand and asked, do you want to go to the hospital for a look? It is not an exaggeration to describe Jack's disability in his twilight years. Don't. Jack grabbed Du Sheng's arm tightly and said. Even if I die here, I can't make my reputation bad. Du Sheng looked at him with a smile and said. Then you have to give me some benefits, so that I can close my mouth. If I were unhappy when I returned to the crew, I might have said anything. When Jack heard this, he knew that this bastard still remembered what he had read last time and snorted. I'm so old, you have no way to plot against me. Du Sheng smiled and hugged Jack's shoulders and said. Who and I will plot against you? Jack felt that he was about to be pressed and could not breathe, so he fell downstairs at any time, and sighed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, and I'll even help you stare at Matt Damon. Du Sheng let go of his hand, shook his head and smiled. No need, the producers have to look at Scorsese's face. How big can Damon make on the crew? Besides, Warner cannot allow outsiders to disrupt the crew's shooting. After hearing this, Jack smiled and said. You guy, you understand something quite well. Seeing that it was really bad for him to go downstairs, Du Sheng simply helped him. Jack looked at the messy scene and sighed. I'm so old. Even Tara Banks Campbell can't handle it. You can't accept old age. Leonardo recovered some energy and laughed and joked. I'm a little self-aware, you really can't keep up with the times. After hearing this, Jack gave Leonardo a middle finger. This party, isn't this one the ones that are dragging their backs? After these things, the relationship between the three people is obviously closer. Du Sheng laughed and joked. Leo, you're so embarrassed to say Jack is not good. Aren't you also a quick gunner? When Leonardo heard this, he shivered all over and said with his teeth. Du, if you talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will fight you on. Du Sheng put one hand behind him and made a stand. All fight is right? Come on, I'll give you one hand. Leonardo pointed at Du Sheng and said. No wonder Sister Hurst said you are a bastard. Don't expect such a good thing next time. Du Sheng said indifferently. Carolina and Isabel have my contact information, so don't bother you. Leonardo. Jack covered his waist and shouted. You two brats, the car is here, hurry up and leave. The business car driven by Ma Yaoi was parked at the door of the villa. Du Sheng and Leonardo were quite interesting. They helped Jack get on the car on the left and right, and then rushed back to the hotel on the set together. In the car, Leonardo suddenly said. I heard they want to ask you to be witnesses of Tara's wedding. Du Sheng shook his head and said. That happened to be a coincidence. Leonardo said helplessly. I can't help but go. Du Sheng joked. Then you might as well take the opportunity to get engaged to Giselle Bonken, and you will be happy. Entered? What a horrible joke you are. Leonardo waved his hand and said. I love Giselle quite a bit, but she is older than I expected. Du Sheng smiled and said. If you get tired of it, you will dump it. You are indeed the most affectionate man in Hollywood. Leonardo was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at Jack. You ask this man with 2 marriages what the outcome is now, right? Jack said earnestly. If you don't want to be exposed, it's better not to get married. Single is so comfortable and always popular in the entertainment industry. When they returned to the hotel, the group didn't say anything more and went back to their rooms to rest. Du Sheng slept well this night and felt like he had just closed his eyes and it was dawn. It's true that I'll sleep well at night. The next day, when Du Sheng came to the set, he finished his makeup and the crew was filming a scene of the villain. Stop! Scorsese shouted. Jack, how can you be soft and soft? Jack also knew what the problem was, and said. Wait for a moment, I'll adjust. A few minutes later, the reshoot began, but after a while, Scorsese called to stop again. He stared at Jack seriously and said. You are listless today. Could it be that you went to fool around on the weekend? Jack waved his hand quickly. No, how can it be? He has been tortured these 2 days and has not been in the mood to fool around for the next week. Scorsese showed no mercy at all. If you continue to do this, I will feed you medicine. When Scorsese left, Jack muttered in a low voice. I really have no status when I get old. Not only are I fucked by black girls at the party, but I am also joked by two fools. When I get back here, I am trained by the director. As he complained, he took out something from the bag he placed and started to eat it quickly. Not long after, Jack stood up in a refreshed state. Okay, let's go ahead. Anyone could see that his spirit was much more refreshed at this moment. Du Sheng saw some of what it was and said in surprise. Don't the producer intervene? Leonardo explained next to him. It's normal to be in Hollywood. You can find the feeling of acting. Many actors have this hobby. Du Sheng nodded and said nothing. Leonardo. I see that you have a high talent in acting and are very fast into the show. This is also a kind of self-regulation. Then if you are in a bad state, how did you recover? Du Sheng spread his hands and said. I have beautiful women around me when I was filming. Just send a hand to release them and it will be easy to adjust. Leonardo smiled and shook his head. This trick doesn't work for me. Du Sheng revealed the truth in one go. That's because you change women too hard and you're numb in your body and mind. Leonardo immediately had nothing to say. After several scenes were filmed, the crew entered a rest state. Du Sheng, Leonardo, and Jack naturally got together. Jack became wilted again and said. This time I've exhausted me. I'll probably have to take a rest for half a month before I can recover. Leonardo smiled and said. Just now, Tara Banks sent me a text message saying you broke the appointment and asked if you would go out tonight. Jack shivered all over and shook his head quickly. Don't, I can't afford to toss. Du Sheng heard something and turned his head in surprise. I remember Tara is a model. Leon, didn't you just like blonde white girls before? Leonardo said casually. I eat specials every day, and I'm tired of it. It's good to adjust the taste occasionally. Du Sheng was full of admiration, and he couldn't convince himself at the moment. Scorsese also felt a little weird when he looked at the few people sitting there and chatting. These days, he found that Du Sheng, Leonardo, and Jack seem to have a special understanding. Even if they don't film, they often get together to chat. In view of this, Scorsese simply filmed them in advance. Unexpectedly, the effect was particularly good. Therefore, the crew's shooting progress suddenly accelerated a lot. Before I knew it, the progress had passed by 1/4. On this day, the crew had a rare 2 hours of rest time. Zhang Hailong walked quickly to Du Sheng and lowered his voice. Matt Damon is here, I guess he will join the group later. Du Sheng smiled slightly, not caring. It's okay, this is not Harvey's territory. Zhang Hailong sat on the chair beside him and then asked. Do you want me to pay attention to his movements? Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said. No need for the time being. After all, he is one of the investors and he has to be a role model. At this time, Jack waved to him, looking strange. Du Sheng saw something and looked around and said. Where did Leo go? Jack pointed to the RV not far away and laughed. Giselle found out about what happened that day, and the two seemed to be quarreling on the phone. After a while, Leonardo walked back angrily and said. I've really had enough of this time. We must break up with her. I am at this age and I still always quarrel with me. Jack joked. I'm at the watershed age, I'm not really young, and my wrinkles are almost coming out. If you don't break up, I'm afraid you won't be able to get rid of it. Du Sheng quickly stood far away and said. It turns out that I am a Hollywood scumbag. I'm afraid my reputation will be ruined when I stay with you. Jack looked at Du Sheng with contempt, as if he was saying that you had fewer scandals. Du Sheng has his own principles and will not encourage others to break up casually. However, when I thought of the scandal about Giselle in my previous life, I smiled and said. But then again, Leo, you're not like a person who gave up a forest for a tree. Leonardo patted Du Sheng on the shoulder and sighed. You understand the truth the most. Jack turned his head and asked. Have she lost her temper with you? Leonardo nodded and replied. I scolded me and I might even make a big fuss on the set. Based on my experience, this possibility is more than 80%. Some women just don't know where they are. The better you treat her, the more indulgent she will be and don't know how to reward her. Jack looked worried about his friend and said with a smile. I think you should call Tara, Natasha, and the others and ask Giselle to compare himself. 9 out of 10 will be ashamed and withdraw. Leonardo was moved after hearing this, but quickly reacted and pointed at Du Sheng and Jack and said angrily. You two bastards, don't you just want to see me be fooled? Du Sheng shrugged and ruthlessly exposed him. Stop pretending, you didn't have it early in the morning. Want to break up? At this time, Matt Damon walked out of the road. Accompanied by life producer Kolida, he walked towards the set. It's lunch break now, and everyone gathered together to chat in groups of 3 or 5. Damon noticed the location of the 3 starring actors at a glance. Du Sheng was chatting and laughing with old Jack, and he joked from time to time, making him look particularly close. Damon narrowed his eyes and looked at Kolida. How do they get along with each other in normal times? Kolida replied softly. Yes, the relationship is pretty good. Even director Scorsese finds it incredible. I heard that they have held a party together recently. In order to better understand the situation, Damon continued to ask. How is Du Sheng's acting skills? Can he integrate into the crew? Very good, just a little worse than Jack. Director Scorsese felt that he was more natural than Leonardo in his performance. As one of the producers, Kolida has worked with Damon Pictures many times, and his evaluation is quite substantial. Scorsese said more than once that choosing Du Sheng was a wise decision. Damon nodded silently and did not ask again. Seeing this, Kolida advised. The crew is working very well now and the shooting is progressing smoothly, and Scorsese has also made plans for this. Even if you really want to do something, it's best to put it aside first, otherwise the consequences will not be guaranteed. Damon looked at the few people talking and laughing over there, and said, Don't worry, I'm not a reckless man. Speaking of this, he instructed Kolida. Continue to pay attention to Du Sheng and Jack Nicholson, I heard that they want to plot against me. Kolida was a little surprised. Really or not? Damon felt a little bored when he remembered the situation when he was studying last time, and he didn't know what tricks these 2 guys would do. At this moment, Jack suddenly said, Hey, Damon is staring at you. Du Sheng said without looking back. You used to make fun of him in public, you are the one he wants to mess with. Jack said sinisterly. No one in this world has ever been able to mess with me. Leonardo was caught and took revenge, and directly shook Jack's embarrassing story. How do I remember the last party when Tara used a fake toy to make you jealous and twisted in the back? When Du Sheng heard this, he quickly moved away and was far away from Jack. I really didn't expect that the old man still has this special habit. Jack said indifferently. When you reach my age, you have done everything you should do, of course you will try new tricks. Du Sheng. Chapter 613 Is this gift fun enough? During the chat, the set has been rearranged. When the 3 of them saw the director stand up, they also returned to their original place. Next to the set, Ma Yaoi, who worked part-time on-site producer, carefully checked all the props. After confirming that, he signaled to Du Sheng. This time Damon joined the group. Although a Hollywood star like him would not easily make a note of his acting career. But Ma Yaoi still dared not slacken at all, for fear that some small details would go wrong. Du Sheng walked into the studio and next filmed a scene between Colin and Digner with Damon. The 2 of them first became familiar with the position and then made a few lines right. But who knew that a camera suddenly had a minor problem and it would take a while to fix it. I felt the atmosphere was a little weird, and Du Sheng spoke and broke the silence. Speaking of this, the role you play is quite special. Damon didn't know what the other party was referring to, so he said with a little caution. My previous movie. Du Sheng smiled and said. That's right, especially the Spy Shadows series, which has brought agents to the popularity. However, we actors cannot be as worried as the agents in the movies as the stumbling blocks. The theme of this movie is to revolve around the stumbling block plan to eliminate dissidents. Damon understood, was silent for a while, and then said. Reality is indeed not a movie, it's impossible to live to the death. Du Sheng nodded and said in agreement. Yes, it's a cooperation after all. Even if there is a little friction during this period, I will not be so stupid as to stab people with a knife. Damon was silent for a moment and said. That's true. Maybe they'll go their own way after the filming. Du Sheng stretched out his hand and said with a smile. It's been over the collaboration of this drama, maybe it's hard for us to get together. Although Damon put away his hostility, he still said bluntly. But I still have to say that I don't have a good impression of you. After hearing this, Du Sheng smiled and said. I'm not a beautiful girl, and everyone can't like it. After saying that, this matter will be revealed for the time being. After all, in the crew, the importance of the character has long been determined. Besides, the scenes have been filmed here, and no one can intervene to change the overall situation. Damon still looked so honest and always maintained his honest image. After a while, the shooting started again. Du Sheng and Damon each entered the camera and entered the state. In the play, Colin threatened Digner to have an undercover list, but Digner refused to give it to him, and the two almost fought. Damon worked hard, as if he wanted to compare Du Sheng in this rival scene. Fortunately, Du Sheng was in very good condition and performed naturally, Chang, not at all lost to the other party. Just as he patted, Scorsese shouted to stop. He came to the camera and said to Damon. You keep it a little bit tight, it feels too deliberate. Matt Damon nodded, squatted down without saying a word, and adjusted his state in a unique way. The crew members quickly took their place and filming started again. But just after 5 seconds of shooting, Scorsese stopped again and said loudly. Damon, converge. Don't you understand? Control the rhythm. In the following shooting, Damon's condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad, and it was not smooth. However, Scorsese did not lose his temper. Damon was just joining the group and was still in the adaptation stage. Leonardo, who was waiting on the sidelines, couldn't help but complain. Damon took the wrong medicine? He seemed to have to crush Du Sheng in the opponent's scene. Jack talked. He has a broken mentality, both deliberate and overworked, and is even more exaggerated than what you act. If others complained about his acting skills, Leonardo would have refuted it long ago. But when Jack said this, he really didn't know how to reply, so he could only continue. It's probably still a question of grabbing the corner, Damonte wants to prove himself. Jack smiled and said. So what? It's always the most popular to bring funds into the group. Who asked Fat Harvey to withdraw the investment? As long as Du Sheng, Jack, and Leonardo do not cause trouble, there will be no big trouble for the crew. As for Matt Damon, he had no other special actions except that he always wanted to surpass Du Sheng in the opponent's scene during filming. In fact, everyone knows that even if it makes a fuss, it won't change anything, and it will only make Scorsese even more dissatisfied with him. Leonardo thought of something to each other and said in a low voice. You have seen the heroine of the crew. I think it's probably Du Sheng's girlfriend. He roughly said what he knew. There are only 3 female characters in this film, and the one who plays the most is the one played by Black, but she has not yet joined the group. Generally speaking, there are fewer actresses in the crew, so there are less disputes. But for them who love to make trouble, it is much more boring. When Jack heard this, he immediately became interested. Great opportunity. If I don't tease him, I will be despicable. Du Sheng's 1 vs 8 record is still alive the next day. Looking at himself, he is still very weak and he feels jealous. Leonardo also remembered the embarrassing incident at the last party, and was named 22nd man by Du Sheng and the angels, and said, "In this way, Isabel and the others are coming to visit the set, and we can." This day, Newark Airport. After auditioning for the role of Gossip Girl, Blake Lively rushed over. Because the cold weather affected the flight, she was much later than expected. When she arrived near the terminal, she did not see Du Sheng, but only saw an acquaintance waving. "Hi, Black, here." Ma Yaoi quickly walked forward and put her suitcase into the car. Black glanced at the surroundings and asked curiously, "Where is Brother Sheng? Didn't he come?" Ma Yaoi explained. "He has given you a call, but your phone has no signal. Since we prepared a party for you in advance and it was difficult for the guests to wait, we had to go back and arrange it first." Black was a little annoyed and sighed. Los Angeles is in fire at this time of year, with cold weather and hurricanes causing flight delays. Ma Yaoi opened the back seat door and waited for Black to get in the car, and said with a smile, "It's okay, Brother Sheng will give you a big compensation." "That's a bit looking forward to it," Black said a little excitedly. Transportation in New York was still as bad as ever, and when the car finally arrived at the Hilton Hotel, it was already completely dark. Ma Yaoi parked the car and said to Black, "The third-floor banquet hall, you go up first." Black looked at his simple outfit and asked a little unconfidently, "Is it appropriate for me to go to the party like this?" Ma Yaoi nodded and said, "It's pretty good." Black quickly walked towards the hotel and trotted along the passage. At this moment, the red wooden door slowly opened in the banquet hall on the third floor. Black rushed over happily when he saw the figure coming out, and threw himself into his arms. Du Sheng kissed her forehead gently and said with a smile, "Come in, everyone is waiting for you." Black walked into the banquet hall with Du Sheng's hand. The lights in the hall were dim, and the music of Happy Birthday sounded at the right time. In a romantic atmosphere, Zhang Hailong walked out with a huge cake. Du Sheng gently pushed Black and smiled. "Although it's a bit late, I hope you like it." Black walked to the cake happily and blew out the candles on it. At this time, the lights suddenly lit up and the applause rang out. Only then did she realize that among the people celebrating her coming-of-age ceremony were producer Brad Gray, director Scorsese, Oscar winner Jack Nicholson, and Leonardo. Black was so happy that so many senior executives came to her coming-of-age party. This means that Du Sheng is really preparing for her with all his heart. Another at the same time, Leonard often saw Du Sheng introducing Black, and pressed the phone button as if nothing had happened. Jack had been paying attention to Leonardo's actions, and saw this and said to Scorsese with a smile, "There will be a good show later." Scorsese knew that these guys always like to tease each other, but they never dragged down the shooting progress, so he didn't interfere. "Is this what you and Leo made to trick you into?" Jack glanced at Du Sheng and said, "This kid is so inappropriate. Isn't it good to be single? Now he is still having romantic love. If you betray Leo and me, you must not just let it go." Scorsese. Looking at the lively scene in front of me, I felt that it was really interesting for a while. On one side of the hall, Eugenia, Natasha, Carolina, and Miranda Kerr appeared quietly under the leadership of Isabel and walked towards the banquet hall. Eugenia and Carolina were holding special plagues in their hands, and a few lines of words could be vaguely seen. The group turned around the corner, and Isabel asked softly, "Are you ready?" Eugenia and Carolina nodded happily, and when they thought of what happened next, they couldn't help laughing. At this time, the door of the banquet hall opened, and Leonardo walked out and asked, "Is it okay?" Isabel made a gesture and urged, "Come on, don't be up." Leonardo laughed and brought a group of angels into the venue. "Then let's start. Sisters, let's do it." Isabel took the lead and led the people behind him into the banquet hall. As soon as he stepped into the banquet hall, Leonardo shouted to Du Sheng at the top of his voice, "Hey, brother, see who is coming." Du Sheng looked at him and saw Isabel rushing toward him. However, his quality is not concealed, and his face is still calm and there is no sign of any abnormality. But before he could react, Eugenia and Carolina came in with plagues. "I'll go, place so big." Du Sheng glanced at the conspicuous words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. Eugenia and Carolina were quick-witted and raised the plaque as soon as they came in. I saw black words on white background, saying, "Du Sheng's ex-girlfriend group, congratulations to his current girlfriend on his happy birthday." For a moment, the entire banquet hall was so quiet that even a needle could be heard falling to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Eugenia, Miranda and Isabel also walked in and shouted in unison, "Happy, are you happy?" Then, a burst of laughter broke out in the hall. Jack couldn't straighten his waist and his cheeks hurt. If Scorsese hadn't taken into account his status, he would have been afraid that the red wine in his mouth would have to be sprayed out. The other guests also laughed. Everyone knows that this group of mixed balls has started to work together every day again. Leonardo looked at Du Sheng with a smug look on his face, as if he was silently saying what to do. But unexpectedly, Du Sheng just glanced at them calmly and was not as panicked as expected. Isabel was not afraid of big things, so he continued to play with mischievously. "Hi, my dear, you promised to attend your ex-girlfriend's qualifying wedding party before, why didn't you come?" Puff. Scorsese finally couldn't help it and sprayed out a sip of wine. This group of people really want to kill Du Sheng. Du Sheng looked calm and said, "If I had so many angel ex-girlfriends, I would probably wake up in my dreams. As for the quasi-wedding party, you have also seen it, and I can only give you a gift." Black looked at Du Sheng and then looked at several supermodels. She came from a family of acting and suddenly understood something in her heart. She naturally held his arm, showed a warm and decent smile, and said, "Thank you all for coming to my party. Your gift is really special." Isabel was a little surprised and couldn't help but look at Black. This girl looks only 17 or 18 years old, tall, long legs, young and beautiful like a model, and she is so calm. This is the entry-level qualification to become Du Sheng's rumored girlfriend? Du Sheng welcomed the group of angels in and said, "Don't block the door, come in and eat the cake." Black also smiled and said, "Please come in, everyone." Leonardo gave Isabel a wink, suggesting that she continued to toss. But Isabel pretended not to see it, and took the sisters to Du Sheng and asked with a smile, "No wonder I don't like us. Where did you find such a perfect angel?" Du Sheng responded with a smile, "Maybe I saved the earth in my previous life, so I have this blessing." Everyone laughed and he passed the level. Black smiled and held Du Sheng's arm, warmly invited everyone to the banquet hall. After seeing producer Brad Gray and director Scorsese, Isabel and Carolina stepped forward to say hello. Black went to make up, and Leonardo came to Du Sheng and joked, "Is this gift fun enough?" Du Sheng said, "It's really interesting, and what's even more interesting is that Carolina and the others will probably reveal the 22nd man to the public later." Leonardo. This is his eternal pain. Du Sheng did not forget to remind him again. Just now Isabel told me that the reason why Giselle broke up with you is that you are too soft." Leonardo knew that Du Sheng would not make up, so he cursed Fark in his heart, but pretended to be calm and calm. "If it were really as they said, could I still chase so many girls? You used to be a novice, but now you can only gain fame and money." Du Sheng remembered the scene just now and laughed and sarcastically. "I'm different, I can only rely on my ability and strength." Leonardo wanted to refute, but when he thought of the last party, he was speechless. After changing the cake, Black came out to cut the cake. When he passed by Du Sheng with a plate, he pointed to Isabel, Carolina and Eugenia and said, "I'll give it to them." Du Sheng said, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Black shook his head and said with a bright smile, "There are so many guests here, you can't neglect them." Watching her leave, Leonardo asked, "Are you so calm? Du Sheng smiled, not caring about it. Are you afraid that Giselle will talk about your romantic debt? Leonardo laughed and said. You are indeed a fellow, very scumbag. Du Sheng said lightly. Don't compare me with you, I can't afford to lose this face. On the other side, Black and Isabel and others sat at the rest table, and they seemed to be having a good chat. Isabel couldn't help asking. You don't want to know why we are teasing Du Sheng tonight? Black smiled and said. No need, Du Sheng is unique in my heart. I think everything he does is right. Eugenia and Carolina looked at each other speechlessly, not knowing how to respond. Chapter 614 Inception. Seeing this, Black made another trick. Actually, I feel like I'm so successful when I can be with him. Isabel didn't know what to say for a moment, and they didn't expect that this girl had such a personality. It's really boring. Carolina felt hit and stood up and said. The party is over in a while, let's go shopping. Half an hour later, after the fun, some people began to leave one after another. Isabel and others also said goodbye to Du Sheng one after another. As soon as the angel group left, the others also left one after another. After all, most of the people who came tonight were crew members and they had to film tomorrow morning. Scorsese and Jack walked towards the parking lot together, and Scorsese said with a little regret. It's a pity that the original excitement has not been staged. I have to say that the little girl is quite calm. Jack smiled and said. You said that, it's a bit of a price reduction. Scorsese shrugged and said. You have to be clear that art itself is processed from life. When Jack saw Leonardo walking slowly over, he said to him. That's it? Isn't it effective at all? But Leonardo said confidently. In my experience, as long as Black has a thorn in his heart, it will be a matter of time before the bastard returns to being single. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the world was getting more and more work. After the party, Du Sheng took Black back to the room. You have booked such a big banquet hall and invited so many people. I'm so happy tonight. Black said as he looked around the room curiously. Du Sheng took out the prepared gift and said with a smile. Everyone only has one coming-of-age ceremony, so of course it has to be more grand. Black asked curiously. Have the crew always been stationed here? Where is the room assigned to me? As one of the leading actors of the crew, she naturally has her own separate room. Of course, it is mainly because there are many paparazzi here, so we have to avoid it. I'll take you there later. Du Sheng handed the gift box to Black. Guess what it is? Black took it with a little delightedly, took it apart, and said in surprise. Wow, the Omega Constellation series watch is so beautiful. Du Sheng sorted the box aside and said. I originally wanted to wait for you to buy it together, but unfortunately time doesn't allow it, so I chose it in advance. Blake walked forward happily, wrapped his arms around Du Sheng's neck, and raised his head slightly. Du Sheng naturally would not hesitate and lowered his head and kissed him. This gentle and sweet kiss gradually became warm. Black felt the heat on his body, and said with a blushing face. Take a shower first. Du Sheng said considerately. I've been on the plane for several hours and am really tired. I'll give you a massage. Black nodded obediently, took out the bath towels, BDSM supplies from the suitcase, and took it with him. Du Sheng took off his coat and began to adjust the temperature and release water. Looking at the man's strong figure, Black couldn't help but remember the scene of the last party at Hearst Manor. She was having fun, and trotted towards Du Sheng, and hit her hard. Du Sheng cooperated very well and fell into the bathtub with a shaking. He even pulled it with his hands on his hands, and Black fell down as well. My body was soaked. Black supported himself, looked up at Du Sheng, and took off his wet t-shirt. As a girl who is fascinated by love, her greatest ideal is to one day fall down on her idol. That night, Black Lively finally realized his dream, so he was overworked while riding a horse and could hardly lift his legs. Du Sheng also brought her a full comedy gift. It just doesn't last too long, which is a bit regrettable. Fortunately, Black if a genius is joined, otherwise the Angel team will take advantage of the situation and succeed. 2 weeks passed without realizing it. Black took out a tear-jerking stick and prepared for the final finishing stage. This scene is when she accidentally discovers Colin's true identity and all the bad things he has done, and she feels extremely disappointed and feared by it. The final shot freezes her looking at Colin with a sad and desperate look, her eyes filled with tears. Then he left without saying a word, giving Colin no chance to explain, leaving only a lonely back for the audience, and also adding helplessness and sadness to the whole story. After filming the key scene of the psychologist, the scene also came to an end. However, Du Sheng and Leonardo still have a rivalry, so they can only send her back to the hotel first. When I came back in the evening, I found that she was busy packing her luggage and asked, "Have you booked the air ticket?" "I booked a flight tomorrow morning." Black looked full of joy, stepped forward and kissed Du Sheng gently, and said, "The agent just called and said that Gossip Girl will start filming soon and I'm going to join the crew." Du Sheng had previously discussed matters related to Gossip Girl with the Hearst sisters, and responded, "Since you have decided to give up your studies, then devote yourself to your career. This drama will be broadcast on 3 local stations under Hearst plus 2 major streaming media platforms, which is also a good choice for you." When Lee Yuxin came to visit the set last week, she reminded Black to be prepared, so he was not surprised by this. Black showed reluctance. "But you finally came here, and you'll go back to the east after the filming." Du Sheng smiled and patted her on the shoulder, saying, "I'll take a few more days to shoot here, and I'll go back to Los Angeles first." "That's great. Amanda also lets you make a guest appearance when you have time." Thinking of being separated soon, in order to get along with the male god more, Black simply didn't leave the room, and the two of them were tired until midnight. The next morning, Du Sheng took Black to the airport early and continued to return to the set. What surprised him was that Matt Damon and Harvey behind him did not make any trouble, and left after the filming the day before yesterday. Since the 3 leading actors are in good agreement, the filming is coming to an end. In 2 days, the crew will arrange a series of media activities to preheat and promote the film. Du Sheng arrived on the set after putting on makeup. Scorsese looked at him and joked, "I didn't have a rest last night, should I take a long day off?" Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need, I'm in good condition now." Scorsese nodded and returned to the control room, sighing in his heart that the young man was really energetic. Last night, Black's high scream lasted until 2 a.m. and could be heard through the walls. Who doesn't want to have such youngness? At this time, Leonardo walked over, patted Du Sheng on the shoulder, and said unhappily, "Jack and I have already discussed to drive you out of the house." Du Sheng asked with a confused look on his face. "Why? Am I not qualified?" Jack walked slowly with a cigar in his mouth, spit out a mouthful of smoke, and said leisurely, "On average, we change our girlfriends in a month. Why do you have to be with us? The scumbag is so upright, and the scumbag is so natural." Du Sheng pointed at them and scolded them in a pretentious manner. "You are prejudice, do you understand? Naked envy and jealousy. How could these 2 scumbags be compared with someone as affectionate as him?" During the chat, the set was finally set up. Scorsese waved to the other side and shouted, "Jack, go and put on makeup, don't mess it up until the end." Jack shrugged and turned away, and came to the set of the rooftop of the building. The crew began to clear the scene, keeping the reporters and media present at the scene away for the time being, but they can put down their camera and watch the shooting process. Du Sheng and Leonardo first became familiar with the movement. The classic rooftop drama in the second act was officially launched. The lines of this scene are filled with fuck, and you can hear them at least a dozen times in less than a minute. There is no elegance at all, it is a true portrayal of American streets. The 2 were in good shape. When Leonardo was extremely angry, he did not use his signature gestures to express his emotions as frequently as usual. Even so, this long shot was still shot 3 times before Scorsese was satisfied. Next is a small-scale gun battle scene. A traitor shot Leonardo in the head, and the latter fell to the ground in surprise. Du Sheng turned around expressionlessly and shot the traitor police detective who was guest starring Zhang Hailong. The role reversal and dramatic, reaching climax at this moment. It also happened to correspond to Chen Yongren being shot dead by an undercover agent in Infernal Affairs, which adds a bit of side to the whole film. After filming this scene, Du Sheng and Leonardo were a little tired and sat in the rest area without saying a word. It is now mid-December, and Leonardo's role is completed ahead of schedule. Du Sheng's scene is also coming to an end. However, there is a boss battle in the US version. In the plot, Colin seized the opportunity in a police operation and shot Frank to death. After the break, the filming continued. Bang! The gunshots rang out and Jack fell into the excavator's bucket. Du Sheng put down his gun and looked over there with a complicated expression. He felt a sense of relief and pretended to shout for support. Crack! Congratulations to everyone on the successful completion. With Scorsese's order, the scene suddenly cheered. Du Sheng walked up and pulled Jack up, and said with a smile, "It's not easy to cooperate with you. When you return to Los Angeles, you have to hold a party to entertain me." Jack has a villa in Beverly Hills and holds a party from time to time, and the news spreads to China. No problem. Jack agreed readily. Du Sheng left the venue and shook hands and thanked each staff member. Since he did not prepare any special souvenirs, he asked Zhang Hailong to customize the special edition T-shirt in China in advance as a team souvenir. This is Hollywood's daily life, and he is considered to follow the local customs. Finally, he came to Scorsese to say goodbye, and Du Sheng said sincerely, "This time I will gain a lot for me to work with you on the director. I hope I will have the opportunity to continue to cooperate in the future." Scorsese smiled and nodded, and said earnestly, "You do have talent, work hard and don't waste your talents." Du Sheng smiled and said, "I understand." Leonardo came over and gave him a special gift on behalf of the entire team. A beautiful imitation gun. This is a prop that Du Sheng used during the shooting process, and it is considered that the object returned to the original owner. Leonardo punched him and said, "Remember to come to my breakup party later, otherwise I will delete you from the list of friends." Faced with the threat issued by such a Hollywood superstar, Du Sheng was very melancholy and could only agree honestly. The film came to an end after the finale banquet. As soon as I got into the car, a crisp reminder sound came from my ears. "The filming of The Walker of the Side has been detected, will the lottery be settled?" Du Sheng, who had drunk a few more drinks and was in a bad condition, suddenly felt refreshed. This is an action movie, involving many special skills. However, when I think about the undercover character I played this time, and it was a remake from Infernal Affairs. Therefore, Du Sheng did not have great expectations. Of course, since the comprehensive evaluation has been improved to D+, there are still many valuable things to be drawn. Moreover, there are many draws, so there are also some places to put them. As the thought fell, the rating was surprisingly low. In the statistics, the host character fit is 88.2%, the roles account for 21.9%, and the completion is 87.2%. The prize pool is re-updated. According to Du Sheng's guess, this is likely to be unable to fully adapt to the Hollywood style. Moreover, he has not presented many local features and American memes in the film intact. Thinking that this is the first time I have been starring in Hollywood, this is normal. The settlement is completed, the performance rating of The Walker of the Insular is, excellent plus. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D+, and the number of draws can be 1/12. Will the draw be held? Du Sheng flashed through his mind those more useful items and skills of Colin, and he silently recited the lottery in his mind. As the thought fell, 7 cards popped up, and the light exploded like a silhouette. "Hey, I've pulled out a batch." Du Sheng ignored the $300,000, handcuffs, green cards, etc., and his eyes fell on the diamond-shaped badge flashing with blue light. Sin Nemesis, batch, LV1/Blue, 10/1000. Focusing on combating evil forces or organizations, and maintaining fairness and justice with practical actions, we hereby award a Crime Nemesis batch. Du Sheng. After reading it, he looked speechless. "Last time I won the lottery for the Daddy Master, and this time I got another batch. What I have given recently is what I want. Why does it feel a bit hodgepodge?" But if you think about it carefully, it is quite in line with the rules of lottery. In recent years, he has filmed films such as Infernal Affairs, Shad the Wolf, Fuse, and The Walker of the Infernal Affairs, and he is almost synonymous with justice. Although some justice is not obvious, it is true to kill evil forces. As for the effect of this batch, there are 2 more effects when worn. First, it can slowly increase the reputation and popularity of the wearer in the local police, and reduce unnecessary trouble in the future. The second is weakness detection, that is, every time you attack a criminal person, you have a chance to hit his weakness. It looks okay, but the scope of actual application is not very large. But this is always a special item, and it is quite precious, so it may be useful in the future. Du Sheng didn't dislike it and put it in the lottery warehouse first. "This golden pendant seems to be what I gave to Black in the movie." Du Sheng was a little confused. Although the two separated in the movie, can they still get the given away? "I can't figure it out, so I simply don't think about it. Anyway, gold will become more and more valuable in the future, so it is possible to see if the gram is larger than millions. Even if you don't sell it, you can still enjoy the joy of giving it to the girls." A copy of the movie script of Inception. Du Sheng nodded thoughtfully. This is a suspense crime film unique to Hollywood, and was also produced by Hua in the previous life. This film tells the story of a group of professional criminal gangs using advanced technology to enter other people's dreams, steal information, and implant ideas. The global box office reached $836 million. With its complex plot and shocking visual effects, it becomes a movie. A classic work of history, has also won many honors such as nomination for the 83rd Academy Award for Best Picture. Considering that this film will take 3 years to prepare, Du Sheng is not in a hurry and put it on for now. It is not too late to put it on the agenda after the reorganization of its own special effects company. Chapter 615, The First Time Record. I wish you all a Happy New Year. Ace Agents? I seem to have drawn similar ones before. Du Sheng looked downward, and it was the script again. Ace Agents, Agent Academy. After looking carefully, it seemed to be a sequel, and it was obviously different from the Ace Agent I drew before. For example, the production team, director, production, etc. have all been replaced. However, this film combines agent themes with humorous elements and action scenes, completing the transformation well. The box office of the global release in his previous life exceeded $400 million, and the Dubon score was 8.4 points, which is considered an action blockbuster that is deeply loved by the audience. Considering that the first part and the similar Lonely Agent have not been arranged, this sequel can only be placed on the shelves for the time being. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Deception, Blue, skill. Seeing the last skill obtained, Du Sheng reached out to hold his forehead. However, when I think of Colin's specialties, I am not surprised. Deception LV1/Blue, 10/1000. There is a 45% chance that the other party will increase his trust in his lies by 10% in the next 30 seconds. If you increase to LV2, you have a 50% chance of increasing your trust by 15%. In addition to being useful in reality, this thing also has special effects when filming. For example, when filming an opponent's scene, it can effectively make the other party more empathetic and devoted, and the interpretation is more realistic and natural. If combined with your own acting effect, this is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2. If you start with its special nature, it will be quite good. For example, if you use it in the field or cheating, you dare not say that you have made a fortune. As long as you are more cautious, you can make a fortune abroad. But for Du Sheng, who is quite well established, it is a bit like a cannon hitting a mosquito. It is unlikely that he can take such a big risk to cheat and grab it. Moreover, as a good citizen who has devoted his life to maintaining world peace, Du Sheng does not want to cause trouble for the time being. He glanced at him and accumulated another reputation value of 1.88 million, and spent 2,000 to upgrade his badge and skills to LV2 to enhance the effect. It will always be useful in the future, and be prepared for any trouble. Du Sheng swept away other skills and finally added his reputation to 9 Yang Divine Arts. The 8th layer of Dragon and Elephant requires huge reputation, and this layer is to train tendons, and the biggest function is to break through the belt veins and enhance flexibility, and there is little demand for the time being. As for another main skill, the Eternal Life, after practicing to the 5th level, you need to guide your mind, and control the yin and yang energy to achieve balance. It is difficult to achieve it at present. Therefore, improving the 9 Yang Divine Art has become the best solution. After all, this technique is only at the 9th level, and it has been upgraded to the 4th level. Moreover, there are also magical characteristics such as the turtle breathing technique, the gecko's wall, the invasion of poisons, and the indestructible Vajra, which looks quite good. In addition, if you want to practice this magical skill, you must survive the heat and self-immolation of the whole body, open up hundreds of acupoints, and break through dozens of piercings in the whole body, so that the internal force will be endlessly circulated and self-generated. Otherwise, if you fight violently, you will easily be too disheartened to death. Therefore, various reasons are superimposed, it is imperative to improve this. Du Sheng added all the remaining reputation value. 9 Yang Divine Art, 5th level / purple, 389216 rightward arrow 2155398/4096000. Not only did you directly cross the promotion, but you also raised the required experience bar more than half. After a sensation of numbness and itch, Du Sheng felt as if his whole body was relaxed and his muscles were activated. Unlike before, this time there was an extra stream of heat running all over the body, and the muscles and bones were stretched. An extremely powerful feeling permeates the whole body. The 2nd level of easy tendons and marrow cleaning, and the 3rd level of ultimate yang heat have been obviously strengthened. In addition to the great improvement of physical fitness, his immunity has been enhanced again, and even his internal organs seem to have been tempered. Response, agility, speed, and other aspects have also been significantly improved. Du Sheng subconsciously clenched his hand with force. Click. The hotel guardrail polished by steel actually made a creaking sound. If someone sees it, he will definitely exclaim, "Mom, come and see Superman." Because the steel guardrail collapsed directly into the body, revealing conspicuous fingerprints. The clench just now was no less than 2,200 pounds. Du Sheng was slightly happy. Although he would not become a Superman, he would definitely not run away as long as he strengthened it. All because of the above, he also automatically understood a method of turtle breathing. It is the turtle breathing technique. Good thing. Anyone who has read The Legend of the Condor Heroes knows that this is a sect that allows practitioners to regulate their breathing and make their breath extremely weak, as if they are like turtles to maintain their lives with extremely slow metabolism and enter a state of false death. For example, after the Battle of Lightning, Zhang Wuji used this technique to hide his aura, avoided a wave of chasing the enemy, and secretly obtained information without being discovered. Of course, in addition to concealing breath, it also has miraculous effects such as assisting healing, enhancing internal strength, and underwater survival. If Du Sheng remembers correctly, once Zhang Wuji was severely injured by Zhou's Hero's 9 yen white bone claws, He used his turtle breath to the method enters a deep breathing state to concentrate on repairing damaged meridians and internal organs. Although ordinary means cannot hurt him in reality, don't forget that this is a Hollywood with guns and cannons. The more you have, the best skills. What's more, if you upgrade to the 6th level, you can get the magical trick like a gecko wall walking technique, and becoming Spider-Man is not a dream. This time will probably be achieved in just 3 or 2 months. Fuse, which will be released in Asia and North America next, as well as the popularity of the final with Tyson, and its reputation will soar. The subsequent baby plan that cooperated with Chenglong and the hype and preheating of the Walker of the Stop, which can bring global influence. To make up a reputation of 2 million is definitely much faster than before. Even if we calculate based on average, we can save enough after the new year. Yes, life is getting more and more hope. Du Sheng calmed down and said goodbye to the agent who saw him off, and returned to Los Angeles first. Brother Sheng. Here. It was very late to fly to Los Angeles, so Du Sheng simply stayed with Taylor, who came to pick him up. After not seeing each other for a while, this girl became more and more beautiful. In addition to following Du Sheng's advice and following a sweet style, the biggest change is that his mentality is his maturity. Of course, she was still that little fangirl in front of Du Sheng. After meeting each other, I happily threw myself into his arms and refused to leave. Stop making trouble, there are paparazzi around you, your image will be out of stock. Du Sheng smiled and sorted out her hair, signaling to the reporter next to her. Although he is not worried about the scandal here, he still needs to pay attention to his image. It's not the first time I've shot it, and my new album just doesn't have the popularity to make it to the ranking. Taylor didn't feel at all relieved about this matter, but instead held his arm intimately, like a cheerful and passionate girl. Du Sheng smiled and knew that this was the entertainment culture here. Even some first and second tier celebrities deliberately pretend to be ambiguous, get married, and divorce on a stop package in order to maintain their popularity. Since the girl wants to use the rumors to rank the new album, she will let her go. I have to say that her popularity has been rising well recently. Although it still follows the rural customs, thanks to the popularity of the scandal with Du Sheng and the skewed resources of the Big Machine Records, its popularity in Nashville has been considered the second tier. Not long ago, he also won the Songwriter Artist of the Year award by the Nashville Songwriter International Association. But Taylor felt that it was not good to stay in Nashville and had planned to expand outward. Not long ago, a Christmas-style music album Teardrops on My Guitar was released, which has now topped the 28th Billboard Top 200 album list, with a cumulative sales of more than 400,000 in the United States. But relying solely on her own fans and fame, she is a little unable to move at the moment. No, it is necessary to take advantage of the situation. It is normal to maintain a scandal with Du Sheng and find the Hearst sisters to make fun of it. In addition, we are here to attend the 41st Lighthouse Country Music Association Award ceremony. This is a grand occasion in North America, with a national TV station live broadcast, and the exposure is good. When Du Sheng returned to Los Angeles, in addition to planning the layout and development of the 2 major streaming media platforms and discussing the shooting plan of The Wanted Order, one of the itineraries was to support the girl. Of course, this support is not in vain. In order to repay Du Sheng, Taylor came here with great hard work, and planned to set an example to support her in the venue tonight. Du Sheng was not polite either and measured her mind carefully. I have to say that after many leukemia and conditioning, the changes in this girl have become very obvious. Not only is it a flat airport, you can see the ups and downs at high and low, and it feels good to climb. Even though she had a short time to hold the stage, she could sing hoarsely for half an hour after singing the high notes. After 2 days of handling the matters on the lighthouse, Du Sheng immediately rushed back to China. The main reason is that it is approaching the end of the year. Too many things are piled up together, so I have to arrange them anyway. For example, the annual company annual meeting, shareholders meeting, the promotion and release of Fuse, the Spring Festival Gala, the itinerary for the coming year, etc. These are all inconvenient. In short, it's right to be very busy. If Wang Jinhua hadn't helped him push most of the business notices, I would have been afraid that I would not have had any time to spare. Early that morning, Du Sheng hugged the octopus with his octopus and gently put it down. When she got out of bed, she covered the slipped quilt back on her snow-white ketone body. This girl came back at 9 o'clock last night, but after meeting, she didn't talk about business matters, she was sobbing and unable to speak. After returning from a fight, he saw Yesili on the bed. Du Sheng smiled and picked her up. Didn't you say you want to go back to the company for negotiations and have to hold a shareholders meeting later? Your attitude is not good. You are not, you bastard, you are just messing around. Although Yesi was yawning, she still remained elegant and gave him an angry look. Let go, stop messing around. Otherwise, I will really be absent today. Last night, she learned that Du Sheng was back and was standing on the platform of the newly opened 200th Miracle Cinema by Motu, so she simply put down the matter and came back. I didn't expect it. There was no negotiation at all because my mouth was blocked. She was already lying flat at 2 o'clock in the morning without any movement, and this bastard refused to let her go. More and more exaggerated. Because Zhong Zhen, who was next door, slept even harder, probably not even woke up yet. In this state, let alone fighting and fighting, there is no enemy to join forces. But I have to say that in addition to this aspect, this man has brought her many advantages. At least recently, she found that not only her skin is shiny and fair, but also some of the slits have become concave and convex. I feel a few years younger out of thin air, just like my childhood, and I am in an amazingly good condition. This is definitely inseparable from men's special abilities. Du Sheng smiled and put her on the sofa. Go and wash up, I'll wake up the next door and go back to the company after breakfast. Interstellar Media, Director's Office. The finances have been settled, and the annual meeting is scheduled at the end of January, is there no problem? Taking advantage of Du Sheng's return to the company, Wang Jinhua and Yezi simply brought him to a shareholders meeting first. It's okay, you have made arrangements for the specifics and try to say what you want me to cooperate. Du Sheng is now a manager. In addition to grasping the general direction of the company's affairs, they basically put them in charge of them. Therefore, there is almost no objection to these things. This annual meeting is expected to be even more grand than last year. In addition to arranging performances and interviews, partners and major media will even be invited to participate. Although Wang Jinhua knew that Du Sheng would not object, she still briefly introduced the process. Du Sheng nodded, suddenly remembered the message from Tang Yan Xingxi and asked. The Hidden will be broadcast on Oriental Satellite TV plus Phoenix Channel. What are the current ratings? This drama was actually aired on 2 TV stations 3 days ago. According to the recent trend forecast, this spy war drama should not be bad. Yesterday, Tang Yan sent a message saying that Oriental TV's premiere exceeded 6 and had a trend of low popularity. No wonder she couldn't hold back her joy. It's just that Phoenix TV broadcasts 2 days late and the results will be released today. If the filming effect can maintain a level of more than 90% in the previous life, it is not guaranteed to be among the top 10 annual viewers, but it is still okay to win a few awards. This is also what Tang Yan was happy about. Her popularity is currently maintained, but she has no awards in film and television. As for the Legend of Condor Heroes that he cooperated with Girls' Generation and aired in mid-October? Although it has been aired for a month now, it is as hot as expected. Motu TV's average viewership reached 9.6%, and the highest viewership in the finale almost reached the threshold of 14%. If it were their excited words, it would be a record. Because their previous drama with the highest ratings has not even exceeded the average rating of 9.6%. As for Phoenix TV, the average viewership is 32%, which makes TVB have no temper. Once there are too many crushing situations, even the media will not report it much. Neon and kimchi are similar, and a trend of ancient costumes has also set off in the local area. Domestic media have reported on this and have also given him the title of Hwaleo Goes International. However, fans of Zhou Zhelun, Su Yupeng, Kim Sun-gu, Wu Qilong, etc., who are known as the Little King of Asia, are very dissatisfied. The two sides have turned the internet into the first battlefield. The funny thing is that the drama unexpectedly became popular, and many viewers spontaneously learned Chinese and wore hanfu, which forced the court to stand up and suppress the trend. After all, this will shake the book. It is okay to imitate idols, but it cannot be reversed. Some people even discussed whether to completely ban the broadcast of Chinese-language films. Du Sheng was filming in New York at that time. When he saw the jokes and chatting content from Lu Yifei and a few girls, he just shook his head and smiled. No surprise. But he was not worried about banning it completely, because it was better to lose it than to block it. Besides, his popularity there is higher than that of local first-tier stars. If he directly satisfies everything, he will probably trigger a dissatisfaction effect. Oriental TV has steadily risen to 7.1%, and the feedback from Phoenix TV is also good, reaching 26.6%. Yesi smiled and said, "Of course, this is also a lot of our high-quality brand effect and the passion brought by the previous dramas, which has made many viewers keep their habits in watching. If the momentum can be stabilized, the situation will basically be maintained." Chapter 616 Wonderful. That's fine. It seems that it shouldn't be difficult for Phoenix TV to break 30%. Du Sheng smiled slightly and asked about the filming of the second episode of Wulin Weizi and Legend of Spiritual Realm 2. I learned that the former is over, and if the post-production is fast, I expect to have the chance to be broadcast during the Spring Festival. Calculate the time, it has been nearly 3 months since Jia Swen, Tong David, Zhang Xin, and others were admitted, and it is normal that they are about to finish. As for production, if you have the experience of the previous episode, there is no problem with completing the work and passing the declaration in more than a month. In addition, the drama itself has a relaxed and funny family atmosphere. If you can win the most popular schedule, it will naturally complement each other. There is a high probability that the ratings of the previous episode will be broken. As for A Legend of Spiritual Realm 2, filming started last month, and Lu Shishi's scenes have just begun and are expected to be filmed until February next year. If the production is included, it will not be broadcast in June or July at the earliest. There are also stars Yang Mi, Lu Yi, Tong Lia, and Zhang Ne, Chen Chus-hung, Liang Jingqi and others. My girl has just started. Du Sheng has been abroad for so long, but he hasn't seen Yang Mi and Tong Lia send messages to bother him. He seems to be in a state of being busy. Considering that there are many newcomers in this drama, it is the first time that Yang Mi has taken the lead as the heroine, so it is predictable that she will be filmed a little slow. However, Forensic Pioneer 2 has been filmed and is in post-production. According to the feedback from Phoenix TV, it will be broadcast at the beginning of the year. In view of the fact that filming has always paid attention to efficiency and speed, Du Sheng was not surprised by this. What surprised him was that the movie Yunshui Ballad that Lu Yifei participated in has not started yet. What's the reason? Previously, the girl contacted him from time to time, but did not mention related matters. This is a bit surprising. Wang Jinhua smiled and said, "It's mainly because it's not very good at time." After listening to the explanation, Du Sheng realized it. On the one hand, Chen Kun's Mandarin Duck Butterfly was nominated for the Golden Horse Awards for Best Actor. The award ceremony is scheduled to be held in November. It was also invited to live broadcast on mainland TV stations for the first time. He has to pay attention to it. On the second side, Bay City artist Su Ruoxuan, one of the female leads, has just released the album Hard Love and is in the stage of promoting the list. This film, Interstellar Media, has no investment, only provides distribution channels, so it does not interfere randomly. After finishing the concert, Zixi has to be busy with her studies and filming endorsement advertisements recently, so it doesn't matter. Therefore, Yinghuang and Longxiang Entertainment simply chose a zodiac auspicious day, which is scheduled to start on December 1st. People in Hong Kong, Macau, and Bay are more confident, and Du Sheng just smiled and said nothing more. Next, everyone talked about the main business issues such as Renren's third round of financing, YY Voice expansion, game development, Miracle Cinema expansion, Country Garden Real Estate's upcoming listing in Hong Kong, Miracle Automobile, Miracle Animation, and other major business issues. These types are currently in a blue ocean stage and there is not much problem with their development. The financial revenue of the entire Pan Entertainment direction is also very stable. For example, Renren, the fastest growing company, has now expanded to multiple businesses thanks to several rounds of financing. Core projects including Renren.com portal, game platform, social space, and email have all reached the middle and upper reaches. The same is true for Miracle Cinemas. The number of theaters under Zhong Zhen's name has only reached 100. Now, 100 theaters have been expanded in less than a year. Even popular cities in the central region have gradually been covered with the development of Country Garden. According to this situation, you will be among the top 5 theaters in the country next year. Of course, there are also difficulties that have been encountered. For example, Miracle Cars and Miracle Anime, both of them have some setbacks. The former is limited by the innate shortages of equipment, technology. Even if it has attracted a group of technical backbones of Lotus Automobile in Britain, it is not so easy to start from scratch. And the latter is almost the same. The funds have just arrived and the preparations have begun. In addition, the acquired digital domain Special Effects Company has not been handed over yet, and it will not be officially launched next year. Despite this, everything is still in order to manage so many subsidiaries and businesses. It has to be said that with Zhong Zhen and Ye Sizi in the headquarters, Du Sheng, the handoff manager, is indeed comfortable. After the meeting, Du Sheng kept Zhong Zhen, who was about to leave, gently pressed her shoulder and let her sit back on the chair. Xiao Yizi said you went to work very early recently. Has your work been piled up? Zhong Zhen heard the concern and replied with a smile. What am I? Sister Hua is more diligent than me. Besides, being idle at home is better than staying in the company. Du Sheng shook his head helplessly. It seems that after getting along with Sister Hua, I have learned nothing but working overtime. Now you are becoming more and more workaholic. Zhong Zhen gave him a blank look and said. We are working so hard, aren't we going to build this foundation well? And I have gained nothing. I have practiced the crane boxing you guided well, and you checked it last night. After being able to hold on for half an hour last night, Zhong Zhen's physical fitness has indeed become much better. In addition, she originally practiced yoga and had also taken body tempering pills. If she fights alone, most martial arts practitioners are not her opponents. You press it like this makes me feel uncomfortable, and I'll press it for you. Zhong Zhen was worried that if this continued, the image of a strong woman would probably not be able to maintain, so he simply pulled Du Sheng back to the back lounge and started giving him a massage. Du Sheng immediately felt much more relaxed. Speaking of massage skills, Zhong Zhen has put in a lot of effort to learn. Coupled with the influence of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra on both sides, her technique has been strongly recognized. Zhong Zhen's hand strength was just right, making Du Sheng feel extremely comfortable. There are a lot of things going on next. You may have to stay in the country for a few more days. Zhong Zhen said while massaged. She knew that Du Sheng would not be back for a long time this time. In addition to the numerous miscellaneous things, the film Fuse is scheduled to be broadcast during the New Year holiday. After running domestically, you have to go abroad. In addition, in North America, Sony has also scheduled to be released in January next year, so don't think about free time in the next month. Smelling the faint fragrance of Zhong Zhen's body, Du Sheng's thoughts were rarely peaceful with his eyes closed. Although the man did not lie, when he saw his expression, Zhong Zhen's mouth slightly raised. Yang Shi invites you to participate in Happy Tonight, and the director called him selfies, I suggest you go there. Du Sheng nodded and agreed. I will arrange my time. This program is specially designed for the Spring Festival and is scheduled to be broadcast every night from the 2nd to the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. It combines various types of singing, crosstalk, acrobatics, magic, etc. to present a variety of literary performances to the audience. Du Sheng's success in the past 2 years is inseparable from Yang Shi's support. Even if we don't mention the stable national exposure and the indirect promotion of the Fuse. Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji will also participate in this event to promote their new singles they collaborate on. If he can help, he will naturally be happy to participate. And from the perspective of personal wishes, as long as time allows, Du Sheng is still willing to participate in some special activities in the mainland. As an influential artist in the mainland, his participation can not only drive ratings, but also increase the competition and attention of mainland variety shows. It can even indirectly promote the prosperity and development of the entire industry, allowing more people to see the diversity and vitality of mainland entertainment culture. This is a responsibility and a kind of care. After seeing Du Sheng agreeing to participate in the program Happy Tonight, Zhong Zhen continued. Zhang Fan and Shen Nanyi of Dihua Fund have been contacting here to inquire about the financing issues of the TVing platform. Nowadays, the platform has more and more users and video content, and the bandwidth cost is very high. Graduation of early financing can alleviate the financial pressure. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and responded. Tomorrow I have an exclusive interview with Yang Shi, which happens to be in the capital. Let's ask them to meet in the evening. He happened to go to Beijing to complete the exclusive interview and handle financing matters. Zhong Zhen nodded in agreement and added. Okay, I'll go with you too. The villa over there is a bit abandoned. Du Sheng understood as soon as he heard it and said with a smile. That's right, we should repair it. Not to mention anything else, he can still help repair the grass. After a busy morning at the company, after having a simple lunch with Yezi and Zhong Zhen at noon, Du Sheng went to Miracle Records. This place was expanded from Miracle Studio, and now occupies half a floor of the office building, with a total area of more than 300 square meters. The company's decoration is quite luxurious. Not only has a new recording studio been added, but a batch of high-end equipment has also been updated. As a company focusing on music production, such an office environment is already quite classy. Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji, who participated in the endorsement and activities in the mainland, made an early appointment to wait here. Big star, you are so busy that you don't see anyone all day. Zhou Huimin looked at Du Sheng with a little resentment and said. If we weren't in the mainland, it would be difficult to meet each other. Du Sheng handed the diamond bracelets, perfumes, etc. bought from the lighthouse to the two girls, and said with a smile. Isn't this busy filming? I'll have to go back and forth for at least 3 or 5 days, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Huimin just said angrily, then smiled and took the gift from the other party. In fact, they went to Las Vegas last month, and stayed with Du Sheng for 2 days, and wandered around the strip of stars, without much resentment in their hearts. After removing the gift, Zhang Baji suddenly shook the bear in her hand and said with anticipation. The baby plan released the behind-the-scenes footage, that cute baby is so cute. As soon as I see him, I especially want to give birth to a baby for you. In the future, even if you are not around, I will have a companion, and I will not need these bears to accompany you. Du Sheng. Why did the topic suddenly turn to this? Your imagination is too abstract. Hearing this, Zhou Huimin also echoed. I want one too. Since the last time I visited the baby plan, and with my mother's nagging, Dink's original idea changed. Especially after often discussing BB topics with Zhang Baji, this maternal mind began to spread. Du Sheng had a toothache for a moment. He was busy filming during this period and didn't spend much time together. He found that many changes had occurred between the women. Zhong Zhen has no one to accompany him and is becoming more and more passionate about work. Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji were also influenced by the outside world and began to think about their children's future. Of course, if it weren't for the guest appearance in Baby Project, Zhang Baji might not have been so anxious to want a cute baby. But when I think of her love for Bibi in her previous life, this seems to be a gene that was born with. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "From the perspective of eugenics and educators, your age is indeed the same. Next year, we can consider it when we have time." This is indeed something you can consider. After all, a person's age does not change at will. Even if you can use external objects such as body-quenching pill to save your youth, some things cannot be saved. Zhang Baji snorted and said with a hint of arrogance, "You're not in a hurry, right? I just had this idea just now. You didn't seize the opportunity. Now I decided to play for a few more years." Although she said this, she still had some small expectations in her heart. Next year, it's not far away. Zhou Huimin held Du Sheng's arm and said softly, "Swen told me that it is best to have a baby at this age, otherwise life will be a little monotonous and boring in the future." Lu Tao, Zhang Beizi, Jia Saiwen, Gao Yuan, Zhou Huimin, Lin Zhiling, Ye Sizi, Zhong Zhen. A bunch of people who want babies. Similar words Du Sheng listened a lot. And when women get together, the topic of discussion will unknowingly tend toward this aspect. These two girls were obviously also influenced by this concept a lot. However, this is human nature, and he does not ignore it. Of course, it's not for the time being that marriage is the time being, unless he owns his own territory outside and calls himself the king of grass heads without restraint. Zhang Baji looked at Zhou Huimin and said frankly, "When I saw Sister Huimin resting before, I guessed if she planned to have a child. Otherwise, why do you choose to rest at this time? It feels like preparing for a baby." Zhou Huimin blushed, gently hit Zhang Beizi, and said with a smile, "Okay, so that's how you see me. Today I'll teach you a good lesson." Seeing the two women joking each other, Du Sheng smiled slightly and had some thoughts in his mind. Now that I think about it, Du Sheng slowly accepted it. Although these women are big stars, they started their careers early and embarked on a different path than ordinary people. But because he has been lonely for a long time in the running, he cannot always be with him, so it is normal for him to have this desire. Moreover, their feelings for Du Sheng are very deep. There is an old saying that a woman loves you the most is that she is willing to give birth to a baby for you. Although this sentence is not completely accurate, it does make some sense. For them, being willing to have a child for Du Sheng is not only an expression of love for him, but also a longing and expectation for a future family. "I want a baby, right? Okay. However, whether everything you want is achieved depends on your efforts." Since that's the case, Du Sheng didn't even hang around them. While there was still some time, he took the two girls back to the villa and prepared to have some fun. As for whether he can change his mind, it depends on their performance. But it would be a bit unrealistic to want him to surrender with this little manpower alone. Facts prove this. After just 2 rounds of competition, Zhang Beizi and Zhou Huimin were already out of breath and almost exhausted. They had to give up this idea for the time being. It seems that either gather the power of the 7 fairies, or wait until after next year, otherwise it will be in vain. I really love to play. Looking at the 2 girls who could sleep to death in broad daylight, Du Sheng shook his head and smiled. He covered the 2 of them with quilts and continued to work hard. Chapter 617 It's really a coincidence. After Du Sheng left, he planned to go to Miracle Records to see how his 3rd Chinese album was recorded. Unexpectedly, Yang Sicheng came to the mainland and asked him to meet him. In addition to talking about the screening of Fuse, there seems to be some commercial cooperation talk. This time Du Sheng specifically asked Wang Yang to drive because he knew that he would inevitably have to drink a few drinks. The other party chose a private club outside the Third Ring Road. This club is recently opened. Although the location is a bit remote, its interior decoration is extremely exquisite and of a very high end. Only those who truly understand the industry will come in this kind of place. When we arrived at the entrance of the club, the driver had just parked the car and a doorman quickly walked forward and opened the door. As soon as Du Sheng got off the car and was about to walk in, he was politely stopped by the lobby manager at the door. The manager is wearing a professional formal outfit and looks quite professional, but the shirt is less buttoned, the skirt is shorter, and a pair of black high heels. The overall feeling is both formal and a bit stylish. She said politely, "Sir, we are membership management here, and we need to verify our identity before entering. If you are not a member of us yet, you can ask the old member to recommend it." As a public figure, Du Sheng knew very well the importance of keeping a low profile on such occasions. Becoming a member here is obviously not his choice. So, he directly called Yang Sicheng. Not long after, Yang Sicheng sent people to greet him. Under the leadership of a waitress, the group walked through the elegantly decorated lobby and walked into a small garden full of natural beauty. There are emerald green bamboo forests, various ornamental trees, and carefully arranged rockery and streams, with a very elegant environment. There are multiple independent small courtyards scattered in the garden, and each courtyard is maintained at an appropriate distance to ensure privacy. Du Sheng followed Yang Shichen to a yard called Yanzhu. Several guests had gathered in the room, 3 men and 2 women. Seeing Du Sheng arrive, everyone stood up to greet him. Yang Sicheng immediately began to introduce. "Mr. He, you two are old friends, so I won't introduce them. This is Mr. Wang Yingxiang, the head of Wancheng Xianglong film industry, and is also a well-known figure in the Chinese film industry. There is also director Wei Desheng, as well as Wen and Zhang Huimei. Like Zhou Zhelun, Wen also excavated by Wu Zongxian. However, she is taking the hot route, and has released her 5th album this year and is preparing to enter the film and television industry. Not to mention Zhang Huimei, the first-line female singer in Wancheng is also preparing to enter the movie circle." Du Sheng took off his sunglasses, nodded to everyone, and then sat down. He really couldn't push off the party tonight. On the one hand, it was because Yang Sicheng invited him warmly many times, but he had always refused before. On the other hand, He Kuahua also called in person. Add again on the newly developed online ticket purchase software of his company, he has just reached a cooperation with Huaxia Film. He is a filmmaker who 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 is a film. Out of gratitude, I came here reluctantly. Unexpectedly, Yang Sicheng chose such a high-end place and specially arranged for female stars in Wancheng to accompany him. Judging from the performance of the people around me, it seems that I have long been accustomed to it. Especially Wang Yingxiang, although he is not young, is still very interested in tonight's event and is obviously full of expectations for the upcoming program. Although he was reserved, Du Sheng never wanted to make any name for himself in such occasions. So after sitting down, he asked politely, "Mr. Yang, are you asking me about the release of Fuse in Xiangzhong?" "There is something in this regard." Yang Sicheng was slightly stunned, and then replied with a smile. "But mainly because there was something wrong with Mr. He. I just brought it together with old friends. He has worked with Xianglong Pictures for the release of several dramas, so both parties are naturally familiar with them." He Fei and Du Sheng poured a cup of tea and said, "We plan to release Fuse next year, but the above meaning is better a few days in advance." Du Sheng said in surprise. "What's the situation?" He Fei's releasing ships to rush to explain. "Wen Qian, a leader is about to be promoted. He is optimistic about this movie. I thought I might as well prepare it in advance and add another touch of ink to him. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows. Will this be unpleasant to both sides? Political achievements are very common in this circle. He Fei Yun was shocked and punished. It does have some impact, but this leader is not retired, and will continue to coordinate shadow affairs, especially in the audit. If you were in my position, you would probably understand how to do it. Du Sheng knew it in his heart and said, "How long does Fuse advance?" "Calculate the time, it is less than a month since the original 1.7 release." He Philip said, "It's 12.30 in advance. That day happened to be the weekend. Can you see?" Du Sheng smiled. "In order to avoid being too irritated, we put the schedule at the beginning of next year. If this is changed, it will be a real opportunity." In addition to the Fuse, Cheng Kai's The Promise was released not long ago. There is also a penalty for Zhang Yi to be punished in mid to late December. In order to avoid being laughed at by Master Zhang, he scolded the fact that he disrespects the elderly and loves the young, so he took the initiative to retreat for a week before. Unexpectedly, after going around, I returned to my original position. He Fei Yi Wang said. There is no way to go during the collision period. Maybe the three strong men will fight more lively. Yang Zukang laughed and added. It's not just the top three, it's The Great Sage directed by Lu Jinwei and starring Xie Tingfeng, and the Hollywood blockbuster King Kong in early January. In addition, Li Lianjia's Huo Yuanjia also wants to squeeze into the New Year's Eve, which is a battle for hegemony between the 6 countries. In today's mainland film market, since the concept of the Spring Festival has not been fully formed, the New Year holiday is the most popular period. Movies with strength and ambitions will target the New Year holiday. Du Sheng nodded and said. Okay, it's scheduled to be released on December 30th. It is quite exciting to have the hottest New Year battle of the year. Anyway, with the support of China Film and Miracle Theatre, we have a great advantage in filming. But to be honest, we really have to be more careful in the 2 films of The Promise and Riding 1,000 Miles. He Philippian's poem, Pengxia's fear of being pregnant, could not help but sigh. You are still young and motivated. In fact, he suggested that he release it early, and he was also worried. I have to choose, but I really don't want to compete with blockbusters such as Wuji and King Kong. But Du Sheng was so lucky that he was not afraid, but also felt very excited. This young man's aura is exactly what he lacks. Du Sheng's confidence in the Fuse is not a fool. He has seen the full edited version long ago, with a compact plot and an amazing scene. Coupled with super realistic and exciting fights, he is a perfect action blockbuster, which is not inferior to Hollywood blockbusters. I guess the leaders watched the finished film for review and felt that the film would definitely be popular, so they thought they would release it in advance so as to treat it as their own political achievements. Looking at another promotional video of the same period, the leader did not mention anything at all. This difference is obvious. In fact, in addition to the excellent quality of this film, it is more important to Du Sheng's 2 aces. The first one is cinema schedule. Like the Fuse was invested by China Film, Miracle Studio, and Ying Huang. The theaters under China Film currently account for almost 16% of the market share in the country. And Miracle Cinema is not bad either. After the past 2 years of development, there have been 218 screens, accounting for 11% of the total number of screens in the country, ranking among the top 6 theaters in the country. If we join hands with those small theaters, it will account for almost 40% of the national screen. This has a huge impact on the box office. And the remaining 60% of the theaters have relatively neutral attitudes towards Fuse and other films. After all, Du Sheng's appeal is strong enough, and the results of his previous work Chapeau Wolf are also there. Once the reputation of Fuse comes out, the screening will probably increase again. Du Sheng's second advantage is online fast payment. Most of the people who watch movies are young people, and they love to buy tickets online. As long as Star Media continues to promote discount activities, the box office will definitely rise sharply. In addition, the promise has a bad reputation, and Riding 1,000 Miles is an art film, with a relatively narrow audience. After doing this, Du Sheng was confident in the performance of Fuse in the New Year's Eve. What else is there besides this? Du Sheng turned to He Fei and the latter explained. With the increase in economic and cultural exchanges in recent years, our relationship with Bay City is becoming increasingly close. The above hopes to use the film medium to further promote the concept of the Great Tong in the world. Therefore, Chinese film took the lead in launching a new project called Sedek Bar, telling the story of the indigenous Sedeks in Bay City resisting neon-colonial rule, aiming to show the common historical view and national spirit of the two sides of the Taiwan Strait through this film. Everyone was a little puzzled and continued. In order to better convey this concept, we will adopt a cooperation model between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions this time. It was jointly invested by Huaxia Film plus Star Media, Xiangzhong Ying Huang, and Wancheng Xianglong Film Company, and invited actors from all over the world to participate in the performance. Miss Wen has been confirmed to be the heroine in the Bay City, and actors such as Zheng Chuang and Yu Daking have joined. But their appeal is average, so the mainland needs a powerful actor to take charge. Mr. Du, given your advantages in acting and popularity, I specially named you and asked me to invite you to participate. Du Sheng had never watched Sedek Bar before, and I don't know who the original male protagonist was. But when he heard He Fei Yun Mu Feng Xiang's elixir, he couldn't help but say, "Is this the reference to the love of Beishan?" He Philip looked a little embarrassed, but could not refute it. After all, the main theme of positive energy on both sides of the Taiwan Strait is basically inseparable from the love story that crosses the strait. But the young people on both sides probably don't catch a cold with this kind of publicity. Not to mention, the second male lead selected by Bay City once publicly stated that he was not an Oriental, and such a choice really makes people feel dramatic. So Du Sheng was not very interested in the movie Sedek Bar. He felt that even if the movie was shot, it would not achieve the expected publicity effect at all, and it was a purely one-sided good wish. So he said frankly, "In January and February next year, I will probably have to be busy with publicity in Hollywood, and the company will have a lot of things to deal with during the Chinese New Year. Mr. He, you also know that Star Media has recently incorporated a lot of businesses, and I can't devote myself to acting. What a pseudo-pay-supa. I can't even say a word." After all, Du Sheng has been on the Huron Rich list this year, and his net worth will probably double next year. Du Sheng saw that Wang Yingxiang and Yang Sicheng seemed to have something to say, and waved his hand with a smile. "After March, I still have a wanted order to be filmed, and I really can't get a schedule in the first half of the year." He Squid Oxum is used to give a charm and said, "It doesn't matter, the Sedek Bar project is not in a hurry to start filming, and it's okay to start the summer vacation." "Mr. Du, didn't you say you really want to cooperate with Su Ruoxuan? It doesn't matter if Yun Shui Ballad cannot be collaborated. Mr. Wang can invite her to play a role in this movie so that you will have the chance to meet." In order to let Du Sheng play the male lead, He Fei's efforts were taken to mobilize the beauty. Du Sheng knew they had misunderstood and smiled. "I had no special thoughts about Miss Su, and I just mentioned it casually at that time. It was really just to let Zixi get along better with the crew." Seeing He Fixi, Pipa Chang, Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, and thought for a while and said, "I also agree with the promotion of the big tong in the world, but I don't think it is realistic to realize it through the small love and love. It is best to express patriotism with lone heroes or macro blockbusters, so that it can also attract young people." He Fei Zhou was having fun and asked, "Mr. Du, have you already got an idea?" After the success of many film and television works, especially after being praised for correcting the flaws in the sacrificial Condor heroes, Du Sheng is now well known in the field of screenwriters. Du Sheng didn't hide it and said his thoughts. "I wonder if you have heard of the illegal human organ trafficking incident in Bay City in the past year." Wang Yingxiang, who had been silent, interrupted. Of course I heard that the case caused a stir in Bay City, and all walks of life were very concerned about it, and news reports were overwhelming. Zhang Huimei also nodded and agreed. That's right, many people in Bay City are creepy when they hear it. It's so scary. Du Sheng smiled and continued. Look, this is a major event that has attracted the attention of the whole nation, but it has been deliberately covered up by some people. If it is adapted into a movie, will the Bay City audience be interested? Do they want to go to the cinema to watch? To effectively promote ideas, you must first arouse their interest. It is not difficult to adapt this story. We can set the protagonist as an excellent special forces soldier in the mainland. Due to some pain, he lived in seclusion at the home of a single mother and daughter in Bay City. Xiaomi's mother accidentally got involved in the stolen force, and recovered the stolen force. Pantarui not only brutally killed Xiaomi's mother and cut off her official position, but also kidnapped Xiaomi to send Neon to Thea. Big Man made a blood-type match. Out of justice and compatriots in his heart, the protagonist decided to invisibly get involved in the more terrifying transaction of illegal human organs. This adaptation is not only consistent with the development of real cases, but also allows various promotional content about Tianxia Datong to be arranged in the movie. This movie can even be released in areas with more Chinese overseas to further enhance the publicity effect. This not only wins a sense of identity and pride, but also achieves effective publicity purposes. To shoot such a movie involving the application of I promised to stop my mother and other comments. The review process is quite complicated, and it is also very strict. This kind of project must be supported by senior management and coordinated arrangements. But Du Sheng couldn't bear to be so popular with this blockbuster film by the country of kimchi, and this time it took advantage of the opportunity to promote the Tianxia Datong. Chapter 618 The Lone Agent. Hearing Du Sheng's thoughts, Wang Yingxiang slapped the table excitedly. Great! Mr. Du, your thinking is amazing. He is very sure that as long as this film can be shot, there will be no worries about influence and box office. Although Boss Yang didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. As long as Du Sheng is willing to star in this drama, he will invest in it much. There is no way. Now that the proportion of box office in the mainland is getting higher and higher, entertainment capital that does not move inward will only be eliminated. Hefei Guanadine captures far-reaching force but hesitates. The project has been established by Sidek Bar and the leaders have reviewed it. This movie is likely to be launched next year. Du Sheng said. Sidek Bar invested 30 million, and it is not a big problem to find a more famous artist to shoot. The movie I just mentioned is called The Lonely Agent, which accounts for a large proportion of the main theme. The two projects are in parallel, so won't the publicity effect be better? Boss Yang nodded and agreed. This is obvious. If you don't mind, I, Emperor Ying, also want to participate in the investment. Du Sheng knew that this kind of slices should not be eaten alone, so he said. The investment share is definitely there, and it is expected to be about 80 million. We will strive to make a positive energy blockbuster that belongs to Chinese culture. If you really have ideas, the more you invest, the better. In fact, the cooperation arrangements of several parties present are quite ideal. For example, Interstellar Media provides artists plus promotion plus crew preparation. Huaxia Film is responsible for official affairs and provides theaters and financial support. Xiangzhong Yinghuang can mobilize Zhangjiang's film talents, especially directors and designs who are good at war action films. Of course, Du Sheng will personally press the formation for the positive energy part, and many Xiangzhong teams may lack sufficient sentiment in this regard. Although Xianglong Film is almost in decline, it still has enough influence and theater resources in Bay City, which is crucial to the promotion of movies in Bay City. He was even more excited when he heard that he was going to make a positive energy blockbuster. He is passionate about blockbuster production, believing that this is the pillar of the future of films and theaters, and that it can also showcase his work results. He was behind blockbusters such as People Are in the End of the World in his previous life. After the food were served, everyone ate and chatted. The main thing was that several men discussed the movie project, and the two ladies were accompanying each other. Although Wang Yingxiang is over 60 years old, Boss Yang and He Fei Guancan are in a state of conspiracy. The one who leads the conversation is Du Sheng, who is a younger than that. However, everyone felt it was natural. After all, in terms of wealth and influence, Du Sheng is undoubtedly the most outstanding among the few. After some discussion, all parties reached an agreement. Miracle Studio invested 30 million, Huaxia Film invested 20 million, Ying Huang invested 20 million, and Xianglong Film invested 10 million. A total investment of 80 million yuan. Although Miracle Studio only accounts for 37% of the investment, it enjoys 50% of the investment income. Mainly because Du Sheng's pay and preparation costs account for a large proportion. In this drama, Du Sheng only received a few million yuan in pay, and the rest was converted into a dividend mode. Du Sheng's current pay is very high. During the baby plan, he received a pay of 8 million yuan plus a 6% dividend. But none of the investors from several parties had objections because he was indeed worth the price. The Lonely Agent is expected to start filming next summer vacation, and it will be accepted only after the wanted order is completed. The script was drawn out before, and you can use it by changing the background and main line. The focus is on fighting scenes and special effects. After talking about the movie project, Wang Yingxiang said, "Mr. Du, Wen has officially entered the mainland market this year. We are producing her first Mandarin album. I would like to ask you to write a song." Seeing that the topic finally came to music, Wen looked at Du Sheng with anticipation. Nowadays, female singers in the Chinese circle envy girls' generation, Zhou Huimin, Cecilia Chung, and others. Because they have songs tailor-made by Du Sheng, and each song is a popular classic. This time Wen followed Boss Wang to attend the dinner to find an opportunity to invite Du Sheng to write a song. Wen just picked up the wine glass and was about to toast Du Sheng. Du Sheng waved his hand and smiled. "Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. I'm so busy recently that I'm just thinking about preparing an album. This album is intended to be aimed at the global Chinese market, and I really have no time to write songs for others for the time being. Even the theme song of Girls' Generation singing Legend of Spirit Mirror, I haven't even made it work." As soon as he heard this, the smile on Wen's face disappeared. Full of disappointment. Wang Yingxiang could only wave his hand helplessly and swallow the words back. In fact, even if Du Sheng has time, he will not write songs to others casually. After all, since the other party is going to enter the mainland, it is also a competitor to Miracle Records artists. Even if Girls' Generation, Zhi Hui Shuangquan, Deng Ziqi, Zhang Ji, Zhang Nongyi and others are so popular now, he doesn't have to cultivate potential opponents. After all, Voice of the East is preparing for the second season. After dinner, Boss Yang, Wang Yingxiang, and He Fei Arm, it seems that they want to continue the next event. Du Sheng just smiled and stood up to say goodbye. Boss Yang smiled and joked. Sheng, there are so many fun things here. Don't you stay here to play?" Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said the truth. "I have a few people waiting to be fed, and there is really no shortage of people." Wang Yingxiang thought Du Sheng was worried about moral issues, so he hurriedly explained. "It's very regular here, and the girl is just helping with foot washing. Our place is called Yanju. Mr. Du, you are so educated, you must understand the meaning of this name." Du Sheng smiled. Who can tell whether he really washed his feet? He didn't want to leave any handle for others, and said, "I promised someone tonight, you guys have fun." Boss Yang knew that Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji were coming to the mainland, and his twins would probably be able to do it. There was really no shortage of beauties around him, so he smiled and said, "Okay, when filming The Lonely Agent, I will ask Lao Wang to prepare a surprise for you." Du Sheng guessed in his heart that this surprise might be involved with Su Ruoxuan, but he was too lazy to explain. He will not touch such artists who have some taints in the mainland. After politely rejecting Wen, Du Sheng greeted He Fei and left the club. As soon as he got on the car, Wang Yeyang laughed and joked. "Brother Sheng, I thought you were not leaving tonight. The girls here are so colorful." Du Sheng said calmly. "Although I have many scandals, I am not hungry yet. And I came here to promote the preparation of a positive energy movie. In order to move Chinese language movies internationally, I have to go to such a customary place, and the sacrifice is indeed a bit big." Wang Yeyang knew very well that the scandals around Du Sheng were true and laughed. "Then I'm waiting to watch it. What's the name of the movie I'm talking about tonight? I will definitely support it when it is released. The investment in The Lonely Agent is not much, less than 100 million. Du Sheng said it lightly. Wang Yeyang. I was almost speechless by Du Sheng's words of Versailles. Back then, you even had to compete with me for the cruise 5 yuan lunchbox, but now you don't like it for 100 million yuan. Brother Sheng, where are you going next? Du Sheng remembered that twins encouraged Zhang Baji to form the Seven Fairies Front before, and had a headache. Let's go home first, several of you are waiting. The next morning, someone who had fought for most of the night still got up as if nothing had happened and fucked. As for the Seven Fairies Front, most of the collapsed shortly after it was formed. It is still unknown whether twins Tong Lia and Yang Yi can go to the ground today. If Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji hadn't had a rehearsal tomorrow, they would probably not have started now. After Du Sheng helped them, they barely boarded the plane and flew to the capital. Next, the New Year's Eve Gala, Happy Tonight and other itineraries are waiting. In addition, Du Sheng also had to negotiate some investment matters. Recently, thanks to the vigorous publicity of Hearst and Samsung channels, all sectors of society, especially merchants and investors, have gained a deeper understanding of the advertising capabilities of the TVing platform. Especially at the critical moment when the TVing platform is about to raise funds, these publicity activities have played a huge role in promoting them. Not long ago, the number of active users exceeded 10 million, and the platform is also preparing to launch a drama playback membership system, which has led more and more merchants to choose to place advertisements on the TVing platform. They found that placing advertisements on this platform can not only target the target customer group more accurately, but also have a more novel and interesting advertising format and significant effect. Some investment banks also saw the huge potential of the TVing platform. After inquiring, they learned that the biggest funder behind Miracle Pictures was actually Miracle Studios on the Oriental side, so they came to their door. Therefore, Zhang Fan and Shen Nanyi were also anxious and came to the Yangshi rehearsal site early tonight to wait. The two of them were dressed in formal clothes and looked very formal, but they were very patient to wait until Du Sheng finished the rehearsal, and then they invited him to have a dinner with Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi. When the two girls saw Du Sheng discussing important matters, they left with sensibility and went to promote their new single. Du Sheng was invincible and followed the two of them to a nearby high-end hotel room and sat down. Zhang Fan said straight to the point. Mr. Du, we hope to acquire 18% of the shares of TVing platform. We hired a professional evaluation agency to comprehensively value the TVing platform from multiple aspects. The approximate valuation they gave was 5 billion, but in order to show sincerity, we are willing to increase the valuation to 6 billion. The valuation of 6 billion is indeed good for an emerging streaming media platform. After all, this is just the first round of financing. As long as you maintain high-quality resources in the future, you can go to 10 billion. However, Du Sheng just smiled and did not give an explanation as soon as possible. This valuation is personally acceptable. After all, the original intention of establishing this platform was to make money from overseas stocks and then subsidize the development of its own industries. But this concerns the interests of the Hearst sisters and Li Yuxin, and behind it also involves the resources provided by their family. Therefore, bargaining is inevitable. Du Sheng chuckled softly and said, I originally planned to discuss financing with you later, but I didn't expect you to be so anxious. Since that's the case, let's share our own ideas today. His words cleverly pointed out the other party's eagerness and won a more favorable position for himself at the negotiating table. He continued, as far as I understand, Yahoo is in financing negotiations with Dabao, and the two sides have almost reached an agreement. Yahoo plans to invest $1 billion to acquire about 40% of Alibaba's shares, and this alone makes Alibaba's valuation exceed RMB 25 billion. Moreover, Yahoo will include some businesses in the scope of cooperation. This means that Alibaba's overall valuation may be close to 30 billion. There are several turning points that are crucial in the growth process of Daobao.com. First, the epidemic has forced people to isolate at home, indirectly cultivated users' online shopping habits, and accumulated the first batch of loyal users for Baobao. The second is Yahoo's strategic investment, building a high-quality platform. It not only brought urgently needed capital flow to Baobao, but also brought it an important traffic entrance, and indirectly carried out a lot of positive publicity. The reason why Du Sheng mentioned Alibaba's high valuation is naturally to increase the value of his company. Although the transaction volume of Dabao in the first 3 quarters of this year reached 3 billion, its registered users have just exceeded 6 million, and there are still water. In addition, in the domestic e-commerce market, Dabao accounts for 30% of the market. In contrast, after half a year of development, the number of registered members has exceeded 10 million, of which 280,000 paid members, and the advertising business is also booming. In the Asian video website market, Tving platform occupies a leading position with a market share of more than 22%. With such results, the valuation you gave is less than half that of Alibaba? There are still some Du Sheng who hasn't said yet. For example, the Tving platform also provides membership services of different levels. Ordinary members only need to pay 29 yuan a year to enjoy ad-free and exclusive privileges. With the convenient payment method, the number of paid members is growing steadily, reaching 280,000 now. Although this part of the revenue is not high, it does explore a profit path for the company. The annual fee for senior members is 99 yuan, but due to the high price, fewer people choose to open it. This is also a common problem facing major streaming media websites in Asia. Due to the limited consumption capacity of online users, it is difficult to significantly increase costs for the time being. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the LME platform, which is used to cut North American leaks, has an annual membership fee of $49, which is several times higher than Tving, which is located in Asia. In Li Yuxin's teasing tone, she said, "This is the treatment of developed countries. The price is too low and others think you despise it. But no matter how ridiculed it is, as a project that Du Sheng focuses on, its development momentum is much stronger than Tving. Especially thanks to the dramas provided by Star Media and Hearst TV, as well as the newly opened live broadcast track, Lianzong's platform's revenue in paid members has exceeded $30 million. And this number continues to rise. What makes major venture capital investors a pity is that this company is backed by the wealthy Hearst and has no plans to raise funds at present. Therefore, those who are interested will look at Tving." Hearing Du Sheng's words, Zhang Fan smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. Du, Dabao.com and Tving platforms are not on the same track at all. The goal of Dabao.com is to become a giant like Walmart. The Tving platform is more like Netflix. The potential and market prospects of the two are also completely different. Besides, Dabao has raised several rounds of financing now, and you have just started raising funds. As the top company in the world's top 500 companies, Walmart has an annual turnover of hundreds of billions of dollars and a profit of more than $10 billion. One of the visions of Dabao is to become an online Walmart, so its valuation is naturally higher. In contrast, the Tving platform is more similar to Netflix videos from Lighthouse Country, and the audience is also different. The difference between the market value of streaming media companies listed abroad and Walmart can be seen from the difference between these two industries. Even if there are 2 more years, there is nothing to compare between the two. Chapter 619 Happy Tonight. Du Sheng said without comment. There are indeed differences in industries, but the internet is developing at an amazing speed. This year, the number of Asian netizens will exceed 500 million, and TVing's market share here has exceeded 2.5%. This means a huge market with nearly 100 million users. Not to mention that this market is still growing, these are also potential customers. A platform with hundreds of millions of viewers, you think what is the valuation of it? Due to the rapid development of the TVing platform, although online videos of Kimchi Country and Neon have also been established one after another, the development situation is not ideal. Video websites in other small countries are not a threat at all. Among the current Asian streaming websites, TVing platform does dominate. Zhang Fan felt Du Sheng's firm attitude and felt a little powerless. After all, the other party is currently not short of cash flow. Mr. Du, please quote a price first. We also want to understand your expectations. Du Sheng directly answered. Everyone is considered an old acquaintance and will have to cooperate with the Training the Dragon project in the future, so I'll talk about it. The valuation of 6 billion is too low. Bertelsmann Ventures once publicly stated that it will reach a valuation of 15 billion in the next 3 years. I don't count the highest, your money is roughly worth 9%. Du Sheng raised his valuation by half, so he only gave half of the shares to the other party. Zhang Fan thought for a while and said, Mr. Du, we don't want to talk too complicatedly. I'll give you 1.08 billion, and I'll get 11% of the shares. Is that okay? For Du Sheng, the valuation of over 10 billion is quite in line with expectations. As the second largest shareholder, Li Yuxin once said that it would be great to be worth 6 billion yuan. He thought for a while and felt that there was not much room for raising the valuation upwards, so he nodded in agreement. Then let it be. It's not our style to argue about the strife. This money can solve the problem of company expansion too quickly. After all, if you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on this pit, it may not be possible to make waves. But this is the future world track. He is very clear that this involves national destiny, and even if he loses money, he must increase investment. After the financing matter was negotiated, Zhang Fan and Shen Nan were both relieved. Since their Dihua fund was established, they have not found a suitable project. They have a large amount of funds but have nowhere to invest, and they feel very uncomfortable. Now that some of the funds are invested in the TVing platform, the follow-up work will be much easier. After solving the most critical link, the remaining details of cooperation can be discussed slowly. After eating and drinking, it can be considered as the guest and host as soon as possible. The next day, Du Sheng took the duo of Zhi Hui Shuangquan to the Beijing Gymnasium by car. The Unforgettable Tonight program is about to be recorded here. As soon as I arrived in the backstage, I saw that Wang Jinhua was already busy there. She handled all the preliminary preparations properly. The organizer was particularly enthusiastic about Du Sheng, Zhang Baji, and Zhou Huimin, and specially prepared a large and luxurious dressing room and locker room for them. Wang Jinhua talks about the next arrangements with everyone. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We will go to the stage to rehearse the performance of the songs tonight, and check the lighting effects. I started putting on makeup at about 4:30, and I officially recorded it at around 6 o'clock. Yangtze's appeal has always been quite strong, and the scene was so lively, with many well-known artists coming. Sun Di, Pang Long, Han in the mainland, and Jolin Tsai twins, and Yang Qian in Xiangjiang Bay City. There are probably many of them who participate in other programs in the Spring Festival Gala. As soon as Du Shenpu showed up, many people came up to say hello to him. In that scene, those who didn't know about it thought that some big shot had come. On the stage, and Kixuan from Kimchi country is rehearsing. Du Sheng and Ji Hui Shuangquan chatted next to him. Twins found Du Sheng, greeted him, and then started chatting with Zhang Baji and Zhou Huimin. They came to participate in the Spring Festival Gala, and today is not a coincidence. When they thought of the miserable defeat of the Seven Fairies Front joining forces to PK Du Sheng the night before yesterday, they were a little angry and had some expectations. There are sisters joining tonight, and this man can't escape. Du Sheng, who said hello to everyone, did not consider these things. Looking at Yang Qian's beautiful food, she was still wondering whether this person had completely broken up with the Hong Kong Prince Zheng Zongji. Next, will we release a new song The Strong Girl and diss the other party? After finally waiting for An Kixuan to finish rehearsing, it was Ji Hui's turn. They will sing the new single The Light Chaser tonight. As soon as the song opened, the melody and rhythm were light and beautiful, and it attracted everyone's attention. It makes people can't help but wander around, and a warm feeling of chasing dreams surges into my heart. Women and Bai Ji are so lucky to follow you, and you will have a good song after another. Huang Shenji, who hadn't seen him for a long time, came to Du Sheng and said quietly. If you look at the eyes of the singers around you, you are full of envy. Du Sheng smiled and quipped. Envy? I think there are many jealous. Many singers originally planned to release new works at the end of the year, but now some have begun to adjust the release time, but they are afraid of being in a match with them. Huang Shenji glanced at the singer in the Wanchinj area and said. Fortunately, I'm not a singer, and the pressure of competition among peers is really not something that ordinary people can withstand. Du Sheng turned his head and looked at Huang Shenji carefully and asked. It seems you haven't posted a song before. Unforgettable Tonight invites you to be a guest. Since collaborating on the drama Kung Fu, the two sides have lost contact. I only learned some time ago that she still broke up with Zhou Xingqi as she did in her previous life and flew alone. But he didn't pay much attention to how he developed. When Huang Shenji heard this, she immediately pretending to look pitiful, he sighed and said. You don't know that I'm fighting alone in this circle, without a backstage or backer. I can only find ways to get along with Yangshi, participate in their activities more, and be familiar with each other. Du Sheng looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help but tease her. I heard that Yangzi treats you very much. If you nodded and were willing to do so, he designated to arrange you in the drama that their family invests in. For example, the rumored The Fairy is a hot topic. I heard that it has a relationship with Yangshi and has an investment of nearly 100 million yuan. When Huang Shenji heard this, she patted Du Sheng gently and complained. Don't mention it, Yangzi is not a good person. He even came to chase others after getting married. I don't want to act in a TV series at all now, I just want to find a man with similar conditions and get married. Why is it so difficult? My requirements have been reduced, as long as the income is acceptable. Huang Shenji was really a little anxious. The termination of her contract last year made her resources fall to the bottom. And I am about to reach the 25-year-old hurdle, so I can't delay getting married anymore. Her initial idea for becoming famous was to find a good man to marry him. But finding a partner for female celebrities is indeed a big problem. Most women want to find a man who is better than themselves, but female celebrities have a higher income. Looking up further, they are basically the group of rich people. Although there are examples of Wang Yan successfully marrying into a wealthy family, there are also many unsatisfactory ones. Du Sheng couldn't help her in this regard, so it's okay to give her comfort. It's useless to be anxious, so it's better to take your time. And with your appearance and reputation, it is the right thing to worry about others, you are a little bit putting the cart before the horse. Huang Shenji looked at Du Sheng's handsome face and suddenly blinked. If I really can't find a suitable one, I'll come to you to borrow some seeds and let me have a thought. If you really can't find a good man, you can have a baby and accompany you forever. Of course, the baby's genes must be excellent and strong. This person around me is very good. She has experienced all aspects and is indeed the best choice. Du Sheng looked at the cold and beautiful Huang Shenji and laughed. It's okay to borrow seeds at any time, and it's unknown whether it can be sown. Huang Shenji was a little disbelief and asked suspiciously. It won't work once, just come a few more times. Do you want to check it again? I'm afraid of you, so I'll come tonight and fight until dawn. It's not possible tonight. Women, Baiji and twins made a table of good dishes, and they were eyeing them. Huang Shenji. Du Sheng spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. I have been having trouble recently. If you really have this idea, you can make an appointment first. Even if the girls around you are not included, women such as Fan Ou, Gao Yuan, Jia Suen, Lu Tao who are active in Beijing and Modu are enough to torment him. If they weren't there, they would have to refer to the New Year's Eve parties in various places, and they would have to wait for several days a day. If we include filming in various places, this queue is really not a joke. Huang Shenji gave him a blank look and said angrily. Why don't you want to get a lottery ticket to avoid getting outdated? Du Sheng was happy. You can shake whatever you want, as long as you find a good sewing place. Huang Shenji was an action-oriented person and immediately took out her cell phone. This is my new home address. I will be here for the next month. I have everything I want. After saying that, Huang Shenji put on a charming position and whispered in his ear. Of course, the premise is that I haven't found the Ruyi Langjun during this period, otherwise. Du Sheng smiled and continued. Will it be more interesting to cultivate the land together? Bah, you think beautifully. Huang Shenji rolled her eyes and left gracefully. Looking at Huang Shenji's back, Du Sheng inexplicably remembered the mute in Kung Fu. He hasn't tried to restore the mute's vocal cord function, it's quite exciting to think about it. At the corner of the side curtain of the stage, Ji Hui Shuangquan was looking around on tiptoe. As soon as Du Sheng approached, he found that there was a round-faced girl beside them. The girl was wearing the iconic Korean air bangs and her almond eyes were as bright as if she was pretending to be stars. As soon as she saw Du Sheng, she seemed extremely excited and said in less fluent Chinese. Hello Appa. I am your loyal fan. This actress is Sarah, who is currently popular in the mainland. She is a member of the Chinese Korea group The Color and serves as the lead singer. She became famous between the two countries because of the title of Celebrity Angel. Not long ago, I also participated in the large-scale event Family Mobilization of Yangtze Economic Channel. Although she wanted to express herself as a diehard fan, she obviously said the wrong word. This girl is also magical. She is rewarded both in China and South Korea with the title of Celebrity Angel, and she just played the title of the Cultural Exchange Ambassador as a wealth code. Du Sheng remembers that the new singer Hyunzi, who had no background in his previous life and dropped out, was partially attracted by the Wanchange-like music record company because she is somewhat similar to Sarah. The producer thought Hyunko looked like Sarah and the company just lacked this fresh image of female singer, so he decided to praise her for her debut. This is also the reason why Hyunzi was able to sing Must Love with Pan Weibo as soon as she debuted. Seeing Du Sheng, Sarah was so excited that she was a little incoherent. It seems that she is indeed a loyal fan of Du Sheng. Good luck. Du Sheng nodded politely, but unexpectedly this reserve made Sarah's eyes brighter. In her eyes, the colder the idol is, the more superstar it looks. This enthusiasm is even more exaggerated than the big baby chasing G-Dragon back then. But it is no wonder that Du Sheng's position in the music industry is now inaccessible to the 10 power worms. After chatting for a few moments, Du Sheng just took Ji Hui Shuangquan back to the dressing room, and the door panel was knocked by a dong-dong. Please come in. With this response, a woman stepping on her stiletto heels came in with a fragrant wind. She is about 40 years old, she is beautiful, dressed properly, fashionable but capable, and exudes the confidence of a strong woman. Du Sheng is very familiar with this temperament, because the same is true for Zhongzhen now. Hello, Mr. Du, my name is Li Yifei. I am the person in charge of the Eastern District of MTV Global Network. I am honored to know you. After hearing her introduction, Du Sheng instantly remembered the other party's identity. The life of the person in front of him is legendary. He was once a martial arts champion, and later went to the United States to study for a master's degree. He worked in the United Nations. He is now the president of MTV Asia. MTV Global Network was founded by Paramount's parent company, covering nearly 400 million home users in 166 countries and regions in the world today. 10 years ago, I entered the mainland in the form of program exchanges. I have been deeply rooted in this for so many years, and I have been backing the world's third largest media, Viacom Group, and my development is naturally good. It has now become the first international TV brand in the mainland. This time, Happy Tonight has prepared music, children's theater, and other programs, and it is natural to invite MTV Global Network. Du Sheng stood up and shook hands with the other party, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Li, I have read your biography of hard work. I also drank with your husband at the last time at Renren's financing dinner." Looking back at that dinner, although Wang Chaoyang, who was wearing a suit and a serious look, was not conspicuous, he was not a small character. Although Wang Chaoyang didn't say a few words at that time, the person he could remember was never the one with the biggest voice. Because the other party is an old world in the investment banking circle, CITIC Construction Investment made contributions to this person when it introduced Goldman Sachs Capital. Li Yifei smiled and handed over the business card. The matte nail polish on her fingers looked particularly delicate under the light. Old Wang had the honor to attend a cocktail party on Renren before, and he said you two had a good time talking. Your husband's view on blockchain is really interesting, especially in the data center. Du Sheng's words made Li Yifei feel relieved. I feel that I am truly respected. Mr. Du, you are so polite. Last time when Lao Wang came back from dinner with you, he kept talking about you. He said that he has been working in the mall for so many years and has never seen anyone as capable as you. I have been thinking about it for a long time when I learned that you were coming to participate in this unforgettable tonight. As soon as I arrived at the venue, I thought I would come and see you quickly. Come here, don't mind. Du Sheng smiled and said. Everyone is all friends, don't be so disgusted. Huimin and Baiji, you come here to get to know each other. Being able to meet in such a place is also a kind of fate. It was still early now, so Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji came over and got to know each other with Li Yifei. After all, the other party is a middle-level figure in the entertainment industry, and there are many benefits to establishing good relationships. After chatting for a few more words, Li Yifei got to the point. Mr. Du, MTV Global Network Company and I have a lot of advertiser resources at hand. We especially hope to cooperate deeply with the TV platform to achieve a win-win situation. Advertising customer resources are exactly what the TV platform urgently needs at the moment. Li Yifei is really good at doing things, and she will be the first to express her kindness as soon as she opens her mouth. Chapter 620 Who will win if you die? Du Sheng responded with a smile. It's indeed a win-win situation. I will ask the TVIN-related project manager to contact you later. Seeing that Du Sheng did not refuse, Li Yifei struck while the iron was hot. Actually, I have always wanted to find opportunities to visit your company, and there is a lot of room for cooperation between us. Just say that if you artists under Miracle Records hold concerts in the mainland in the future, our MTV will definitely be the best planning team. We plan more than a dozen star performances every year, and also help Zhou Jialun, Han Ji, and Yang Qian's Asian tour concerts. Compared with those media organizations in the mainland, our MTV planned concerts are at the forefront of fashion. Whether it is stage design, live sound and light effects, or band dance, they are all first class in the world. And we have the support of the TV station, and the professional photography team can make the tour concert into DVD. In the future, I can also help you a lot in peripheral marketing. MTV has indeed had advantages in this area for more than 10 years, but also shortcomings. Du Sheng said bluntly. The concerts you held are all in coastal cities, and it seems that they are not enough in terms of venue resources and connections in central cities. After all, in the future, he will definitely go to second and third tier cities if he holds concerts with Girls' Generation and Ji Hui Shuang Quan, and he will definitely go to second and third tier cities. MTV has not made much arrangements in this regard. Li Yifei was prepared and said calmly. You are right. We haven't made any efforts in the central city yet, but this is nothing what a big problem. Because according to your fame, the local area will cooperate if the concert is held. We only need to do a good job in planning and cooperate with your pre-sales in quick payment. Du Sheng is planning to let the Miracle Cinema fully implement online fast payment. Miracle Records will naturally keep up. First, it can promote the business of subsidiaries, and second, it can also curb scalpers to a certain extent. Moreover, their fans are mainly young people, and it is easy for fans to get started with online ticket purchases. Li Yifei is worthy of being a shopping mall elite. She can see through Du Sheng's ideas at once and actively express her willingness to cooperate. Du Sheng naturally would not refuse and nodded. We can indeed cooperate in this regard. I will ask Zhong Zhen to contact you with the specific details. After successfully discussing two things, Li Yifei seemed more confident and continued. Mr. Du, I heard that the overseas distributor has not finalized the new movie Baby Plan. You cooperate with Cheng Long. Paramount is very interested in this movie. In addition, we also want to release the Training the Dragon project together, and hope to invest in Miracle Animation Production Company. Given that Paramount, a subsidiary of Viacom Group, was planning to acquire DreamWorks at the time, they knew everything about the changes inside DreamWorks. From this we learned that Miracle Pictures, a joint venture between Du Sheng and the Hearst sisters, acquired Digital Domain Special Effects Company and poached many core animation technical talents from DreamWorks. Therefore, Paramount saw the huge potential of Miracle Animation Production Company and believed that working with it not only saves costs, but also improves efficiency. So, they began to turn their attention to Miracles instead of rushing to complete the acquisition of DreamWorks. In Paramount's view, if Miracle Animation Production Company can successfully rise, many animation film production projects can be called to it in the future. In this way, the cost of animated movies will be greatly reduced and profits are expected to double. Many projects that have been shelved due to high costs have the possibility of realization in the future. This will undoubtedly greatly improve Paramount's production capabilities. As professional film companies, they can naturally see the huge commercial potential of the Training the Dragon project at a glance, unlike those who don't know how to behave blindly and sing. However, in any country, internal interest groups cannot be completely consistent. Although Du Sheng encountered some twists and turns when promoting the project Training the Dragon, some capital saw the huge benefits and was eager to participate and get a share of the pie. Obviously, Paramount also came to make money. However, for Miracle Animation, the pros and cons need to be carefully considered. Digital Domain Special Effects Company in his previous life was indirectly purchased by Paramount. Although the person in charge is Michael Bay, the director of Transformers, Paramount is secretly paying for it. Unfortunately, due to internal reasons, the company failed to grow bigger. This cooperation may bring about a similar fate. Du Sheng did not respond immediately, but planned to find out Paramount's true intentions first. Seeing this, Li Yifei continued. Mr. Du, I personally recommend that you consider working with Paramount. You may need to give up some benefits in the short term, but in the long run, there are many benefits. First of all, through Paramount's channel, you can receive orders for animated movies in Hollywood. For example, if you shoot a movie The Master of Training the Dragon, it will not only revitalize the entire company, but also ensure a continuous stream of projects in the future, which is crucial to the development of the Oriental animation industry. Secondly, with the help of Paramount, your movie will be more smoothly promoted, released in Lighthouse Country. Despite this, Du Sheng still smiled and remained silent. Li Yifei thought he was hesitating and added, although Paramount has not developed much in recent years, we are still one of Hollywood's top film companies and are treated much better than Columbia Pictures in all aspects. You know, Columbia Pictures has not had a good life under the alternating impact of the new and old teams of Sony Group. In fact, Du Sheng knew this very well. Although Baby Plan is led by the film industry under Star Media plus Ying Huang plus Cheng Long, if the profit is large enough, the investments of the latter two can completely change hands. After all, it is not a release to whom to issue it, right? What's more, Paramount's theater layout in Europe and the United States is much better than that of Columbia. Li Yifei obviously knew this, so she mentioned Columbia Pictures' dilemma to persuade Du Sheng. In fact, Columbia Pictures later turned the trough by relying on the Spider-Man series and opening up the Eastern market. Du Sheng's mouth raised slightly, with a touch of playful smile. You want to join the Miracle Animation Company, let's put the valuation aside first. How much equity does Paramount plan to want? When Li Yifei saw Du Sheng coming straight, she stopped going around. Mr. Du, we will definitely give you an impeccable price that will definitely be full of sincerity. Du Sheng chuckled softly, with a full sense of confidence in his smile, and he responded slowly. Will Paramount be acquired? If I want, I can also give you a quote that is beyond my imagination. Du Sheng's words were not empty-handed. With his current strength and connections in the capital market, it is not a fantasy to acquire Paramount, although it is not a fantasy. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Yifei's face, and she soon returned to her career. Smiling, saying, if the acquisition is not possible, we hope to buy more than 30% of the shares, which is also a plan that we are very sincere. Hearing this reply, Du Sheng's heart suddenly became clear and even guessed what Paramount was thinking. These guys just want to control Miracle Animation Company in a different way. If you can't eat it in one bite, you plan to penetrate slowly and eat it a little bit. But Miracle Animation is an important piece for his layout in the international market, carrying ambitions and dreams. If Paramount really buys a large number of shares and becomes the largest shareholder, the company's subsequent development direction will be lingering. Maybe you will be led by the nose. In fact, Du Sheng's resources and channels are enough to support the early development of Miracle Animation. He did not urgently need Paramount's investment. He just asked those questions, just to find out the other party's trump card. Du Sheng sat upright and smiled slightly. Mr. Li, you also know that Miracle Animation has just started, just like a newly planted sapling. At this stage, it still needs to take root and grow by itself, so you will not accept any investment for the time being. As for the release of the movie, Baby Project has finalized a cooperation with Columbia Pictures and signed all contracts. As for the project Training the Dragon, there is a possibility of cooperation in the future. But the movie is still in production, and we will sit down and have a good talk after it is finished. What do you think? When Li Yifei heard Du Sheng say this, she knew in her heart that no matter how much she says, it would be useless. After all, she was just a gang Ramon, and her specific business was not under her control. The two chatted for a few more times, and the assistant pushed the door in. Seeing this, Li Yifei knew it was time to say goodbye, so she exchanged contact information with Du Sheng and said politely, Mr. Du, I have a great chat today. I will talk in detail if I have the opportunity in the future. I won't bother you. After Li Yifei left, Zhou Huimin, who had been sitting quietly beside her, finally spoke. Sheng, you just met very well. In my opinion, as long as the project Training the Dragon is a success with quality and technology, Hollywood companies are not allowed to rush to cooperate, so how can they still use Paramount's channels? Therefore, the success or failure of the Master of Training the Dragon is the key to the key. In terms of distribution, didn't Sony promise to release 2 movies for you? This is not a problem at all. Also, TVing and Lianzong's two major streaming media can also help, and even have great potential. As long as they maintain this development momentum, it is not impossible to surpass old companies like Paramount in the future and become new industry giants. During this period, Zhou Huimin spent his spare time focusing on learning management knowledge. After all, the billiards hall she had opened in collaboration with others before taught her a lesson. After learning from the pain, he not only followed Du Sheng's advice, but also often asked Li Yuxin for advice. So after a while, I knew the situation of the two major streaming media well. Du Sheng listened to Zhou Huimin's organized analysis and felt relieved. I didn't expect you to see so thoroughly and you immediately grasped the key points. But we will have to perform next, and we will chat about these things later when we have time. Zhou Huimin then realized that she was too involved in the conversation just now and forgot that there were outsiders next to her. Coupled with the time issue, it is indeed not suitable to talk about company secrets here. She was talking just now, and she, who was a business elite, instantly changed back to her elegant and gentle appearance. This virtuous goddess temperament is indeed a favorite of Du Sheng. Speaking of which, he has long been confident in his conception of the strategic layout of Lighthouse National Film Company. It is planned to promote the development of Miracle Pictures first, and after it develops to a certain scale, it will further expand its influence by using MGM's theater resources in North America. Once the full coverage of online and offline is achieved, Miracle Pictures is expected to become one of the top 8 Hollywood members. Although Du Sheng has never revealed these to Zhou Huimin, judging from her business insights, she obviously has some of her own unique understanding. In addition, Paramount's investment and acquisition proposal this time also made Du Sheng more alert. Given Paramount's usual style, they will never miss this business opportunity easily. Their strategies may include suppressing the Training the Dragon project and forcing Du Sheng to accept the acquisition proposal. Or find or support an agency in the country to directly compete with Miracle Animation. The most likely thing is to do both. But even so, Du Sheng was not worried. At most, it's just a tooth to fight back. If the other party chooses to initiate a merger and acquisition storm in the East, the one party can also do it at the lighthouse. And he also has powerful assistants like the Hearst sisters and Li Yuxin as a backing. It is still unknown who will win the destiny. Time came unknowingly, and Du Sheng changed into his own brand suit. In addition to participating in Unforgettable Tonight, he is naturally indispensable for the New Year's Eve party. However, the time must be scheduled well. He made his debut as the opening performer, and Ji Hui Shuangquan was arranged to appear halfway. Huang Shenji proposed to walk the red carpet together, and Du Sheng agreed happily. So their partner journey after the premiere of Kung Fu last year is particularly eye-catching. When he saw the enthusiastic reactions of the fans around him, Huang Shenji held Du Sheng's arm and sighed. I thought the last time I walked the red carpet with you was already the peak of popularity, I didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated this time. Not only was there a large number of Du Sheng fans gathered around the red carpet, but even the square outside the stadium was filled with enthusiastic supporters. They held various support items, and the number of people was completely overwhelming. The screams of fans gradually evolved into uniform slogans. The music and singing are endless, and the stars are immortal. Hold the hand of the Sheng, and accompany you forever. The scene was spectacular. It also made Huang Shenji and the organizer deeply feel Du Sheng's fear of being charming. Du Sheng smiled and waved to the fans on both sides, and said to Huang Shenji, "You can ignore my existence, imagine this place as your stage, and experience the ultimate feeling in advance." Huang Shenji hugged Du Sheng's arm tightly and said with a smile, "Is this considered a hidden bell? What if the fans ask me to stay away from you?" Du Sheng quipped. "Then why are you getting closer and closer? My whole body is almost leaning against me, so you are so excited if you don't look at the reporter." Huang Shenji smiled and said, "Didn't you let me substitute you? This is substituting yourself. And are you afraid of scandals?" They like to take photos casually. Du Sheng. When Du Sheng and Huang Shenji entered the venue, a rather awkward scene happened immediately. Following them into the venue was Ah Kixuan, the big star of kimchi. He was a member of the HOT group and was preparing to form a scandal group with Bay City artist Wu Jianhao. This time I am here to participate in the Spring Festival Gala program. But for some reason, the scene was extremely quiet, with only sporadic cheers. This made An Kixuan look very uncomfortable. Normally, with the popularity he had accumulated in the music industry before, he was considered a popular hit in Asia. Last year, he also collaborated with Lin Xinru and Su Yupeng on the idol drama Magic Fate, and it is impossible for him to have no fans in the East. The organizer was the only one who arranged him to appear behind Du Sheng. Fans just shouted excitedly for the appearance of Du Sheng and Huang Shenji. When they saw someone who was not very familiar, they were naturally stuck. In addition, compared with Du Sheng's tall and handsome image, An Kixuan is a bit far behind, and the audience can't even cheer up if they want to shout. The same situation also happened during the performance session of the New Year's Eve party. Du Sheng started singing a song Blue Bird, which instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. All the audience stood up excitedly, danced to the rhythm of the music and shouted loudly. This kind of scene almost turned the opening into Du Sheng's solo concert. This is not only because Du Sheng has many fans, but also because there is a significant gap between the performance level of other singers and Du Sheng. Even Cai Yilan, who has good singing skills, has suffered from singing skills when performing 72 changes. In contrast, the effect of Du Sheng's live singing was indeed shocking. This makes the rumors about his live singing more deeply. Chapter 621, Making Dumplings. Faced with this situation, the organizer had to admit the mistake in the arrangement. Others should be asked to start the show first, and Du Sheng's performance is arranged in the last few to maintain the audience's sense of expectation. Fortunately, the confession balloon sung by Ji Hui Shuangquan has won a wave of scenes to avoid the situation of opening high and closing low. In addition, the live broadcast rights of this New Year's Eve party were obtained by TVing platform. Therefore, the discussions on the internet are also extremely enthusiastic. I used to doubt those saying that Du Sheng sang the unique live performance, and I thought how difficult it would be to sing a song. It was not until I watched this broadcast that I truly realized what the difference is. The funniest thing is the singers who performed behind Du Sheng, who are so stressed that they forget their lyrics. Didn't you notice the embarrassing scene when An Kixuan entered the venue? I wanted to cut out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. In contrast to An Kixuan, Sarah has been looking at Du Sheng with admiration, and it has become a hot search. With a mainland star like Brother Sheng who is international, you don't have to worry about being impacted by the Korean wave. I really envy those audiences who can come to the scene in person. How I wish I could listen to Du Sheng's live singing. Little sister, do you not know that Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi will hold a concert in the mainland next year? As the founder of Miracle Records, Du Sheng will most likely be present to help. You're right to remind me, I have to prepare to grab the ticket. At first, everyone's topic mainly revolved around Du Sheng. However, with the careful planning and publicity of Miracle Records, the focus of the discussion gradually shifted. The confession balloon sounds so good. There is also a guest MV version on TVing platform. I have played it in a loop many times. Brother Sheng is really capable. This song is very suitable for Zhou and Li's style, sweet and healing. That's right, every time I hear it, I feel very relaxed and the pressure is released. I heard that there are a few songs in the new album of Ji Hui Shuangquan next year that were also created by Du Sheng. I am really looking forward to it. Starting from this evening party, the joint concert promotion activity of the duo in the mainland officially kicked off. The first single The Light Chaser has also begun its charting journey at home and abroad. That morning, Du Sheng, who had been farming for a night, came out of Huang Shenji's house. On the way, he turned on the car music radio. The magnetic voice of the radio host came. The next thing we are going to play is a new single that Jo Hwimin and Jong Baezi collaborate. This song has beautiful melody, dynamic rhythm, and warm and pleasant lyrics. It is very suitable for listening on the way to work, allowing you to temporarily forget the pressure and worries of work. As the melody of The Light Chaser sounded, Du Sheng's mood also became happy, and he unconsciously beat the rhythm in his heart. At the end of the song, the host continued. This song, written by Du Sheng, is included in the collaborative album The Light Chaser of Ji Hui's Double Complete, which is expected to be released next year. With Du Sheng's creative talent, The Light Chaser will undoubtedly become another classic work, and sales are expected to break their records again. This means that friends who want to buy albums need to be prepared to rush to buy. I have to say that even if Miracle Records don't pay, there are still many media helping to promote it. This shows that Jo Hwimin and Zhang Baozi's influence in the mainland is about to surpass Hong Kong, Macau, and Bay. If they include their overall fame in the Chinese region, even the rapidly developing girls' generation will probably be able to give up the disadvantage for the time being. Let's take a look at what impressive achievements Du Sheng has made in various fields this year. First of all, in terms of entertainment, his record sales topped the charts and entered the top 10 major music charts in Europe and the United States. The TV series starring is far ahead of the ratings, and the two movies are in the top 10 annual box office. Not only that, he won the Best Director award for the Huabiao Award for his first work, a feat that made many colleagues fare beyond the reach of them. The subsidiary company is developing even more prosperously. Just Renren Online's listing has brought him onto the rich list. How many surprises can this talented scholar Mohammed bring to us? This seems to be an unpredictable answer, because he contains infinite possibilities. Let us look forward to 2006 together and look forward to Du Sheng presenting more wonderful works to us. The radio sound ended quietly, and Du Sheng had just parked the vehicle in front of the villa he bought for Fan Ou. This girl finished her itinerary last night and rushed back from Modu. After entering the villa, I just opened the hall door. I saw Fan Ou standing behind the door in a tight apron. Her slender legs and graceful figure are perfect in proportion. Her eyes moved upwards, and the loose collar exposed her chest that was undulating due to movement. The skin around the collarbone was as white as snow, and there were a trace of delicate sweat on it. Her cheeks were slightly red, like a freshly ripe green apple. Especially the charming face and eyes are unique in the entertainment industry, and few actresses can be as beautiful as her. You can actually make dumplings. Du Sheng's eyes fell on the flour and dumpling skin piled up in front of her, a little surprised. After you finish domestic publicity and promotion, aren't you going overseas again? It is said, get into the car and get off the car noodles. Make some dumplings for you and you will be safe all the way. I understand me the most. What do you understand? Fan Ou looked at him pretending to be angry. I went out to film for 2 months, and I almost forgot what we look like, right? Du Sheng washed his hands, walked to her and sat down to make dumplings together, and replied with a smile. How is that possible? If you don't come today, I'm going to visit Modu in the afternoon. You just keep talking. Although Fan Ou didn't carry any letters, the man's attitude was still very good, and he felt more happy. How can I make this dumpling? I haven't made it before when I am so old. Haha, so you don't know what else you don't know? Then I'll teach you. Fan Ou was happy and prepared to demonstrate while talking. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng suddenly pulled her into her arms and whispered in her ear. If you can't teach this, you have to demonstrate it yourself. While speaking, he gently rubbed his nose with the tip of his nose against her cheek. No, you can't make dumplings like this. Fan Ou gave him a slightly charming look. Haha, as long as you can make a perfect appearance, this is the basic principle of teaching and teaching. Du Sheng said with a smile. In this way, he held Fan Ou and made dumplings together while holding her hand. This is probably an alternative teaching by example, right? In more than half an hour, the two of them completed a full pot of mushroom and chicken dumplings, which were neatly placed on the table. Fan Ou was about to get up and take it to boil it, but suddenly his feet staggered. My waist was hurt by you. She covered her waist with one hand and looked at Du Sheng with a hint of anger. She could wrap this dumplings in a few minutes alone. Now she has made the slurry, and it is still sweating. A small matter, I'll press it for you. Du Sheng also wanted to experience alternative dumplings, so he was eager to try it out. He took off his coat and couldn't wait to carry Fan Ou to the kitchen. Stop making trouble, the dumplings are about to tip over. Fan Ou exclaimed, but couldn't resist the hugging of her big hands. From Du Sheng's perspective, Fan Ou at this time seemed particularly charming, delicate and charming, like a bud waiting to bloom. It's okay, I will support you, you'll be responsible for steaming. Du Sheng gently pinched her chin, lowered her head and said with a smile. Come on, see if your craft has regressed. Don't worry, I have learned a few new skills in cooking, and I will guarantee that you will be impressed. Fan Ou bent down to cut vegetables and answered confidently. Oh? I'll have to taste it well later. But if it is not as you said, you have to accept punishment. Well, even if you are a little unfamiliar, you can still learn again. It will definitely bring you a different surprise. Fan Ou is a big star, and his cooking skills are indeed a bit unfamiliar. Fortunately, she learns things quickly and has a high ability to accept, so the dumplings are cooked quite well. I just don't know if I was eating too much, but I screamed in pain in the early morning, and there was no one else. The next day, Du Sheng saw that this girl was sleeping soundly like a pig. It seemed that she did not have a good rest last night. He shook his head and smiled and left a text message, then went out to meet with Gushan Le, Wu and others, and continued to promote the Fuse. This movie will be released simultaneously in mainland plus Yangzhong on 12.30. If you include Neon, Nanyang and other places, there are many things that need to be coordinated, and it should be implemented in place. For example, at the premiere ceremony, Du Sheng, as the main star, must not be absent. In addition, Sony's Columbia Pictures plus MGM have confirmed the schedule and will be released in North America at the end of January next year. It is expected that the number of screens at the premiere will be twice as high as Slaying the Wolf. Even if it is not for the box office share, Du Sheng has to take the time to promote the promotion just for international exposure. In addition, there are still many company affairs at the end of the year, so he is destined to be busy during this period. Early that morning, Du Sheng woke up in the villa and personally tutored Ye Ji and Jia Swen to the animation industry park with Zhong Zhen. In the car, Zhong Zhen couldn't help but quip. I found foreign players but couldn't beat you. Are you a carbon-based creature? Zhong Zhen and Ye Zizi have a good relationship. Recently, they have also brought Jia Ziwen together. The three of them often practice yoga together. As one of the first members to join Star Media, Jia Swen holds some shares in Miracle Studio, so she and her two women have many common topics. Zhong Zhen was unable to do so, and the first help he found was Jia Quen. But the result is still obvious and there is still no power to resist. Du Sheng smiled and said, You have watched the legend of the Condor heroes that so many beauties from various factions attacked Zhang Wuji, and they were easily defeated by him. You guys are not even appetizers. Although these words were a little boasted, Zhong Zhen rolled his eyes helplessly, but he was not angry. After so many conversations, Zhong Zhen's mentality has long become open-minded. Especially after the three of them collaborated, they were uniquely influenced by the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, and they lost even a trace of jealousy. How did that sentence say, do you think I don't want to, but I can't sit there? While chatting, the vehicle approached the animation industrial park. Du Sheng came to Hangzhou with the team to promote this time. He learned about the progress of Miracle Anime from Zhong Zhen, so he simply came and took a look. The office location of Miracle Animation is not at its headquarters, but in the Animation Industrial Park. When we arrived at the company, Miracle Manager Su Guanjun had already stood at the door to greet him. Su Guanjun was poached by Zhongzhen from Baidu with a large sum of money and is also one of the important members of the early stage of Star Network Technologies entrepreneurship. At the age of 29, he is already in charge of the management of the entire Miracle Animation and Comics project. Du Sheng specially arranged Su Guanjun to take on this position, on the one hand, because this person is indeed outstanding in ability. On the other hand, it is considered that Miracle Company's employees are generally young, with an average age of about 26 years old. Young managers are more likely to integrate into the team and promote communication and management. At present, Miracle Company has gathered a lot of elite talents. For example, when the company announced its entry into an anime movie and was questioned, Tian Xiaopeng, who posted an article on renren.com to support Du Sheng, was the promoter of the anime movie The Return of the Great Sage. There are also Yang Yu and Lu Zhang, the director and producer of Neza, The Devil Child Comes into the World. Although these people are still young, they have made their mark in the team and become organizational figures in their respective fields. Seeing Su Guanjun, Du Sheng said, "Mr. Zhong has other arrangements today. You can bring the design drawings of the Master of Training the Dragon first." In the early stage of Renren's development, the image displayed to the outside world was just a simple people pattern. Zhongzhen felt that this image was too monotonous and hoped to find a representative animal image to symbolize it like Teng Sun's penguin. Du Sheng suggested that she adopt the image of an oriental dragon. The production of the animation The Master of Training the Dragon has started, and several versions of the image were designed in the early stage. Zhongzhen came this time to choose a suitable image to replace it. Du Sheng is trying to test the production progress of The Master of Training the Dragon. After all, this project is crucial to the success of Miracle Anime. Faced with the doubts that emerge from time to time from outside, the new film of the father of Neon Anime failed and concluded that domestic productions could not do a good animation. Du Sheng was determined to do his best to prove his strength in Oriental animation. Next, he will try his best to take some time and plan to personally participate in the production of The Master of Training the Dragon. Guide from character design, action moves to script plot, etc. to ensure that the project is successfully promoted before letting go. Even though he is not a professional animation producer, but he has watched the movie Training the Dragon. With the backtracking of the light of inspiration, I have long had a clear overall concept in my mind. He can perform local optimization based on this idea and have ideological conflicts with the production team, making it possible that the overall quality of Training the Dragon surpasses the previous work. Su Guanjun was prepared for the arrival of Du Sheng and Zhongzhen. After hearing Du Sheng's instructions, he immediately led the two into the office. Open the computer file and first ask Zhongzhen to select the appropriate cartoon image from the numerous design drawings. When Zhongzhen carefully looked at the design drawings, Su Guanjun introduced to Du Sheng. At present, the Miracle Animation production team has recruited 165 related professional talents. We plan to finally form a team of 500 people, and we are expected to achieve this goal in the second half of next year. As for the project Training the Dragon, it is still in its early stages of creation, and the design drawings of the main characters, as well as iconic images, moves, and actions are being discussed. In addition, Digital Domain Special Effects Company has not yet stabilized, so it is reported that some rendering models still need to be optimized. According to the to-be-determined plan, the entire movie is expected to be completed in the next year. It took more than 4 years to produce The Master of Training the Dragon in Hollywood in his previous life. In contrast, although Miracle Anime is step by step, it is stable and orderly and fast. Chapter 622 Muddy Water. Thanks to the little tiger in the demon world for the reward. Du Sheng nodded and responded. Don't worry, lay the foundation first. During this period, I will personally participate in the production of The Master of Training the Dragon and ask the production team to send more people to guide everyone. At this time, Zhongzhen pointed to the computer screen and said. Just choose this image, the 5-clawed azure dragon, which has very oriental characteristics. Du Sheng walked over and looked at it and found that Zhongzhen chose a version Qinglong image. The main color is blue and the cool tones such as dark blue and light green are embellished. There is a faint halo on the horns, claws and tail tips, demonstrating the mystery and nobility of the azure dragon. The big and bright eyes, the eyes are lively and full of wisdom, and the slender and curved dragon horns give people a noble but lovely feeling. It is indeed very cute and loves it at first sight. Su Guanjun explained. This design is very popular within the company, but it was eventually rejected because it was not suitable for the character image requirements of 3D animated movies. Du Sheng browsed the design drawings of multiple versions of the Qinglong on the computer, and had to admit that each version is more beautiful and smoother than the original Hollywood version of the lizard dragon. After all, in the design of Qinglong, Orientals have unparalleled professional knowledge and authoritative status. This further strengthened Du Sheng's confidence. I believe that through the efforts of the team, training the dragon will definitely reach a new level. Du Sheng was quite satisfied with the design of this version Qinglong and nodded and said. This design is pretty good, just use it as the icon of renren.com. If we have time in the future, we can make a short story about the young Qinglong, which can not only enrich the brand image, but also promote platforms such as Renren and YY. Zhongzhen also likes this version very much, but she is busy with affairs and leaves after a few chats. Seeing that there is still some time, Du Sheng simply continues to discuss the details of the special effects. In the next week, his schedule was full. In addition to attending the premiere of Fuse, you also need to deal with a series of animation-related matters. Under his guidance, the image designs of several major characters in the movie gradually took shape and were finally confirmed. Compared with the Western version of the previous life, Du Sheng believes that this time the character design has been significantly improved. Especially the scene where the protagonist first meets the young Qinglong, it is both interesting and innocent, and looks particularly cute. In addition, in terms of action design, Du Sheng specially incorporates Oriental martial arts elements, making the character's movements more smooth and distinctive. As for the script structure, of course, it also needs to be changed. The movie in the previous life took the hostile relationship between the Vikings and the dragon on Boke Island as the main line, and people took the dragon slaying as their glory, which triggered a series of crises. But the Vikings sounded very un-Oriental, and the species of dragons that were displayed were also very awkward. What are the night evil dragons, the deadly bearing, the horror dragon, the confusing dragon, etc., are a bit unclear to Asians. Du Sheng simply changed his entire process back to the Qinglong, Huanglong, Fenglong, Kaiolong, etc. that are well known to the Orientals. It also introduces the concept of 4 sacred beasts to strengthen the cultural characteristics of Chinese people. As for the names of the 2 protagonists, Hiccup and Toothless sound confused, and he has also replaced them with easy-to-understand names. The protagonist is called Lu Yao, which contains the ancient charm of Lu Yao's horsepower. The accompanying green dragon is called Qingbu, which means it is full of vitality like a tender green bud. In addition to the plot and character design, Du Sheng also finalized the production and set of models such as Daowen Island and Dragon Cave. During this period, even if he was doing publicity and distribution, he took time to tutor his creations. It is precisely because of this that the master of training the dragon, which had no clues, slowly got on the right track. The production progress is much faster. In the past few days, in addition to handling company matters, Du Sheng also attended the Promotion Plus premiere of 5 cities. Fuse, which has been popular all the time, was finally released yesterday. After Du Sheng left, he was about to ask about the box office, but Lu Zili called in. According to the company's census and the data feedback from major theaters, after a comprehensive summary, Fuse the box office in the mainland on the first day was 16.68 million, and the box office in Xiangjiang was 6.93 million Hong Kong dollars. This data can be said to be quite good. After all, both places surpassed the first-day box office record of the previous work Chapelang. Some people may think that it is only a few 100,000 more, and nothing special. But they obviously ignored the intensity of the New Year holiday this year. Just take Zhang Yizi, who was released a week ago, to prevent this from being on guard. Currently, the 10 million box office in the mainland has not been available. Perhaps some people despise this and say that this is an art film, and the tracks of the two sides are different. Then let's compare the comedy action film The Great Sage released a week ago, directed by Lu Jinwei and starring Xie Tingfeng, Asa, and others. The investment of this drama is 80 million, which may not be inferior to The Fuse in all aspects. What is the box office now? 21.86 million in the mainland and 4.89 million Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be crushed by Fuse in all aspects tomorrow. As for The Unrestrained released half a month ago. Although the box office of the Three Kingdoms such as Chen Jingge's director, Zhang Dongjian, Xie Tingfeng, Zhang Baji, and Hiroyuki Sanada had already exceeded 100 million yuan, its reputation fell like Waterloo. In addition, the number of screenings is getting smaller and smaller, so I am already unable to succeed. Hearing this, Du Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although this time is even more intense than the summer vacation, the benefits are obvious. As long as you can withstand the pressure, your reputation and discussion will become bigger and bigger like a snowball. It not only spread among Du Sheng's fan base, but also attracted viewers who were not very interested to join. According to this trend, the profit of Fuse is estimated to be greater than that of Chapelang. The next day, online comments emerged like a tide. The action scenes are clean and neat, the most shocking movie at the beginning of the year. The battle scenes are so real that the screen is about to explode. The revenge Ma Jun played by Du Sheng once again ignited the passion of the audience. It's indeed a sequel. Wu has appeared again, and he is still a villain. The big boss played by Hong Bao has changed his vicious spirit in the upper part and has actually ended with a stop drama. Unexpectedly, Fuse brought new surprises to the film industry. At first, everyone thought that this sequel was just a living money and the expectations were not too high. Unexpectedly, Fuse maintains its consistent unique fighting and has a higher level. The fight from the flesh to the flesh is abandoned. The traditional plot mode of the protagonist is invincible, and successfully capture the audience's attention. The extremely vicious but extremely smooth black humorous setting of the three villains in the film adds a bit of reversal and festive joy. In particular, the life-and death battle between Du Sheng and Wu in the abandoned warehouse left a deep impression on everyone. In addition, as long as the sequel is on the level line, many people who have read the comments and are recommended by Amway will continue to support it. Coupled with Du Sheng's huge fan base, Fuse has once again set off a movie-watching craze. Although China Film Plus Miracle Theatre is ready, the ticket sources in various places are still a little nervous. Even some small theaters have rushed to copy and adjust their film schedule in order to meet their needs. The media will naturally not miss this grand event and follow up on the report. Fuse dominated the New Year's Eve, and won 40.19 million yuan in the first 3 days. As Du Sheng once said, only with competition can there be topics, and only with hype can there be box office. This movie easily surpassed other domestic films of the same period and won the first stage of the filming schedule. In the Xiangzhong area, Fuse won a box office of more than 14.22 million yuan in 3 days, once again setting a new record for the Millennium New Year holiday. On the other side, Du Sheng, Wu, Gushan Le, and others have already arrived at the Neon promotion station. When he and Fan Ou walked out of the airport passage, a large group of enthusiastic fans had already gathered outside, surrounding the exit. Ah! Brother Sheng! Brother, your villain is super cool. The episode is also very nice. I love you. Cheers were heard one after another. Most of these fans are boxing fans or fans accumulated by Du Sheng in Neon, and some are new fans who have joined because of supporting the sequel. When they saw their idol appear, they immediately burst into warm cheers. If the security personnel hadn't maintained order on the spot, these enthusiastic fans would have flocked to it long ago. Although Lee Gushin has been a first-line star who has been famous for many years, he is still a little surprised when facing such a situation. Although he knew that Du Sheng had far more fans than him, he did not expect that he was so fanatic at Neon. This gave him a deeper understanding of what Hong Kong people often say: Du Sheng is the pillar of the future of China entertainment. Under the escort of security personnel, everyone signed dozens of posters and waved goodbye with a smile, leaving behind a group of excited fans. Shortly after checking in the hotel, a representative of Tongji, one of the 3 major Neon theaters, came to the door. "Mr. Du, you are finally waiting for you. The fans here are looking forward to it." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "Manager Watanabe, what is the current box office here?" "The situation is very good, and it is being shown everywhere," Manager Watanabe said excitedly. 8 days after its release, the box office has exceeded 1 billion Neon coins. If the other 2 major theaters also join, they should be able to exceed 1.3 billion now. Hearing this number, Du Sheng quickly calculated in his mind that 1 billion Neon coins were about 50 million RMB. Considering that other theaters are still in negotiations, if the number of screens reaches more than 1,000 yuan, it should not be difficult to break through 2 billion Neon coins in the future. This will also be the 5th Chinese-language film in film history to have a box office of more than 2 billion Neon coins. This achievement alone is enough to demonstrate its weight. The box offices of neighboring Asian countries have also been released one after another, and the worst is the same as the first-day record of Shapa Wolf. Lu Zili also called to report specifically and said, "The specific box office data of Fuse has been sent to your email address. By the way, I would like to remind you that Chen Jij was interviewed by multiple media today. He mentioned that the screening of The Promise was suppressed by us, which led to subsequent box office failures. This interview has attracted a lot of attention, you can check it out if you have time." Lu Zili has been busy with Girls' Generation business recently and hung up the phone after chatting for a few words. Du Sheng opened the computer, scanned the email file, and smiled without any surprise. "I immediately logged into the portal website and indeed saw relevant reports on the entertainment section headline. In the latest interview video, Chen Jij was so excited. The whole person seemed to be ignited, as if he had returned to the days when people were told to eat, with a small face full of teaching. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said bluntly that the subsequent box office of The Promise was definitely not because the movie was of poor quality, but because there was something else. Do you know, the screening of The Untamed is simply crushed. During New Year's Day, the number of screens in Fuse was more than twice as high as that in The Promise. The Promise has exceeded 100 million in 7 days, and has a huge impact on the unprecedented box office of 300 million. As a result, after the release of Fuse, its box office was only 135 million yuan in a total of half a month. Now, let alone hit the box office of 300 million, it is a problem to exceed 170 million. It would be strange if he was not angry." Speaking of this, Chen Jij also gave a Hollywood example. In the Lighthouse country, film production companies cannot own theaters. Why? It is to prevent monopoly and unfair competition, otherwise the quality of the movie will definitely be messed up. Then, he directly pointed his finger at Huaxia Film and Miracle Theatre. The cooperation between China Film and Miracle Cinema is obviously a monopoly act. I am the unlucky victim of this unfair competition. But strangely, she didn't mention a single word about Hollywood blockbusters who also seized his screening. Chen Ji paused and gave a second reason. The Wuji is an art film, which talks about things deep in human nature, and it needs to be carefully considered. But now the audience likes watching Fuse without thinking. After watching it, it will be fun for a while, and then there will be nothing left. If Oriental movies become like this, it will be completely over. The Promise is like Memoirs of Geisha and Brokeback Mountain, both have excellent works with in-depth results, but the box office was not ideal. Can I blame this? This is the tragedy of the times. We are developing too fast, and the public's aesthetics cannot keep up at all. Why don't we reflect on whether it is our own problem? I have to say that Chenjic's sophistry is indeed amazing. First, use foreign examples to make excuses for yourself, and use a few well-known movies to mess up the waters, and forcefully stuff the promise into the art film. However, the last reflection of the public's aesthetic cannot keep up still exposed his high self-esteem mentality. He created a great director with a beautiful spring and snow. But let alone, there are many viewers who are taking his tricks. There are always some people who like to watch movies that others don't understand, and they think that this will make their taste unique. So, as Lu Xili said, Chenjic's interview has really caused quite a stir on the internet, with various discussions and controversies. However, Du Sheng knew very well how bad the reputation of this film was, and no matter how hard the other party tried, he couldn't make any big fuss. Fortunately, Zhang Baji followed his low-key advice and even gave up his status and publicity to neon and kimchi national artists, otherwise the subsequent storm would be somewhat implicated. Du Sheng closed the page and clicked on renren.com at will. Family, do you see Chenjic's latest interview? He actually had the nerve to say that Du Sheng was the culprit of the promise. I guess Du Sheng even thought it was unnecessary to look at the wild master in front of his eyes. The opponent of Fuse must be a super awesome blockbuster in Hollywood. How can the promise join in the fun? A netizen couldn't help but complain in the post. Several netizens replied, I saw it. Chenjic's attitude was like he was about to ride on the audience and be an old man. I was reflecting on it. What are the films in the wild? It's a mess. Are you embarrassed to say that you are an art film? Although Brokeback Mountain is not very good, others have won international awards, which is much better than The Promise. It's hard for director Chen to finish pulling it and then eat it. Chapter 623 A4 Teeth 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 Teeth. As soon as the topic came out, the popularity rose. Another netizen shared enthusiastically. There is a blogger named Hu Ji on the Teeving platform. He made a video called A Bloody Case Caused by a Steamed Bun, and he is specializing in the Untamed. It's super funny, everyone. Go and have a look. Teeving platform is aimed at Asia, because these reasons have not been affected by the wall yet, so Chinese people can naturally log in. Haha, I've seen it. The setting is so funny that it is much better than The Promise. If this short film can be released in the cinema, I will definitely be the first to buy tickets to support it. Du Sheng also noticed the relevant comments. When he logged into the Teeving platform, he saw that the video with the fastest popularity was A Bloody Incident Caused by a Steamed Bun. The blogger is Hu Ji, posted yesterday. Now the number of views has exceeded 4 million, and it is still rising. Du Sheng clicked in and glanced a few times. The content was quite similar to that of his previous life. Even if you watch this funny joke video, you will still find it funny even if you watch it multiple times. But as soon as this spoof video became popular, the news that The Promise was a bad movie spread more widely. Many people have heard that The Promise is not good before, but it is really unclear how bad it is. After watching A Bloody Case Caused by a Steamed Bun, everyone realized how many bugs there were in this movie. It can be called a hodgepodge in a pot. Many people joked that after watching the spoof video, thanks to Du Sheng's fuse that changed the order of their movies, otherwise they would have lost money and suffered. Chenjic thought that accepting an interview would cause some excitement and save some face, but when he saw this short film, his face turned green. But there is Samsung behind the Teeving platform, and he doesn't want to provoke foreigners at all. This bitterness can only be swallowed in my mouth for the time being. That night, Du Sheng ended his kimchi country publicity journey. When I was about to transfer to North America, I received a call from Wang Jinhua. She brought a series of exciting good news. Since the release of Fuse, the domestic box office has reached 81.28 million. As major theaters increase screenings, it is estimated that they will exceed 90 million the day after tomorrow. The box office in Xiangjiang and Wancheng is also close to 31 million, and the two places can contribute at least 12 million in the next box office. Wang Jinhua continued. If Australian City is included, the combined box office of the three places is expected to exceed 100 million, breaking the record. The premiere of Kimchi Country yesterday. According to the trend, the total box office should not be less than 5 billion won. In addition, copyright sales are also an important source of income. Thanks to the influence of the previous work and the fact that Fuse lives up to expectations, Asian countries such as India, Thailand, and Singapore have a strong demand for films. By selling playback copyrights, we can earn at least tens of millions. Judging from the current trend, it is almost a foregone conclusion that the mainland box office of Fuse has entered the 100 million mark. If the follow-up is not very influenced by Hollywood blockbuster King Kong and Li Lianjia's Huo Yuanjia, you can even hope to impact the impact of Skinned Flattery and Sweet. In addition, Fuse is expected to bring a profit of no less than 150 million yuan. There will be long-term benefits such as disc and video copyrights, as well as the unlimited value of the company's brand and image improvement. More importantly, Du Sheng's personal influence has greatly improved. With the success of several consecutive films and albums, it is not humble to call him an Asian superstar. The box office in Asia has been cleared, and it is estimated that the release in North America will also boost a little. Yes, he concluded. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Cultural values are different from cognition, so it is still necessary to increase exposure to the publicity of the Bao Bao. One of his dreams is to dig up Hollywood, which cannot be achieved overnight. Not to mention that this trip can make your reputation soar, why not?" Los Angeles, CBS TV headquarters. Nina Tassler stepped into the building with great energy. She raised her head and her chest, her steps were firm, and her whole body exuded a sense of confidence. "Good morning, CEO. Miss Nina, you look so beautiful today." Nina responded to every colleague who said good things to her with a smile. Her smile revealed a kind of unconcealable mood. Looking back at the scene when the Voice of the East was introduced, not only did the outside world question, but there were also many opposition voices within CBS. Investing nearly 100 million yuan is a huge risk. Some people even suggest that she be fired to escape the responsibility brought by this contract. But it was the support of Chairman Leslie that allowed her to promote the project and ultimately achieved brilliant success. As Voice of the East shines in the Lighthouse Kingdom, all doubts are gone. Those who once looked down on her had to re-examine her abilities and vision. In CBS and even the entire news group, Nina's status has been greatly improved. From being misunderstood as the chairman's lover to being convinced and respected by everyone, the transformation is eye-catching. Now, Nina is full of confidence in her future. Under the leadership of the secretary, she walked into a conference room. Seeing that Du Sheng was already waiting, she quickly stepped forward. "Miss Nina, I'm so happy to see you. I feel that you are more charming than last time." Du Sheng stood up, opened his arms, and gave Nina a friendly hug. Nina has always had a good impression of the founder of Voice of the East. Although this work cost CBS a huge price, for Nina, she doesn't have to pay the money. On the contrary, after success, not only consolidates her own status, but also allows her to be with Asia. The market has established a bond. "Du Sheng, why didn't you contact me earlier when you came to Lighthouse Country?" After Nina let go of her hug, she said enthusiastically. "Let other people in the circle know that I thought I had been a poor guest." After a few polite sentences, Du Sheng got to the topic. "Miss Nina, I really need your help when I come here this time." "Du Sheng, please say that as long as I can help, I will do my best." Nina answered with a smile. Du Sheng has been to North America for several days and has led his team to run around. "Recently, I've been promoting in Lighthouse Country. Speaking of which, Sony still attaches great importance to the film Fuse. Although the resources were a bit tight during the Christmas period, they were still arranged for premieres, magazine interviews, and Alan talk show. However, if you want to have a starting point for the North American box office, resources need to be followed. Although Hearst is a giant in the publishing industry, his main businesses are daily newspapers, weekly magazines, and other publications. There is indeed a layout in the TV station, such as A+E Networks and ESPN, but it only covers 18% of the areas in Lighthouse Country. Unlike CBS, it is one of the 4 major TV stations in Lighthouse, with a wide coverage. Nina Tassler has long heard of Du Sheng's recent situation. She knew that Du Sheng had made a lot of noise in the Lighthouse Kingdom recently. He has made considerable achievements in boxing, film, and television and music, attracting the attention of a large number of audiences in the Lighthouse Country. Especially the showdown with Tyson and the Walking Walker that worked with Leonardo, there has never been a shortage of exposure. With Du Sheng's current popularity, he is more than enough to preclass programs. Nina didn't think much and said readily, "A small matter, we originally wanted to invite you, but you are busy recently. You should know that Du Sheng is not only a singer or actor, but also a giant in the entertainment industry. Although his strength in North America cannot be compared with Chairman Leslie, he is also an important figure. Why not be able to establish a good relationship with such a young man with potential?" Nina said with a smile. "Du Sheng, to be honest, it is really rare to be willing to promote yourself with such a status as you," he said. She was actually a little puzzled. Why did a wealthy person like Du Sheng have to sing, act, and fight for himself, flying everywhere? Not to mention that in Eastern culture, these professions are not high-end. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Making money is indeed a joy, but to a certain extent it is a string of numbers. And I enjoy the process of artistic creation and sharing, which is an unparalleled fun. He can't say that the reputation and lottery he won can make him happier, right?" Nina thought that Du Sheng was only 23 years old, and it was normal for her to pursue fame and fortune at this age and enjoy the fanatical worship of her fans. At the same time, she had to admit that others really had the capital to squander at will. As long as Du Sheng's subsidiary maintains growth, he will be respected wherever he goes. Soon, with Nina's careful arrangement, a program specifically for teenagers officially started. In the show, Du Sheng became the absolute protagonist. Not only did he discuss his film and television and music works, but he also shared the mysterious Oriental Kung Fu veil. These contents are very attractive to the interests of teenage audiences. In addition, Du Sheng not only showed the way of playing Bajiquan, but also sang several English songs, which attracted cheers and cheers from the audience. Before time knew it, it came to the day of the North American premiere of Fuse. Here, the Christmas plus New Year period is the highest box office revenue throughout the year. In order to escort the major shareholder, Columbia Pictures still drew 600 silver screens during the tense period in order to recover its capital plus MGM. This treatment is much better than the first movie Chapeau Wolf. Granny walked into the screening room where almost 70% of the audience sat in. Yesterday, after watching the premiere of Fuse, his Chinese classmates kept praising the movie all day long. Now, Granny has only read halfway through it, fully understood and agreed with the other party's evaluation, and even couldn't help but exclaim "Wow!" The punches reach the flesh, each move is fierce, and the sense of fighting overflows the screen. Granny is sure that this Du boxing champion is definitely a real combatant. The audience around them obviously had the same feeling, and they were blinded by their eyes. When Granny left the cinema, he was as excited as his Chinese classmates. "This Fuse is simply cool." He wanted to call his classmates to share immediately, but unfortunately time did not allow it. So, he couldn't wait to go home and turn on his computer and exchange his experiences with others online. At this time, thanks to the promotional fermentation and Du Sheng's own influence, the popularity of Fuse in North America is rising. There are already a lot of posts on the forum discussing this movie. This is an unparalleled movie viewing experience, and the action design is amazing. The practical style action scene emphasizes the realism of fist to flesh, making the audience feel as if they are on the battlefield and feel the tension and excitement. I don't care whether the starring actor is white or yellow. I love the action scenes in this movie so much. This smooth and natural fighting method much more handsome than those savage movies in Hollywood. Chinese Kung Fu is as mysterious and powerful as Do Boxing King. Cool. A few years ago, Cheng Long set off a Chinese Kung Fu craze in Lighthouse Country with Rush Hour. But Cheng Long's Kung Fu has a unique comedy style. This time, Fuse perfectly combines Chinese Kung Fu and mixed martial arts. Whether it is the rapid boxing, sharp kicking, or the clever joint skills and throwing skills, Du Sheng performed it vividly, giving the audience a happy look. The plot of the film is also very compact, from the opening gang arrest operation, to the battle of wits and courage between the horse army and the criminal gang in the middle, and then to the final showdown. The links are connected, and the continuous emergence of new clues and conflicts keep the audience at a high level of attention. Below these comments, there are several particularly compelling replies. There is no doubt that Dongfang Kung Fu is very powerful and breaks my prejudice and cognition. Brother, you have to know that Du Sheng is the real world boxing champion. Du is not only handsome, but also very elegant, perfectly in line with my fantasy of the mysterious masters in the East. You may not know that Du, who plays the leading actor, is not only an outstanding actor, the youngest actor in the three-star actress, but also the hottest singer in Asia. Last year, 4 songs in his English albums have successively entered the top 10 of the Billboard. Really? You're not kidding, are you? Du Sheng's Let Me Love You and You're Beautiful, listen to it yourself, and I promise you won't take off your headphones after listening to it. Wow, I haven't paid attention to Chinese artists before, so I'm going to listen to this. Granny is not only a loyal fan of Fuse and an avid fighting enthusiast. While posting on the forum to discuss the movie, he recorded all Du Sheng's works in his heart. Although he thinks the action scenes in the movie that combine Chinese Kung Fu are very cool and handsome, he still has some doubts about his actual combat ability. After all, there is more and more fraud in this society. Recently, Granny saw the trailer on CBS TV. The crew of Fuse is coming soon and will specially invite Do Boxing King to show off his magical skills. This made Granny interested again. I want to see with my own eyes whether Do Boxer has been exaggerated in movies and rings. That night, Granny sat in front of the TV. The program process is similar to usual, introducing many interesting stories during the shooting and the creative highlights of Fuse. Granny watched it with relish and was curious about everything in the movie. At this time, the host raised a question. The action scenes in the movie are very different from traditional Hollywood action movies, thanks to your use of a lot of Chinese Kung Fu. But when watching a movie, I had a question: why can you throw your opponent 5 or 6 meters away by just falling over the shoulder? Even Tyson can't do it. Is this an exaggerated interpretation? The camera turned to Du Sheng. He was wearing a tang suit and looked extraordinary, and explained with a smile. This is a very famous technique in China, and it will take a big advantage. A small amount of money can be achieved. The host was a little confused. Du Sheng continued to explain. You can understand it as an application of the principle of leverage, which is the skill of using force to defeat the enemy with the power of the enemy. After hearing this explanation, everyone seemed to understand more. At this time, the host showed a sly smile. It just so happened that my friend Wilson was also on the scene today. He was once a professional boxer in the UK. He took a gold belt and opened a boxing club after retirement. He has always wanted to experience the style of the world boxing champion. Can you let him experience it? Chapter 624 Are you confessing your love? At this time, a tall and strong black man walked out of the backstage. He is wearing a black vest, with clear muscle lines, and his physical fitness is not inferior to the heavyweight boxing champion. Du Sheng is already over 1.8 meters tall, and this black man is much more majestic than him. His body shape alone gives people a sense of oppression. The host greets. Hi Wilson, what do you think of Chinese Kung Fu? Wilson shook his head. I admit that it has great visual effects in movies, but it doesn't necessarily work in actual combat. In fact, I have fought with the so-called Eastern warriors, but they were basically code if they couldn't stand my 3 punches. After saying that, he raised his fist. As for the value of the World Boxing Champion, because there are too many counterfeit games in North America, I will only recognize it unless I experience it myself. The host asked with a relaxed smile. Du, are you willing to have a fight with Wilson? Du Sheng made an invitation gesture to Wilson, and a confident smile was hung on the corner of his mouth. It seems that whether it is defending the honor of the World Boxing Champion or showing the charm of Eastern martial arts, I have to fight this duel. Granny in front of the screen was instantly aroused interest. He could see that Wilson was by no means an ordinary person, and this game would definitely test his true level of Kung Fu. At the beginning of the competition, the two of them stood apart a few meters apart. Wilson posed in a standard boxing position and was ready for battle. Du Sheng bent his knees slightly and raised his hands lightly, making him feel comfortable and relaxed. Wilson shouted loudly and a powerful right hook punch came. But before the fist approached Du Sheng, he was slightly deviated from the square towards. Wilson was a little confused and tried another left hook, which was also easily resolved by Du Sheng. Du Sheng's movements were smooth and natural, as if he was playing with a child. The host was also shocked. She knew this was definitely not acting. In her eyes, Wilson's movements were as clumsy as slow motion. Seeing that his opponent had not yet stood firm, Du Sheng still had time to explain. When a person exerts force, his body will form a balance. I just put force on his weaknesses, and a slight move will make him unbalanced. The audience was surprised, including Granny in front of the TV. From their perspective, Wilson's punch was full of explosive power and there was no sign of fraud. Next, Wilson tried to turn the situation around with a series of punches. But Du Sheng not only easily resolved it, but also stepped forward and leaned forward. Wilson immediately took several steps back in a mess, and almost got a hungry dog to grab the ground. In the Eastern Kung Fu system, his situation just now was that his downward movement was unstable, which gave me an opportunity to take advantage of. The audience at the scene was impressed by Du Sheng's confident performance and burst into warm applause and cheers. Wilson's face became a little ugly, and he rushed towards Du Sheng angrily. Du Sheng was still calm. At the moment when Wilson attacked with all his strength, he cleverly flashed sideways and pushed and tripped with his hands and feet. Bang! As a result, Wilson's nearly 200 kilograms of body instantly flew backwards from the ground and fell heavily on the floor in front of the audience. The camera switched back to the host, and she saw her face full of shock. Because this is not a script, there is no steel wire hanger on the scene. The audience was naturally clear, and applause and cheers were endless. It's incredible. Wow! Awesome Oriental Kung Fu! This is the real world boxing champion. Some Chinese shouted in Chinese. Awesome! Throughout the process, Du Sheng kept an understatement. Moreover, the explosion shown is not as violent as before. Just a slight push and push will make the opponent confused. All of this is attributed to his extraordinary physical fitness. Of course, Wilson looked a little embarrassed when he fell, but in fact he was just a clever and did not suffer much damage. Granny in front of the TV was shocked by Du Sheng's performance, but soon became suspicious. Could it be that Wilson deliberately cooperated with the performance? After all, most of the guests on TV shows are actors, but is Wilson's acting skills a little too realistic? At this time, Wu, who came to promote, stood up and said to the host, "Actually, Brother Sheng didn't take any serious action just now. Otherwise, he can kick your friend 3 meters away with one kick. I admit that Du has real skills, but is he kidding 3 meters away? The host looked incredible. Brother Sheng, show them your true power. Wu smirked. He has been with Du Sheng for so long and knows how terrifying this boss is. Since these Western country bumpkins have always looked at yellow people with tinted glasses, they might as well give them some spiritual shock. WTF? Granny in front of the TV opened her mouth wide. Didn't Du Sheng take out his real skills? Next, Wilson held a huge hand target pad to protect his chest, his whole body tightened and was ready for battle. Du Sheng bent his knees and took a step forward. The power under his feet was transmitted to his waist through his legs and hips, and finally gathered into a powerful kinetic energy, accurately hitting the target pad in Wilson's hand. Du Sheng's movements were as fast as lightning. Many people didn't see clearly what was going on. Only saw that Wilson, a big guy, had been kicked away. He crossed at least 5 meters in the air, and after landing, he still slid on the ground for several meters before stopping. Oh my God! Granny in front of the TV widened her eyes. He was sure that even if Wilson wanted to act, it would not be possible to achieve this effect. It turns out that Dongfang Kung Fu is really so powerful. The Du boxer is indeed well deserved. In fact, Du Sheng deliberately exaggerated it just now. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could kick Wilson further away with just one kick. However, the effect is indeed very good, which triggered more intense exclamations and applause than before. Oh my God! This is simply the reappearance of Li Xiaolong. Even better than Li Xiaolong. Do. The applause continued and lasted for a long time. CBS TV covers 48% of the lighthouse country, so many viewers who have never heard of Du Sheng also looked shocked. Host Alice was stunned and kept repeating unbelievable. Because no one knew better than her on the scene, there was no possibility of acting. Immediately afterwards, Alice suddenly knelt on one knee and looked at Du Sheng with expectations. Du, are you still accepting someone? You can do anything. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Alice, aren't you confessing your love? The audience burst into laughter. Next, the program team held an in-depth discussion on Du Sheng and Dongfang Kung Fu. Du Sheng also shared his experiences about music and mentioned the fuse that is being promoted. When everyone learned that this drama contained his practical theory and skills, they burst into an amazement. Du Sheng is really versatile. Not only can you act well in the movie, but you can also create such great songs. He is simply the one whom God favors. He is indeed a mysterious strong man from the East. Speaking of which, this TV show does have a script. But there is an important difference. Wilson's anger was not performed at all, and he even went all out. The program team did not expect the effect of accidental misfortune, which was very significant. A large number of movie fans and fans were shocked by Du Sheng's powerful performance. Even those North American audiences who have never seen this movie are attracted by this handsome and mysterious young man in the East. The program team, crew, and Du Sheng themselves are quite satisfied with this. Because this further ignited the kung fu craze triggered by the fuse. In the eyes of the media and the public in the lighthouse country, Du Sheng is not only a 3rd-century boxing star, but also has become synonymous with Chinese kung fu masters. Some even recalled his amazing record video of 1 vs 30. Once this curiosity is aroused, the desire to buy tickets will also surge. However, Fuse was not previewed in advance. According to the usual situation of the lighthouse, the best release time is from midnight on Friday. Therefore, Du Sheng will have to receive the first-day box office data as soon as Saturday. Of course, there are still some prediction data. For example, MGM gave some preliminary movie watching survey values, and the results showed that more than 60% of the audience gave high scores above A. However, Du Sheng also knew in his heart that these ratings may contain certain fan sentiment factors. After all, most of the people who came to the premiere were his loyal fans, or old movie fans accumulated by Chapo Wolf. In addition, the sample size is small. The truly convincing film rating depends on the data of the authoritative organization CinemaScore. Even so, judging from the current feedback, it can be at least confirmed that the movie is not unacceptable. Chinese language films are not as bought out as gifts as Gong Ji said. On Friday morning, media and critics who watched the movie last night had already posted their comments. Xinzin writes, "The sequel to The Fuse brought by Du Sheng is a crime film full of fierce gunfights and exciting action duels. From the perspective of visual experience, it is considered a visual feast. If the story is set in Lighthouse Country, it might be more appropriate." The West Coast Times commented, "Although the plot is a bit tricky, Fuse is still impressive. The most profound thing is that the firepower of Chinese police is actually not as good as that of bandits. Does this really exist in reality? In contrast, the Lighthouse Country police appear to be more powerful. Of course, those long-shot thrilling action scenes are still eye-catching. Especially Du Sheng's kung fu is amazing, and his acting skills are not inferior to his musical talent." The Nashville Express commented, "Fuse is a rare police and gangster action movie recently. The plot is compact and the bold and novel action design amazes the audience. The showdown between the two at the end is particularly exciting. Audiences who like action and crime themes must not miss it." The San Francisco Records wrote, "Among the popular movies released this weekend, although Fuse is not as scheduled as The Road of Glory and Singing and Dance in Hollywood, the response is enthusiastic and the attendance rate is still good." Du Sheng once again proved his appeal with his true skills and music fans. Although these articles are a bit sour, they also indirectly prove that Fuse has indeed entered the North American entertainment industry's vision and even attracted a lot of media attention. In the morning, Du Sheng looked through various media reports brought by his assistant Kui Yi. Overall, there are more praise than criticism. But most of the reports are short, without the boasting and analysis that Hollywood blockbusters should have. However, Du Sheng was already satisfied. If a Chinese-language film is not for its own appeal and its publicity resources are in place, these newspapers may not have reported it at all. There are also many praises to him in the article. "I think his physique, fighting and acting are excellent, even more exciting than the previous movie Shadow Wolf." Du Sheng just smiled slightly at these praises, and now he is more concerned about box office results. After all, only when the box office is successful can these praises make sense. Otherwise everything will be futile. And Friday's box office data are crucial, because it can calculate the box office performance throughout the weekend and then evaluate the overall box office level of the movie. In addition, theaters will also refer to the performance of the first weekend to adjust the number of screens and schedule the film, which directly determines the fate of the movie. If Columbia Pictures plus MGM feels that there is no future, even if you are a shareholder, there will be no exception. Wu couldn't sit still anymore and paced back and forth in the hall. Du Sheng smiled and joked, "I have been running so many publicity and promotional activities recently, do you think your legs are not hard-working enough?" As one of the movie stars, Wu is still a little worried even though he has been carried by Du Sheng in the past 2 years. After all, this is the first movie he participated in that can be released on the North American Christmas season. This is something countless Asian artists dream of not being able to do. Wu sighed and said, "Brother Sheng, Guide Feng is a Chinese-language movie after all, and I am worried that foreign audiences will not buy it. There is a saying he hasn't said yet, that is, the previous Chapelang was sold directly to Sony, and the other party will do his best to get the money back. But this interstellar media has a share. Furthermore, Sony's current focus is on the comedy The Last Holiday, which invested $30 million, and differentiation is inevitable. In addition, Hollywood is very fierce. If it fails this time, it will have a significant impact on his future vision." Du Sheng smiled and said, "You don't have confidence in yourself? You have also seen the report that neon coins have exceeded 2 billion, and the quality is absolutely fine. And since I brought this movie to North America for release, I naturally won't make a fuss. Du Sheng's words reveal calmness and confidence. In fact, this is what he was thinking. Think about how much publicity he has done for the Fuse. For this film, he not only appeared on the cover of Time magazine, but also the UFC middleweight world boxing champion, and the craze set off with Tyson to take advantage of the situation, let alone the long tail effect brought by the English album. So many efforts and publicity methods have been used. If the Fuse is not as good as the Wolf, then he really has nothing to say. Seeing that Du Sheng, the capitalist and starring actor, was so calm, Wu felt much more at ease. After all, it is the other party who is currently qualified to enter Hollywood. As for himself, he couldn't even catch up with the exhaust. Instead of worrying about the response from North America, it is better to consolidate the impression of Chinese people. There are so many films he has collaborated with Du Sheng, and he is already popular in Asia. Brother Sheng, you have such a great concentration. You deserve to be a big deal. Wu raised his thumb and sagged into the sofa. Before my butt was warm, I heard a click sound coming from the corridor. The old American theaters have experienced hundreds of years of development, and the box office settlement system has long been mature. In the blink of an eye, Teresa, the new general manager of MGM, walked in with 10 centimeters of slim heels, and the report in her hand was rustling by the wind. Gentlemen, guess what the box office on the first day? The newly appointed general manager was almost grinning at the corner of his mouth, and he was still pretending to keep him indifferent. A figure jumped up on the sofa, and the hot coffee that Wu had just brought in his hand almost poured all over his body, but he only stared at the other party's report. Chapter 625 The Popularity Rises. Du Sheng calmly leaned on the back of the chair. His eyes swept the corner of the report that Teresa was holding, and the watermark of MGM was clearly printed on it. Is it over 10,000? Du Sheng's knuckles rhythmically knocked on the sandalwood table. What he asked was RMB, which was due to subconscious habits. After all, the number of screens given by Columbia Pictures plus MGM on the first day was only about 720 yuan. This year, the average ticket price in North America was less than $10, and even if the attendance rate exceeded 80%, it would be difficult to exceed $3 million. Besides, this is Friday, and the number of viewers is destined to be much lower than that of the weekend. There are 3 local Hollywood movies released at the same time. However, if you can cross the 10 million threshold, about $1.3 million, on the first day, it will definitely be stable to guarantee a minimum of 40 million yuan on 3 days on weekends. Wu next to him swallowed his saliva when he heard it. He and his agent were planning to burn high incense if they could reach RMB 6 million. If the total box office on the weekend reaches 25 million, it will have to be champagne. You should know that last year, Li Lianjia's Danny Wolf Dog, which spent 300 million yuan to produce, invested more than 2,000 yuan in the first weekend, but he couldn't even reply 1/5 of the book. This time, the Fuse is all Chinese team, claiming that the cost is only RMB 50 million. If he can really cut 60 million in North America, Wu will be the #1 little person in Hollywood. Teresa looked at Du Sheng's old godlike appearance, turned around and saw Wu, who was so anxious that she pulled her head straight, and finally couldn't help laughing. Based on your exchange rate, it's about 12.8 million. What? Wu's mouth was so open that he could stuff an egg, and he stood there without moving for 2 seconds. This number is even more powerful than Brother Cheng Long's signature work, and it is more likely than he expected to go straight up. Du Sheng also sat up straight and said in surprise. It seems that our publicity has not been in vain these days. If this movie can get better, his own fans plus streaming media plus North American TV stations and other promotions have made great contributions. What's even more amazing is behind. Teresa threw out the computer pre-sale data, and the screen was filled with red scenes. The IMAX hall was shorted at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday and Sunday. According to this situation, the total box office on the weekend was 40 million. Wu now seemed to be on electricity, jumping 3 feet high on the spot, waving his fists and circling the room. Awesome! Damn it! That's amazing! He suddenly stabbed Du Sheng with a fierce look and said excitedly. Brother Sheng! It's done! It's done! Wu is also the one who has seen the wind and waves. When the Asian market exploded, he didn't blink. But this time he was dying on Hollywood territory. It felt like he had a gold hook in the World Cup at home, which made him feel so good that his hair was standing up on the back of his neck. Du Sheng pulled Wu's arm while touching the wine cabinet. Calm down, calm, I told you that we can win this game. That being said, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. At least, these busy work have been quite a bit lately effective. It's just that Wu's excitement made him look a little calm. The 3 goblets clinked crisply, and Wu sipped in 2002. La Fight suddenly woke up. Brother Sheng, how high can the total box office be achieved on the weekend? Du Sheng turned around and threw the topic to Teresa. You have to ask professionals for professional matters. The blonde beauty swayed her wine glass and pursed her lips. The guaranteed minimum is 40 million, and if you are lucky, you can reach the 50 million mark. Mainly, the Christmas season has passed, and I haven't played this week's blockbusters. Speaking of this, she changed her mind. But Mr. Du, you are really unable to understand your online and offline marketing methods, who are from Wall Street, you said. This is true. From the LME video challenge to Chinatown tickets, from Wu teaching foreigners to playing Tai Chi on CBS TV, to Du Sheng personally leaving the film critic battle. This combination of punches made traditional publishers collectively confused. Teresa looked at Du Sheng now, as if she had discovered Columbus from the New World. 50 million yuan will be the base on the first weekend. Du Sheng's words fell lightly, and Wu's half-chewed burger fell on the Persian carpet. Teresa was applying lipstick, and she shook her hand and directly drew it on her cheeks. Even if the box office data is exchanged for US dollars, it is probably going to hit the top 3 in the weekly list. Judging from the usual trends, the total box office in North America can exceed 30 million US dollars with a close eye. If you are lucky, you will be sprinkled with 50 million US dollars. And how much is the total cost of this film? 10 million US dollars. Not to mention, it has won 300 million RMB in the Asian market so far. This is simply synonymous with small cost explosion. It can be predicted that the 7 major Hollywood films are probably going to be jealous and even start to compete for agency. But Du Sheng poured a basin of cold water. Don't rush to drive champagne in half. We fans set firecrackers in the movies and the new year, and the sound is fierce and fast. He settled the score for the 2 of them with his fingers. Yesterday's 12.8 million, 30% of the old fans of Chapalang accounted for 30%, and our loyal fans accounted for 30%. Only more than 30% of the passers-by left. If you don't make the passerby bigger, the box office next week will have to fall down like a roller coaster. Wu stared at the red and green curve chart on the screen, and his back teeth creaked. Teresa suddenly laughed while wiping the crooked lipstick. We are now like playing the game and completing the level. We have won the first level boss, and there are even more ruthless dungeons waiting for it. That's not the case. Du Sheng shrugged and said calmly. It seems that promotion need to be increased, such as the LME Expert Challenge. As he said that, he suddenly raised his eyebrows at Teresa. By the way, the press releases for the top 3 box office weekly list should be issued, right? The blonde beauty shook her red wine glass and clashed with him. Hearst's several newspapers have made arrangements early. Many media big vs will follow up and forward it at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you want to say that the top 3 of the box office weekly list is really not a big deal. The theaters can grab 8% more film schedules, and passers-by who pass by the cinema will also buy tickets for this sign. It is more attractive when it is promoted. Sure enough, the IMAX hall on Saturday started line-up from 8 a.m. On Sunday evening, after Du Sheng read the attendance report, his heart was completely realized. Los Angeles AMC Cinema even sold the first row of corners. It can be seen that this is not just the support of Chinese people. At least more than half are other people of color. On the day when the final box office counted, Teresa took out the champagne directly. A Chinese niche film, 49.18 million. I have worked at MGM for 3 years and have never seen such wild data. Wu was calm now and squatted in the corner of the wall to count the carpet hair. Yesterday I heard that I was going to break the record and was so excited that I couldn't sleep. Now I'm sleepy. The Hollywood critics were so upset. Because The Fuse is not a typical Hollywood blockbuster, but a movie that tells Chinese stories. As the world's #1 superpower, the film market of Lighthouse Country has always been very xenophobic for foreign films, and the audience's acceptance of subtitles is extremely low. Although Fuse was personally dubbed in English by Du Sheng and Wu, in essence, it is still a foreign language film. Normally, even the top 10 foreign language films in the box office may be far inferior to local blockbusters in the North American market. It is very difficult for any film and television work from non-English speaking countries to enter this market. However, this time, Fuse completely overturned this traditional concept. A big V brother who said that this movie was 50 million RMB now has been flooded with emoticons of whether the face hurts in the Twitter comments section. What if the US's double standards? Cheng Long's record-breaking Rush Hour is called cultural tolerance. When it's the Chinese team's turn to set a record, it becomes this audience is not good. Du Sheng let the Hearst sisters rub their bodies while browsing their comments and making fun. Good scolding. The more anxious you are, the more stable the hot search position is. He even asked Amanda, who was busy cleaning the gun, to hang the banner of top 3 of the first week of foreign language films in North American film history on the homepage of LME. Teresa looked at the pre-sale data that surged in the backstage was astonishing as the number of bookings for business days next week was 30% higher than the first weekend. Don't rest, brother. An hour later, Du Sheng put the Hearst sisters who were so tired that their legs were trembling on the bed and dressed to the MGM general manager's office. The #Fuse2 creation competition on the LME video must be increased, and some martial arts up masters should be found to work together. Will you go to Times Square to practice Bajiquan tomorrow? Remember to wear the 3-piece sets of Chapelang and Fuse in your turn. Teresa, please contact AMC for an Asian theme week. Change all popcorn buckets to me with blue and white porcelain patterns. Wu muttered while taking notes. Good guy, are you trying to squeeze out the wallets of North American audiences? Du Sheng smiled slightly. This is wherever you go. When ordinary audiences develop the habit of watching movies, we will try our best to show the long-term screening. If we don't make 100 million RMB, can we be worthy of the burger scum on the carpet? The neon signs in Hollywood outside the window were flashing, and the surprised sounds of fans in the broadcasting hall were heard from time to time. Several cups clashed together, and the sound of ice swaying was filled with the crisp sound of banknotes. The facts are no surprise. With the good attendance and reputation of Fuse, theaters have automatically increased the number of films, second only to Hollywood's The Road of Glory and Dancing Youth. In addition, the number of screens has also increased from 800 yuan at the beginning to about 1,300 yuan. Don't underestimate this change. It refreshed the box office of Shapa Wolf in less than 2 weeks after it was released in North America and successfully won the nickname of over RMB 100 million. Man Zhonghong and Hot Hot that won billions of box offices in China in their previous life are awesome. The former box office in North America was only $897,028, and it was less than 7 million after conversion. The latter is only $2 million, and it is said that water accounts for half of it. It can be seen that among all Chinese-language films released in North America, this result is quite dazzling. Even many domestic media have noticed this matter and have taken the initiative to follow up on the report. Because the Spring Festival is approaching, and the company's annual meeting and the Spring Festival Gala are coming, the group ended the promotion and return early. This is the third time the company's annual meeting has been held. Although the company's staff has increased by more than 1,000 this year, with Zhongzhen and Yeji there will naturally be no major problems. On the contrary, the publicity of this annual meeting can be said to be very successful. This wave of annual meeting marketing is like throwing a deep water bomb into the entertainment and financial circles at the same time. Chen Tao squatted outside the recording studio and ate pancakes while browsing the news. He was amazed at the top 10 of the hot search lists. That's right. Which boss will give 3 Riverview houses as lottery at the annual meeting? Not to mention giving gold bars to excellent employees is like sending chocolate. This work directly coats the Star Media's signature with 24K gold. If you want to talk about how the migrant workers in 2006 have seen this scene? The girls who were sucking fish in the tea room had their eyes green, and the videos of the interstellar annual meetings were flooded with friends. Just as Zhou Huimin finished singing Agreement, Jia Swen went on stage to present the award with a diamond-encrusted house model. Financial Weekly rushes to analyze the salary structure of Star Media overnight. The entertainment reporter squats under the office building and catches an employee and asks, "Does your company still recruit sweeping people?" The Golden Horse Award organizing committee is afraid that it will regret it so much that it will be so blue. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of Du Sheng's new actor's popularity, but my red carpet has not yet been withdrawn. The hot searches were all dominated by the video of the helicopters throwing red envelopes from the interstellar annual meeting. What's even more amazing is Du Sheng's words when he received the award: "This movie champion trophy is to add a lottery to the company's annual meeting," which directly caused the winning Blu-ray disc to hit a new high. This wave of popularity was simply thrilling. Not to mention the others, the reputation value that was cleared not long ago has now accumulated hundreds of thousands. Honest value is 690,000? That's okay. Du Sheng glanced at the system panel and slid a string of arpeggios on the piano keys with his fingertips. After attending the annual meeting and the Golden Horse Awards, Du Sheng's life was fulfilling. Outside the recording studio, Chen Tao held the newly edited musical probe. "A Sheng, the third album is the only one that voice that is missing from your third one." He has completed the arrangement of the third Chinese album. Du Sheng spent most of his day recording albums. At night, the script of The Lonely Agent has to be revised. For example, modify and adapt the background of the country of kimchi and the protagonist's motivation to local characteristics. The midnight event also has to be emotional consultants for all kinds of confidants. This time management technique, Newton has to kneel down when he comes. "Let's wait for a long time, I'll be here today and attend a dinner with me tonight." Du Sheng returned to the company after recording 2 songs and picked up Tong Lia, who had not met for a long time. This time it was an invitation sent by the general manager of Zifeng Liquor. Although Du Sheng no longer endorses, many of his artists still cooperate, so he agreed. When Tong Lia saw Du Sheng appear, she was not impatient, but was filled with joy. The little girl was wrapped in a smog-grey cashmere coat today. The waistline pinched from the belt was even more tortuous than that of the Zhejiang River. The long legs wrapped in jeans stood there, and the girl on the cover of a fashion magazine was like a girl on the cover. "Brother Sheng, can you see my appearance?" Tong Lia turned around in the same circle, and the thin gold chain on her ankle was exposed when the hem of the coat was raised. "I heard that I want to meet the old man who is Zifeng Wine, of course. Should I change the set and make it formally?" Du Sheng reached out to wipe off the lipstick marks on her cheeks, and the fragrance of peach remained at the fingertips. "It's good, it's even more recruiting than the trademark on their wine bottle. If you want to say that Zifeng Liquor is also persistent. Since his contract expires, he will send customized wine cabinets to the company during the holidays. This time I directly booked the Riverview Hall of the White Swan Hotel, which was as big as a state banquet." The Pearl River in the dusk was gilded with gilded waves, and Tong Lia followed Du Sheng step by step, shaking the little kun bag in her hand. Brother Sheng, where are you putting your hand? Tong Lia was coquettish, but her body drilled into Du Sheng's arms half an inch. Du Sheng pecked at the tip of her nose with the neon light outside the car window. We are all better than Diao Chan in our sacks. We will blind those old antiques later. Speaking of this, he smiled and said. But it's still early, I'll take you for a ride first. There is an observation deck here, and the scenery is pretty good. Tong Lia understood Du Sheng's meaning in seconds, and her face red and agreed. Du Sheng said as he hit the steering wheel to the right, and the black Maybach swung the taillight and turned onto the quiet highway.